good, you're not good. You have to relink because we redid our Twitch tech. So if you are, have a false sense of comfort that your link is good because you've linked years ago, you're going to need to relink. And what that means is go to warframe.com/user, make sure your Twitch links are up to date because you can get free stuff just for watching. It's a good deal. You can just sit there, good deal. You can just sit there, I can tell you a little bit about that. From now until 10:00 live, you can get the Vastalock Gunblade. This is a Grineer-themed gunblade. It's super cool if you like gunblades. Who doesn't? They're the best. You can get that just for watching. And then during 10:00 live, Loki Prime is our Twitch drop. This means that if you watch from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. or however long we go, Loki Prime will be the Twitch drop. So let's see, are people here for that? Do people want the drops? Maybe, maybe not. Gunblades go burr. Perfect. Thank you, Amelia. That was good. Oh, the site is down. Did we crash the site? No. Guys, we got this. It's fine. It's fine. We'll be good. I want the drops. Yeah, good. Very good. Only here for drops. Some nuts guy. Great. Awesome. I'm here for Warframe. All right, let's see. Give us drop, Space Mom, or we betray you. I guess we'll see how that's going to play out later. But all right, we got more things to cover, so don't distract me, chat, please. I have a job to do. I'm a professional. Oh, merchandise. You probably see these floofs beside me, so, it's been a long time coming, but we've been prototyping, making sure the cotton is the most sensational it can be, and we're officially launching floofs on our merch store. So if you go, I'm going to send you to another website. I hope it doesn't crash, but store.warframe.com is where you can get our floofs. Perhaps the Kuberdon and Pobbers are just up your alley. They'll be there on the store. The floofs, they're finally here on the store. They're super cute. This one matches me, so I'm going to keep it. And we also are working on our next official Warframe statue. Our Volt will be up. You can probably actually see it on the site right now. And you can, get a look at Volt. If you're a Volt main, maybe he was your starter. Maybe he wasn't your starter because you were here, Well, actually, no, he would always be a starter. It's Meg that got switched. Cough Crocata. This is not for sale. This is not for sale. This is from the Clem costume we did when we used to do these events in real life. So this is just a prop for the studio. Site unavailable. Uh-oh. Slow down, Tenno. Or don't slow down. I don't know. Our web team, live ops team's gonna be mad. It's not for sale now? Yes, it is. Are they not? Anyway, they're live. Dean's gonna give you some real-time updates. I'm sure of it. You want that gun in your dream? Well, there's ways to get it. They're not legal, but all right. We have, speaking of things, not only merch with our new launch, our fresh launch of the floofs, we also have the TennoCon digital pack stuff. So if you're here and you didn't know that there was a TennoCon 2021 merch pack, this is also available on our store. So this is live, and you can also get the digital pack as well if you want to participate in the Barrow Relay. So all of this sweet stuff, you got our TennoCon 2021 merch design, our t-shirt, you got the pins, the lanyard, the charm, badge, it's all there. Cool box too. And that's all also on our website. You can check all of these things out, pick and choose, take a look at what you might want to get if you're into getting some Warframe merch or even the digital pack. Because in-game right now on all platforms exists two very important things. There is the Barrow TennoCon Relay, which means if you bought a digital pack, you can go to the digital pack relay. Barrow is there with everything he's ever sold. He'll be waiting for you to change your ducats in. You can get, whatever you want from Barrow. Maybe you want a Prime pedestal. It's up to you. But there's also a free one. So if you can't get the digital pack, there is a Tenno Live Relay. These are both on Earth. So say you're on Nintendo Switch, you can't find the relays. Make sure you're going to Earth or, you're on Earth, but go to the Earth area. You'll see the relays there. And these are important because at the end of the show tonight during Tenno Live, we have a fun presentation for you, a little relay event. So you're going to want to be in those, especially when 5 o'clock hits. For now, you can go in there, hang out with your friends, chill, talk to other Tenno, see what you're excited about for the new war that's coming later. And we'll, let you hang out in there. But make sure you're there for the Tenno Live Relay event at 5 o'clock Eastern time, which is like 4 hours and 17 minutes from now. So that's when things really kick off in there. And yeah, that was my reminder for the TennoCon Barrow Relay, so that's good. Oh, we have a hashtag today. Social media is a popular thing. And if you're a Warframe fan, you can use it with the hashtag Warframe. And, tell people that you're watching TennoCon, Tenno Live. I can read your Twitch chat comments. Let's see. They're going really fast, and I don't speak Russian, but I wish I did. But thank you. How long do the relays last? They'll be up for all of the TennoCon event. So you can go in there now, or you could wait until 5 p.m. Eastern time, but they'll be up. So don't worry about that. So make sure you get in there at least for Tenno Live. And yeah, so we got our social shout outs. Oh, we have some fun partnerships that are happening. We have lots of little campaigns going. One of the exciting ones is with Prime Gaming. So if you have your Warframe account connected to Prime Gaming, all year long you can get awesome fashion frame and gear through the Prime Gaming campaign. We have a really fun Redeemer skin launching on July 20th, so make sure you link your Warframe account, activate your Prime Gaming, and level up your fashion frame. The Verve Redeemer skin will be coming soon, and it is extremely beautiful. And again, gunblades. We got the Vastalock, we got the Redeemer skin. It's a very popular and important part of the Warframe gameplay is gunblades because they're very cool. And of course, TennoCon, Tenno Live, we do lots of crazy giveaways. We have lots of fun giveaways provided by Omen this year. We're going to do one during this segment because why not? You want free stuff, I'm here to give you free things and information, of course. And Omen has given us PCs to give away during Tenno Live. So we have a high-end PC, we have a standard PC, both made by Zydax. We have peripheral bundles. And of course, during Tenno Live, we're going to do Power Plat, which is 100,000 platinum. What will you do with it if you win? I look forward to reading your essay on the matter. It should be on my desk by the morning. But lots of giveaways today, and they're going to be super fun. We're going to do one right now. Omen has provided us a PC peripheral bundle giveaway. So this is going to have lots of fun odds and ends for your PC setup, and we're going to give it away. The way we give it away is very easy for you. If you're watching on Twitch logged in, you're entered. You don't need to do anything else. We're just scrubbing through the usernames. It's totally random. I actually can't, I can read it. Marco77U, oh my God. Ooh, UWU. Marco77UWU has won the first giveaway of the day. This is the Omen Peripheral PC Gaming Bundle. What you need to do, Marco77UWU, is message this twitch.tv/Warframe channel, the one you're watching. You got to tell us your mailing info. We need to know, where you want us to send this to physically, a phone number as well, so we can make sure that the courier gets it all done. And it's, up to you to claim your prize. It's a good prize. So, congrats. Let's get a congrats and chow. Chat's gone into full ooh mode. Perfect. We're off to a good start. This is very good. Oh no, it's just taken over. That's okay. That's okay. We also have some fun things in-game right now. There's more to Warframe than just this Twitch stream, There's a whole video game attached to the free stuff. Did you know it? And there's stuff you can get for free, including our Epic Gaming Unreal Tournament skin bundles are back. We actually launched them again on Thursday, but on all platforms. So that means if you're playing on PlayStation, Xbox, or Switch, the Unreal Tournament skins are live and alerts. So you can log in, claim them. They're beautiful skins. And if you're on PC, just download the Epic Games Launcher and launch Warframe through that to claim your free bundle. And they will be there for you for a limited time, so make sure you grab them. They are incredible skins, and they throw back to the Unreal Tournament days. If that's somewhere, in your gaming history, I won't say history, that'll make people sound old. Somewhere in your gaming skills was Unreal, then, I don't want to roast our players. It's too soon for that. That's what Tenno, they roast me there, that's fine. All right, so we are very excited to have those skins back, and they look awesome, so make sure you grab them. Then, we're going to give you a game announcement here today. Nightwave is something that we run, intermission, season over season, and we have an information bit for you on the current intermission, when it's going to end, and what's coming next. So if you're playing Warframe and you want to get to the end of this current intermission, you have until July 28th to do so. Intermission 3 is ending on July 28th. This means if you're just waiting to get those last 2 Umbral Forma, because you're not quite doing all the challenges, you have this much time to do it. July 28th is when Intermission 3 ends. And then we're moving into something called Norris Choice. This is going to have a couple new things, but generally it's just a new reward track to get you through, of course, like I said, a couple new things, but it's more of a casual Nightwave. We're focusing our development on a couple other big things. You might have heard of them, the New War. So we're going to just refresh Nightwave, give it a new Norris Choice season coming up, and you can look forward to that all platforms on August 4th. So that'll be where Nightwave is headed from August 4th for a little bit, and you can finish the intermission while you can if you're looking for those last couple tiers of rewards, and then we're moving into Norris Choice on August 4th, all platforms. So this is your Nightwave update for the Tenno TennoCon Nightwave update. So there you go. Got some game info for you in there. We have a lot of community things up right now as well. As you can see, I'm making my way through my clipboard list. Our Discord. Join our community Discord. You can check it out in the bottom bar. And we're going to be chatting in there throughout the day. When we run those pre-recorded panels, we'll be in there saying our hellos, getting your reactions to some of the stuff we show. So we'll look forward to chatting with you in there. We're doing plenty of giveaways as well, so make sure you join it. Lots of fun going on in there. And then there's chat. I want to chat with you guys, see what's going on before we move on into our next panel. So as you know, the new war is what we've been teasing you with of what Tenno Live is going to be about tonight. And a lot of what we're doing today is leading up to that. So again, those sound panels, those art panels are going to be talking about the new war. And then of course, when we get to that live segment, it's going to be, a lot of info on what the DevStream crew and the rest of DE have been working on. But yeah, I'll take some questions in chat for now, and we'll, keep this going.
Do you want to give 2021 Platinum away to celebrate?
Oh, yes. We're going to, you know what? Let's give away some plat too. This is a little bonus prize. It is 2021. It is time to give away some platinum to a lucky viewer. Let's see who it is. The winner is, I can just see the names over the list. Zulu747. Zulu747, congratulations. You have won 2021 platinum. So, it's the year of 2021. You got to message us. We don't need your personal information this time. We just need your Warframe account and platform. So say you play on PC, let us know what your name is on that platform so we can hook you up. And that one, D. Zach, shout out for getting the off-the-cuff prize there. Good luck, Zach. You can do this. But yes, let's see what's going on in chat. We're here. TennoCon's here. Is there something you're looking forward to? Let me know. Love this game so much from Indonesia. Thank you. Should I get a message for the drops? Right. So the way drops work is you'll have to actually claim them. Right now on Twitch, if your account is properly linked, you should see a progress bar toward your Twitch drop. Right now, it'll be pointing you towards the Vastalok, which is that gunblade. And if you look, you can see how close you are to earning it. And then all you need to do is hit that claim button. And when you log into Warframe, on your platform of choice, you'll have the Vastalok. You can go run a mission, do some finishers with it, what have you, and it'll be yours. So just make sure that you're keeping an eye on that claim, making sure your account's all linked up. And you really do have all event up until 10 Live to get the Vastalok. So right now, if you need to troubleshoot, don't worry, you have time. You have essentially, almost 4 more hours of the Vastalok drop until we switch to Loki Prime mode. So don't worry, you got time, you can do it. Okay.
1 more minute.
I have 1 more minute. Oh no, I have to make sure I covered everything. But yeah, it's really exciting for us to be able to run another digital event for the Tenno. I think, this is our 6th TennoCon. We would have loved to be in person, but obviously the world isn't in a state where it's safe to do that. But we do have it set up here. We're double vaxxed. We're safe to have, just a small handful of devs in the studio today to bring you TennoCon 2021. The team has worked incredibly hard to, making a Warframe fan pay off with what we're working with today. And it's really our honor and pleasure to have a community like you to support us through the craziness that this 8-year journey has brought us. I don't think anyone ever would have expected to, and what?
I have a floof update.
Floof update.
They're half sold out.
Half sold out. There you go. That's a floof update for you, and I hope that the rest of the day delights all of you, Tenno. And thank you so much for tuning into the opening remarks, and we'll see you up with a sound panel next. But first, some fun little dojo bits as well. So see you soon, Tenno.
Make sure your Twitch account is linked to your Warframe account so you can receive Twitch drops while watching TennoCon 2021. To link your Twitch account to your Warframe account, go to warframe.com/user and click the sync link to link. Just make sure you're logged into the Warframe account that you want to receive the drops on. This year, for watching throughout the day, you can get a Grineer Gunblade weapon. During Tenno Live, watch for a free Loki Prime. Enjoy TennoCon 2021.
I got deals. Come do my sale, come do my sale. Gotta dump this merch or I go to jail. Just kidding, friend. But seriously, I need to sell this stuff quick.
Hey Tenno, I'm Helen. Throughout today's live stream, I will be your host for 10 pre-recorded tours of incredible player dojos. For those of you who might not know, in Warframe, players can team up and form groups called clans. and every clan has a dojo as their home base. Dojos start out as blank canvases of rooms for clans to decorate however they please. A clan could start with an empty room like this one and fill it up with decorations like the ones shown here to make the space completely their own. This clan, for example, created a unique residential area. Or you could take a fully empty space like this one and fill it up with even more decorations to create a grand scale masterpiece. The 2 rooms you just saw belong to PC Clan Brotherhood of Mortem. Right now, I'm in their Gundam factory, and this is our first stop on our tour. I love these huge mechanical structures that have become a staple in Warframe's dojo decorating community, but what sets this room apart is the extra details they've added to tell a story. Pieces like this hand that hasn't been added to a Gundam yet, an assembly line. You can tell this is a clan who really cares about creating efficient machines of war. Now off to the transporter to check out our next room. It's just awesome. Dragons are another staple in Warframe's dojo decorating community. I love the use of the red glow here in both creatures' eyes to show this is not a fight you want to get into the middle of. It's wonderful, it gives me chills, and the scale of this creation I so appreciate. This is such a huge and cool structure. And while we admire its sheer scale, I'll read for you what the clan's lead architect had to say. Rebellion says, "This dojo of ours is built as a giant mothership with all its functions. The designs I've picked for TennoCon 2021 are my favorite decorations, but there are many, many more in our dojo of high quality. It took over a year to complete the rooms I've built so far, and I spent all of my time in Warframe building decorations and almost nothing other than that. Thank you for sharing your hard work with us, Brotherhood of Mortem. Your clan's story truly comes through in your designs. Now let's get ready for our second tour of the day. This next dojo belongs to Circle Guards, a Korean and English-speaking PC clan. Beyond gorgeous art, what makes this dojo so awesome is that architect Ajingom has taken great care to make sure that touring this dojo feels like visiting an art exhibit. Each room includes a comment about the piece. You'll find those comments written in both Korean and English. This room's comment is, "Found underground on Venus, this reactor produces infinite energy. Ice creatures hover around, watching you quietly." A lot of this dojo feels like walking around in a dream, and I think this is an ideal starting room to show that. Now let's check out the next room. This room's description is, "Left and right, red and blue, light and dark. We all have multiple sides, but don't forget, whatever the face you have, it's all your own." I just want to appreciate for a moment how carefully placed these decorations are to create that shadow effect. That would have taken some really careful planning and attention to detail. And here's our description. "You can go anywhere, just don't miss the time and place." All aboard the last bus to anywhere. There's even a little pauper prepared to join us. It's just beautiful. And we have now boarded the last bus. Let's see if we can find ourselves a seat. I think, yeah, some are definitely taken. This one looks good. Yeah. And with that, Excalibur's ready to go. Thank you for the tour, Circle Guards. 도전을 보여주셔서 감사합니다. Following today's live stream, every dojo showcased will be up on its platform star chart for a week, so you can go for a tour yourself. Believe me, there's much more to see.
Hi, it's Megan again, and I'm back with another friendly reminder to relink your Twitch account to your Warframe account if you have not done so since the launch of Twitch Drops 2.0 back in February 2021. This is very important for receiving drops as well as giving drops as a streamer. A relink must happen if you have not already done so. Go to warframe.com/user and choose to unlink your account and then relink it. It's simple. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Don't you recognize me anymore? No, it's me, Antonio Greco, the voice of Era. Okay, anyway, it's been a rough year, guys, so I want to remind you all to be kind to each other, be kind to yourselves, and keep moving forward. I hope you guys enjoyed TennoCon 2021. Oh, one more thing. I haven't gotten a haircut literally since the week before last year's TennoCon, so perfect representation of how the last year has gone.
Hi everyone, it's Max here and I voice Ballas. It's lovely to be working with the team at DE again, and it looks like they've got some really exciting stuff coming out for you guys really soon. Have an amazing TennoCon, and I hope that maybe we could all be together this time next year. Have a great time. Fingers crossed. Take care. Bye-bye.
Welcome to TennoCon 2021. I know that a lot of you have probably lost track of time, and that's understandable. Over this last year, we've had to endure the darkest of times. But dark times make room for the brightest stars. Never let your shine diminish, for you are the light of tomorrow's Stardust.
Hi guys, my name is Ryan Lawton, and I provide the voice for Nihil the Glassmaker and also Boone in Warframe. I hope you guys are having a terminal TennoCon, because you're straight logical, fam. Check, check.
I had the craziest dream that I slept through TennoCon. Hi, Tenno. How are you? I'm Keaton Talmadge, but you might know me better as Mother. I hope you have an amazing time at TennoCon. Be bold, be brave, be fearless. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go see what trouble my family is getting into. Farewell, my darling.
Hey Tenno, Kim Ramon here, voice of Kaylee, daughter in Trotty. I'm not just someone's daughter. I'm me. I'm Kaylee. It's been such a blast getting to know the Warframe community. Definitely an exciting highlight during my year as a hermit. I'm stoked to have been invited to participate in TennoCon 2021's Sounds of Warframe. How fortunate are we to still be able to connect virtually when it's not yet safe to do so in person given the current circumstances. But y'all already knew the wonders of the interwebs, connecting with fellow Tenno from around the world through Warframe. So, thanks for all the fish. Be kind to yourself and others. This too shall pass. Keep safe and well.
Hi everybody, my name is Lucas Schuneman, and in lieu of an in-person TennoCon, I wanted to set up a Zoom call.
What is this? What's going on?
We're saying hello to everybody at TennoCon.
They can go to blazes. They murdered the Tube Men.
Okay. Did you want to say anything, sir?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I don't think this is working.
We can hear you. Just go ahead and say hi.
Hello, mighty Parvos. Grant me your insights into digital networking.
Mr. Anyo, did you want to say anything?
What? Oh, yes, you. I need another drink, please. And remember, I like the blue umbrellas.
Okay, Rictus. Anything you want to add? That's actually really nice. Thank you. Yeah, I agree. Bye, everybody.
Leave.
No. I need another daiquiri.
Go away.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the TennoCon 2021 Sounds of Warframe panel. For the next little while, we are joined from all over the world, maybe all over London, who knows, we'll find out, by some very special guests to talk about the sounds of Warframe. This means things from the game design sounds to putting quests together, and of course, the music of Warframe. So all this and more with some special sneak peeks behind the scenes will be covered here, and we're just gonna get started. So I am very, very honored to be joined by three wonderful guests today, and I will be hosting it. My name is Rebecca Ford, and I, work on Warframe, do some voice here and there, but I get the pleasure of working with these three talented individuals. Why don't we start off with you, George?
Hi, I'm George Spanos. I'm the audio director on Warframe.
Hi, I'm Eric, and I'm a sound designer on Warframe.
And last but not least, from the Backlit Enterprise.
I'm Keith Power, and I've written some of the music for Warframe.
Yes, indeed, and we'll be talking about that, indeed.
Most of the music, a lot of the music.
Yeah, it's interesting, George. You never put my songs in that I write. What's with that, George?
Well, I'm waiting. The problem is your rate is just really high, and I haven't found a good way to tell you, but yeah, we can't afford you, man.
You can't afford me. Oh, okay. Well, that's a first, but probably shouldn't put that in, but that's okay.
I'm super cheap.
Keith is super cheap, so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. But yes, so for those of us viewing, this is a pre-recorded panel. We're recording safely in advance of TennoCon, just so that we can get you all as much info as we can in this panel, and we're going to be covering lots today. We are going to start with talking about the game design sounds of Warframe. You know, when you're playing on your couch or if you got your headphones on, you get to enjoy a lot of beautiful sound, noises, effects made by the team here. Then we're going to talk about the quests of Warframe. This year we released Call of the Tempestari and we released the Wave Rider quest. And you know, since we last connected, we released Heart of Deimos, and we released a lot of other things along the way, so we'll take a look at some conversations there when it comes to writing. And then, of course, the music of Warframe. This year has been very special for Warframe music, and we have a lot more special things to come, especially perhaps in the form of a new war music teaser. So don't go anywhere as we go through all things Sound of Warframe. Our team has been working remotely for the better part of a year and a half now on all things Warframe, and in that time, not only have we released Heart of Deimos, the open world, we've also done everything that 2021 had to offer, from Orphic's Venom, to Sevagoth, to Call of the Tempestari, to 2 Prime trailers, and, you know, Ureli got out there too. And we're also working on what we're going to be showing today at TennoCon. So that's a lot of sound content the team has made. And again, we've done it remotely. So how has that been for you know, adapting to work from home? George, Eric, how's that life going for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's good. It's, you know, it's funny. We're 15 months into this now. It was March 2020, I guess, that we started to work from home. And I was skeptical at first about how that would go and how, you know, we'd get everything done. But it's worked out really well. I mean, one of the things I think that you'll always miss is the in-person contact, right? And that's a tough thing to replicate. Even if you've got Skype, even if you've got Zoom, you still don't have that contact with other people, which is vitally important, but we make it work. You know, I mean, I think, you know, we've all worked on the game long enough that we all know what needs to be done. And we're able to make it happen in that sense. So it's been good from that perspective. Just the social interaction is definitely a hard thing to try to get back.
Definitely. I think we all miss our morning hug that
Yes.
we do every morning before we start the day.
Yes.
But yeah, just to add to what George was saying, there's a lot of stuff I think that we're learning too about how to work with each other by working from home. So there are some positive things that are coming out of it. And I think when eventually we do return, we'll be able to take some of that with us back to the office. So,
and you know,
but so far, yeah.
Speaking of your imminent return to the office, whenever it's safe to do so, I walked into the building today and I noticed the entire back of the building has been renovated to have a custom sound studio. Is this something that you secretly worked on while we were all locked at home?
I'm so excited. I shared a bit, if any of you are on Twitter, I shared a bit probably about 2 years ago now about us tearing it down, tearing some of the old rooms down to make way for the new sound studio. And then, of course, we started building it just as COVID hit, I think it was like December 2019. They started building it, and we were like, oh, I guess we have to shut it down. But we were able to, in between waves and doing things safely, the construction crew was able to come in and finish it off. And it's pretty much ready to go for us now. So when we're back in the office, we've got, it's about 6 new edit suites, 2 new recording floors, 2 new big control rooms. We put in Dolby Atmos. So really excited. There's a lot of really cool things coming up. And the cool thing is that now we'll move all the cobwebs away because it's just kind of sitting empty, but it'll still feel new, which is awesome, right? I mean, it was completed, I guess, the end of last year, so it's just been sitting empty for like 5 or 6 months, but it's there and it's waiting for us. So excited about that.
Have you actually gone in yet, Eric, or have you only heard legends of this Dolby-supported studio?
I have been in once a few weeks back when I was passing by the office just to take a look, and yeah, it's stunning. I think it's going to allow us to really push the envelope with the sound and explore different avenues through recording Foley, things that we weren't able to do as easily as before. So I'm excited. It looks great.
It's not going to look as cool as what Keith has behind him, though.
I know. I was just going to say Keith's just still like flexing on us. So like he's got all his hardware. I see some engineering mixing boards there. But so you look like you're pretty well equipped, Keith. Does that mean that the work from home angle has actually, or are you even at home? Have I just assumed that you're somewhere you're not?
I'm at home. Yeah, it's a building separate from my house, so it sort of feels like I'm commuting to work. I walk from the house to the studio, but yeah, it's been more of the same, more working from home for me. Weirdest year ever, but more of the same, work from home.
You're equipped to do so that is, fortunate at least. But it's, everything that everyone has been working on, the community has been just ablaze with love and enthusiasm for all the sound team work, all the composing, all the music. And I think they've been quite, I don't want to say spoiled, but a lot of what has come out this year, I think surprised a lot of the players. I think another full song with lyrics coming and Sleeping in the Cold Below, which we'll talk about when we get to the music part. And, just warframes that vary so much in style. Like, how do you go from Sevagoth, the edgiest warframe we've ever released, to Ureli, who is based on a kawaii magical girl archetype? Like, these things are very different.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's, the cool thing about Warframe is there's always something new and interesting to work on, right? So it's sort of like one day you'll be working on something that has, that is kind of like Ureli and is kind of more playful and kind of more joyous. And then you'll go towards something like Sevagoth, which is more kind of cryptic and whispery and creepy sounding. But that's cool. And I think, and I think I speak for the rest of the team as well, but I think that's one of the big selling points for all of us to keep working on the game is that it's constantly something new and it's constantly something exciting. It lets you build your own palette of sounds. It lets you build your own career in that sense too, right? So you're always doing something fresh and exciting. So I think that's one of the good things about working on the game, actually. Yeah.
Eric, have you got to use any odd vegetables in your palette of sound building? I remember last year you became famous for your brief appearance with the Brussels sprouts, and I'm just curious what garden has been pillaged for sounds this year.
Well, of course, Brussels sprouts are my go-to. Whenever I design a sound, I always start with the Brussels sprouts, but sometimes I've got to use lettuce, and definitely hand-picked from the garden sounds way better than store-bought.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Not as much pesticides to weigh the leaves down, right? They don't quite pick up on the microphone the same with pesticides.
Exactly. You got it.
Now, I actually think we are about to, be in for a little treat here because the sound team that you guys just referred to, getting to build out these palettes and all their custom sounds, have actually prepared a video for us to take a look at a lot of the behind-the-scenes action from sound design in Warframe this year. So why don't we take a look right now?
Hi Tenno, welcome to TennoCon 2021. I'm Jeff, part of the sound team, and I'd like to take you through how we created some of the vocals for the Hound Pet on the Sisters of Parvos update. For this creature, we wanted it to feel digitized, growly, and aggressive, while hinting at familiar animal or canine sounds. After experimenting with some processing on various source recordings, we came up with a recipe that could work for different vocalizations. Let's take a look at a session for when the creature becomes alerted. Here we can see some tracks with source material on them and an effects chain that is doing the bulk of the processing. Different source animal sounds were used depending on the emotional context. And for this alerted vocal set, we chose some lion source material that has an aggravated quality to it. This is what they sound like without processing. And then with. The The effects processing consists of some filtering to create more vowel-like movement, different pitch shifting, delay, and some EQ and compression to control it all. Let's take a look at another idle growl session. In this case, we can see we've used a simple recording of a dog growling with a little bit more automation this time and some tremolo on the tail. Here it is before processing. And after. I hope you enjoyed this look into how we created some of the vocals for the Hound Pet in Warframe. Thanks for watching, thanks for playing, and have a great TennoCon.
Hi everyone, my name is Jess and I'm a sound designer here at Digital Extremes. Today I'm going to be taking you through the process of creating the voices for our Sisters of Parvos. Let's take a look.
We are going to start here in Reaper, where we've got some raw audio files from our voice actors. We have 4 different excerpts of transmissions here. These are all for the same event in game, and each one of these is done by a different voice actor. When a sister spawns in the game, the engine will randomly choose a set of dialogue from one of these 4 actors, and that will be your sister's voice or her personality for the duration of your time together, which makes each sister of Parvos you encounter feel a little bit more unique. Let's take a listen.
So, you can slap. I slap harder.
Oh, I learned to take a hit long before I met you.
You killed a weakling.
Did you ever sit alone in the office with a plasmic hole punch?
You might notice here that these files are actually pretty quiet, and also that the volume really varies even in the span of one tape. We're gonna do a little processing to make these sound nice and even, and to make sure these transmissions are loud enough so that we can hear them within the context of all the other sounds happening in Warframe. Let's take a look at Sister B over here. So, Sister B's signal chain here is consisting of a little bit of EQ, a little bit of light compression just to smooth out those highs and lows, and a little bit of limiting to bring that signal up just so it's loud enough that we can hear it over everything else happening in Warframe. Let's take a listen to the processed file.
Oh, I learned to take a hit long before I met you.
So, there is one last step to putting these sisters into the Warframe universe, and that is getting this audio into the game and adding some effects to their voices in the game engine. Let's jump over there. Alright, so we are here in the game engine where we are going to add a little more processing to our sisters' voices. So, just like how each sister's personality is randomized in the engine, the effects on each sister's voice are randomized as well. So every time you encounter a new sister, the game engine will set different parameters for effects like bit crush, flanger, and phaser. So, you might get a sister that sounds like this.
Oh, I learned to take a hit long before I met you. Learned how to give one, too.
Or you could get a sister that sounds like this.
You killed a weakling. Now you face a sister of Parvos, and she...
Or you could get a sister that sounds like this.
Did you ever sit alone in the office with a plasmic hole punch?
That's all from me. Thanks for watching and have a great TennoCon, everyone. I'll see you next time.
So we did just get to see an awesome video about all things, maybe a little Corpus slant there, Eric. Are they a fun faction to design for?
I love designing for Corpus, absolutely. You can kind of go wild with synthesizers, and sound designers love synthesizers. So yeah, it's great fun.
This is a trend that has been verified year over year, is sound designers love their synths. And I think since the first TennoCon, that has been a fact that's well established. So thank you for continuing.
Absolutely.
What's your favorite synthesizer, Eric?
I'm going to name the ones that I have, but my most recent acquisition is the Moog Grandmother. And I've been enjoying that because it's sort of a throwback to the Model D, which is obviously a classic. So
did we get to see the Moog Grandmother in that video?
I don't think so.
Oh, you're going to have to make another one.
I know. I'll have to hold it
Scrap
up
that
and
video.
do like a...
So our players have been treated to quite a offering of sounds in Warframe this year, and one of the places that it becomes most obvious is the really curated content we do with quests. And this year we've had the privilege of releasing not only one, but two quests so far, from Call of the Tempestari to our Ureli Wave Rider mini quest, which is actually quite sound heavy. You guys had a lot of dialogue to get in there. And when it comes to these quests, and the writers working on them from Cam, Adrian, Steve, and Ryan, and everyone, what's the first thing you do when you find out we're doing a Warframe quest from the sound point of view?
Panic? No. No. Well, the first thing I do is I read through the script. I think that's a great starting point. Usually the scripts, I'm always a big fan of developing narrative and character and stories in all that we do. And so that's the important thing for me first, is to read the script, to get an idea of what needs to be done. What sound cues need to go in here. What can we do with music to amplify, the narrative? And then, of course, which characters do we need to speak in it? So that's usually the first thing. And then usually talking with the team and going through things and what we want the general feeling of the quest to be, what sounds need to go in it, if we need to go out and record any sounds. All of that kind of stuff is usually the first kind of consideration before shovels in the ground. And then it's just working on it. And it's game development's interesting because sometimes you'll start with an idea of something, and then by the end of it, it's something completely different, right? Because it's an organic thing, right? And you're working on the quest, and then people get ideas from different departments, or we get different ideas, and then it evolves into something that becomes an amalgamation of all of those interesting ideas. So that's a cool thing that happens too. So yeah, you're never tied into one road.
So at what point, and we can be, as honest as we need to here, because this is the panel, and that's why people are here. At what point in Call of the Tempestari did the sea shanty get added? Because I don't think that was in the original script. What was that, Keith? Sorry.
I want to know this as well. It's like, what was the origin of this crazy idea?
I think another thing for me that's always important is if you can write music that relates to the story in a fundamental way, I think it's important to do that. And so if you can develop a character's narrative and you can help the character's storyline through music, then why wouldn't you do that? It's very effective. And so I think at the beginning, the writers had an idea of having her sing a few lines, maybe it was like a paragraph of just, I don't want any spoilers, but there's a point where you confront Vala, and so she was supposed to sing a few lines there. But then we were like, hey, why don't we just do another song here? Everyone loved We All Live Together. Everyone loves when we do that stuff. And so it seemed like a great opportunity. And then, of course, I thought to myself, who would be better to write a sea shanty than Keith Power? And I wasn't wrong. And Keith aligned with some amazing people. I'll let him speak to that. And yeah, the rest is kind of history. So, yeah.
Yeah, and when George called me about this, I thought to myself, who is better than Keith Power to write a sea shanty? And that's when I called Alan Doyle.
So this is a very special Canadian moment. So,
yes.
It has resonated so well with the community, so well, in fact, that Warframe players from all over the world have united to do a truly global medley of Sleeping in the Cold Below. So what we'll do now is we'll take a listen to that medley, and then Keith will bring it right back to you to talk about the creation of this now legendary Warframe song. So let's take a look.
So it's into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
Ship is for the hard and the quick. We roll our load and go.
There's a living to be made under Zalto Bay when you're sleeping in the cold below.
Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down 締め切りつけなくさめ暗いそこでと
Вот наш совет, мы идем туда, где ветра нет. Мы привязаны к дну и приняв судьбу, мы уснем на холоде внизу, внизу, уснем на холоде внизу.
Won't you lay me down on the ground of bronze, and I'll be sleeping in the cold below.
Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
Sleeping in the cold below.
Оставьте на холодном дне. Till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
Wow.
Man, that's super cool. I hadn't heard that before, actually.
Yeah, well, it's like we're working for, like, we got it. The community got together. We got all these submissions, and the team put that video together, which is a true medley of the community's renditions of "Sleeping in the Cold Below."
Man, it's so cool to hear different languages in it too. That's really cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So, did you ever think, Keith, that this little shanty would have such a far reach?
I had no idea. I mean, how could you expect this kind of reaction? It's kind of mind blowing.
Oh, it's beautiful. And I mean, for the process behind it, do you find yourself, like, you write the lyrics, am I correct?
I think the lyrics for Sleeping in the Cold Below the origin was from you guys, right? It was, and I'm not sure the name of the writer.
Yeah, the writers, so Cam Rogers, Adrian Bott, and Ryan Mole, and I think a bit of Steve in there as well, wrote kind of like a framework for you guys. But if you read what they wrote, which was great, you guys really took it and made it your own. Like the lyrics, you really, you made it work within the context of the song. And we kind of just gave you the framework of, well, we have to talk about Granum crowns and we have to talk about that kind of stuff in it. But yeah, you guys really took the basis of that and elevated it into what it is, you and Alan, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I really have to give most of the credit to Alan. I remember we had a call on a Friday, and we just sort of went through the materials that you sent me, and there was sort of a lot of stuff to go through. So Alan was like, "Give me the weekend to go through it, and let's talk again on Monday." And then I wake up Saturday morning, and he has a demo ready. It's like the first verse, the chorus, and it's just like it's all there. So it's Alan. I've said it before as a joke to in interviews, but he really did. He wrote all the good parts.
Well, it's crazy too, because you guys, if I recall correctly, did a couple of demos, and it's interesting to hear demos and stuff as well, and hear where it comes to its final thing. So maybe one day we'll release some of that stuff. But yeah, it's interesting, and I think for me, I actually have a question. Like as far as like the harmonies, the vocal harmonies, like how do you what was your guys' approach to that as far as being in the studio with the singer? Did you guys have the thinking beforehand about what the harmonies would be around it, or did it kind of organically kind of happen?
It was actually me sitting right here with this very microphone, singing parts over and over and over, and just sort of. The original demo was in a different key. It was in a key that I could sing it in, just so that you guys could hear it. So it was a lot of me just wailing over and over and over to try and fill it out.
It was even to the point where the demos you gave me, like, you have a great singing voice, by the way. And I was like, man, this sounds great as it is, even just with multi-tracked Keith on it, right? And so, of course, we added Davenant Doyle, who did a fantastic job singing on it, and she really made it what it is. But yeah, again, it's one of those interesting things where something starts even in a different key, right? And then it evolves into this other thing, which is the final product. So that's pretty cool.
And it was such a memorable part of that quest, you know, as we were getting ready to release it, we realized when the song was coming together that, okay, we need to tease players that there's a song coming. And I remember you guys made like a standalone loop for the launcher that wasn't the song, but it was your own, you know, like little tease for it. And once we got our hands on that, we started like putting it out to the community. And I think some of them right away started connecting the dots like, this sounds really like custom and like potentially lyrical. What are we working with here? And now, you know, the rest is history and Sleeping in the Cold Below. I think it reached 1 million views on YouTube faster than any video on our channel, wow. I think, or near top. So
it only took like a few days, if I recall correctly, which is crazy.
Yeah, it was really special. So, and you know, I mean, at this point, you know, this was just pure hype for all of us to see the reactions to it. So we're just so grateful that we got to put out a song like that and get another lyrical gem in Warframe's, you know, little playbook there. And of course, everyone wants to know, are we doing a second album for sale? And
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. We've got so much material. I mean, when did we release the first one? It's probably 5 years ago now or something. Eh? So we've got a ton of music that's that we've written since then. You know, Jason Graves, another composer that we work with a lot. He's written a lot of cool music. So yeah, it'd be great to package that all up and do an official release at some time in the future. Yeah, another vinyl would be another double vinyl or something would be super cool.
Much to the surprise of myself and the Warframe community, we have begun releasing Prime trailers again. So this year, Tenno have been greeted by not only an Octavia Prime Access launch trailer, but also a Gara Prime trailer. So that's 2 fully voiced, fully scored, fully sound designed Prime videos. And, you know, what a way to do 2021. And I would like to talk to each of you about bringing these trailers back, because a lot of it, you know, you got to capture the perfect gameplay, get the cinematics in, but the sound and the memorable music and Ballas's voice, it's all back. And why don't you talk to us a little bit about that process? I'll start with, let's just go right to Keith about scoring these videos.
I have to give George the credit for always pushing me to find something that I haven't done before, and that's exciting and scary. But with the 2 trailers that we did recently, I think it's opened things up musically for us. I think it's actually, I think we could do anything, just about anything musically now. Don't you think, George?
I 100% agree. Like, you know, I think when we did the Octavia one, I showed it to some people around the office, and people were like, "Oh, I don't know, the music's really different. Like, is this going to work?" And it's like, yeah, it's going to work because it sounds effing cool, right? Like, it's going to be awesome. And I think that speaks to, you know, again, like we said, I mean, we've worked on Warframe for 7-8 years now. You know, keeping things new and fresh and exciting, right? You know, if you wanted to hear, you know, the first soundtrack again, you could listen to the first soundtrack again. You want to hear something new. And so, again, you know, going to Keith and getting him to write some cool new stuff really worked out well, I think. Yeah, and some cool instrumentation in it, some great, like you mentioned, Rebecca, voice acting from Ballas. The voice actor, Max, does a fantastic job at that. That guy, and here's a little behind the scenes thing is, a lot of our actors we direct, and we'll direct them live, you know, just to make sure that they you know, they get the feel and the vibe of things. But because Max knows Ballas so well now, he we literally email him. I'll email him the lines, and he'll send me 5 or 6 takes, and they're all gold. And it's like, which one do you want to put in? And it's like, I don't know, let's put them in. And he's fantastic at it.
So appropriate that his lines are gold in so many ways due to his Oricon nature. But
Very appropriate. Yes. Yeah. And the sound designers, all of them, fantastic job on putting the sound design together for them, doing the mixes. They usually take a while. They take even though they're like a minute and a half, it's very detailed work. But it's also fun. I don't know. I mean, Eric, how do you feel about working on something linear like a cinematic and a trailer versus working on the game? It's a different experience, right? Like,
absolutely, yeah. Working on a game, you're sort of always creating an audio universe and something that you can live in. Working on a trailer is more like creating a play or something that happens and you get to observe. So it's nice to work on that, and especially working on Prime trailers with such great music and the voice, and it really helps you sort of like lift your sound design to another level, or trying to match it to the vibe that's happening. So it's a really fun experience as a sound designer to work on one of those. I love it.
I love watching them, and every time I see that there's one in progress, a part of my heart just skips a beat because I know the finished product is just going to be absolutely stellar. And I'm so glad that this year we not only got 1 but 2 Prime trailers. And this is the first panel of the day. We will be revealing the next Prime later on in the art panel and the keynote. And I actually don't know, are we working on yet another Prime video, or all things New War?
This is news to me, so we probably will. But yeah, I mean, I think right now it's all things New War. But yeah, we'll carve out some time to work on a Prime trailer, I'm sure. As we always do. Always fun to work on, and they're refreshing in that sense. So yeah, we'll do something.
We also had the opportunity to release Ureli and the first ever in-game comic quest in Warframe in the Sisters of Parvos update. Now, when it comes to doing an in-game comic, you can just take a look and read through it, but you guys made the choice to narrate it entirely in its own narrative style. How did that come about, George?
Yeah, another really interesting thing, right? Like, it's like, who would have thought we would have put a comic in Warframe? But here we have it. Kind of another organic thing that kind of came about of like, hey, let's tell the quest from a comic point of view, and and get Boone to narrate it, and write some custom music for it, and do some custom sound design for it. And Carl, who's one of the sound designers on our team, he did all the sound design for it. So as you're turning the pages, you hear the water sounds for Ureli, and you hear all the background sounds and all that kind of stuff too. So that was super cool to work on as well.
Yeah, and I think, it was such a change of pace from the Sevagoth call, the Tempestari. It was a nice balance of, Ureli, it still hit home. There was a lot of a very poignant ending there, and it was just a really special experience for Warframe players. So sound team brought it all year long, and you're about to bring it even more, because as many players have been waiting for, the New War script is done. And this is literally it right here. And
I hope no one has special vision to
No. We'll blur it too. But this is the New War quest in all its glory. It is the longest quest we've ever written. And like you said at the start, George, you start by reading the quest. So when it comes to sound design, you looked and you were picking out slots of where things are to be, designed from scratch. And from what I hear, we have a very special behind the scenes video made by your team.
Yeah, man. I just want to say, it's in three parts, and it's huge, the quest. So it's super exciting. You guys, when you play it, you're gonna love it. Like, honestly, this is the most ambitious thing we've done. From all departments, visually, audio, animation, the art, everything, super cool. And yeah, all of the sound team has been working super hard. And, I have to mention all of their names. We've got Carl, we've got Willem, we've got Eric, we've got Travis, we've got Jeff, we've got Mark, we've got Jess, we've got Slater, and we've got Jem, fantastic audio programmer. And they really make a lot of the magic happen that you guys hear in the game. It goes beyond who you're seeing on the screen here, that's for sure. So a lot of hard work for all of it.
Well, let's take a look at what they've been up to in this behind the scenes of some of the audio design.
Hello everyone, I'm Carl Mattis, one of the sound designers here at Digital Extremes, and I want to show you a little behind the scenes of what lies behind the sounds of Jareli. As you may know, Jareli is all about water. She's charismatic, she flows through the levels with Merulina, and at the same time she's powerful with her abilities. The big challenge with Jareli was balancing her charisma and power in her sounds. You needed to have a sense of flow and a little bit of magic as she bends water into the enemies. It would have been ideal to have her speak in that kind of anime style, but warframes don't speak, so that was a no-go for me. Instead what I did was capture the frequencies, the resonance shifting frequencies that are typical in anime sounds, and inject them just a little bit into her abilities. Of course there was a lot of water involved. Buckets of water filling in and out, rock splashes, all of the water sounds that I could find. I hope you enjoyed this quick look at Jareli's sounds. Have a fantastic day and keep enjoying TennoCon 2021. Ciao!
Yes, indeed, all departments at Digital Extremes are working on the new war feverishly, and tonight at 10:00 Live, you'll be getting a first look at the start of the new war. This quest has been in the making for a very long time, and you know, with the 2020 COVID lockdown, we kind of took a break from working on it because we couldn't. We needed the mocap studio, but over time, we've gotten ourselves back in shape to get all things new war on track, and we are beyond excited to give you a first look, not only from the sound today, but later tonight during 10:00 Live, a first hands-on look at all things new war. But before we, wrap things up today, there's always something very special that comes with the quests of Warframe, and that's the music that takes us through them. And I think it's going to be hard to talk about this without, getting a little emotional, but when people first played The Second Dream, 6 years ago, we'll say, without too much of a reaction that it's been that long, the music stayed with them forever. And to this day, I still see people talking about your work, Keith. And now that you're here with us today in this sound panel interview, I would kick myself if I didn't ask you about working on the music for the new war. Is this something you've started?
Very much something I've started.
Interesting.
Isn't it, George?
It is very much.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's exciting, and George is ambitious is the right word for it, for sure. Where without giving anything away, it sort of feels to me like a reboot of the music almost. But we're also revisiting some of the themes that players will know from the past.
Did you read the whole quest before you started to try and like figure out the anchors for feels, or were you just like, no, I know what's going to happen before you even got to page 2?
I'm still trying to figure out what I'm doing.
You fit right in here.
We're still in early days, but it's I feel really good about how it's taking shape.
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier too, the script is so huge that I felt bad to say to Keith, here, read. I don't know, it's got to be like 300 pages, right?
Yeah, don't put a number on it, George. You're going to give everyone anxiety. But yeah, it is the longest quest we've ever done. So.
And so it's like, I've given him some videos of stuff and everything, and but yeah, like Keith was saying, a bit of a reboot. There's some new themes that are going to be in this quest musically, which are super exciting, stuff we've never done before. Interesting instrumentation, interesting feel for things to really, like you mentioned, Rebecca, people play the Second Dream, and I have it clear in my mind that people, me watching people on Twitch crying when they were playing some of those moments. And man, that sticks with you. Like 6 years ago, and I still remember people's faces, and we're always trying to go for that. We always want to make people feel attached to this game that they've put so much time and effort into, and they have so much dedication to, that we're constantly trying to make you guys feel an emotional connection with the characters in the game. And Keith has been doing a marvelous job at that. So yeah, it's going to be great.
And
thank you.
I think we're lucky enough here on the sound panel to actually get a first listen to some new war music. So why don't we take a listen now? So what you just heard, you'll actually see in context tonight during Tenno Live, but it's a very special part of any quest is, of course, the kickoff. So did you know what you were dealing with, Keith, when you were scoring that, or did you just have a sense of the tone you wanted things to start off with?
There's some video that George sent, so I do have some inspiration in front of me. I think they're unfinished images at this point. But when you see it, they will be probably very finished looking.
Yeah, and I think just to speak to that music a bit, I think, again, as you guys, if you know the music of Warframe, again, this feels very different, right? This feels like something we haven't really done before in the game. It feels, it's got an edge to it. It's got a moving in a different direction and kind of raises a lot of questions. And when you see the imagery too, there'll be a lot of questions that everyone will have, and I think the music kind of matches that perfectly. So yeah, I'm super excited for it too.
This really does feel like the true kickoff to the new war era for Warframe. This is something that, in reality, we've been working on for years, whether or not we were interrupted by a global pandemic notwithstanding. And I'm really excited that the community gets to see the scope and the details of everything coming for our next cinematic quest chapter. That's what we're going to be building toward as a team. After this point in TennoCon, everything you see and hear and remember will be about the new war, and those memories are only made possible thanks to people like George, Eric, Keith, and all the hard work they do. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Oh, I mean, yeah. No, it's a team effort, right? And I mean, it's again one of those things where even though the people you see on the streams, you see them all the time, there's 300-400 other people who are really making this happen. So yeah, it's a team effort all the way.
It's a real privilege to be working on something so exciting and has such great history at this point. Yeah, it's really an honor.
It is. And I think after reading the script myself, I'm going to sign up for acting lessons. So if anyone has a reference number or two, there's going to be some very tough moments in this many 100-page script. So we'll have to, work and support each other to get it to the finish line and then delight our players with truly the next chapter in Warframe.
Oh, you always sound great though, Rebecca. Like it's always, and we haven't done Lotus in a long time, right? Like how long is it? When was the last?
We did some one-off lines for Orphix Venom, but other than that, I think the last true lines were the Ropalolis in the Jovian Conqueror. That was 2019, and I guess there were some other pieces here and there, but it's definitely been a while. So.
Yep. Well, it's all going to come back full circle.
It is. And this does mean that our sound panel is coming to an end. So as much as we'd like to stay forever, we do need to send you guys to a live panel up next. That's right, live in the studio, we will be bringing you a live developer Q&A with Megan, Pablo, Elise, and Eric. So make sure you get your questions ready and tune in to see what they have to say about all things Warframe. Thank you so much, everyone.
See ya.
Buy my merch while it's hot. I'm desperate to sell all this stuff today. For no particular reason. Don't you know there's a sale going on? And that it's incredible?
Hi Tenno, this is a friendly reminder to make sure your Twitch account is linked to your Warframe account so you can receive Twitch drops while watching TennoCon 2021. To link your Twitch account to your Warframe account, go to warframe.com/user and click the sync link to link. Just make sure you're logged into the Warframe account that you want to receive the drops on. This year, for watching throughout the day, you can get a Grineer Gunblade weapon. During Tenno Live, watch for a free Loki Prime. Enjoy TennoCon 2021.
Alright Tenno, I'm really looking forward to showing you this next clan's landscapes. We are now entering the dojo of PlayStation Clan Blood of the Shadow Dragons. We have arrived at Lake Tranquil, an ideal vacation spot for Tenno everywhere, complete with all the fixins, including a vacation home and a hot tub. Excalibur's never going to want to leave. Let's see what awaits us for our vacation stay. Oh, of course, you gotta have a seat with a view. Fully stocked kitchen, fireplace with their trophy from winning the contest. Upstairs, very cozy sleeping accommodations with a fine television screen. Oh man, this is made for Tenno for sure. And out here, you have to have some fun on the water. Did you come all the way from Fortuna for a little vacation stay? Love it. Oh, you're doing a great job out there. Okay. While we appreciate the incredible detail that went into creating this structure, I'll read for you what Scary Shadows, the clan's lead architect, had to say. I spend most of my time in the dojo with a bit of music, and building rooms from scratch seems like a very relaxing pastime after work and a couple of Warframe missions. My clan is a small bunch of friends and people that reached out during the times I've been featured, which I enjoyed a lot. I'd greet people on the dojo chat and take people on tours and chat for hours. My designs are mainly freestyle. I just start building and see what comes. Love work and style most, but appreciate all factions. Well, those freestyle from scratch landscapes are amazing. Thank you so much for sharing your dojo with us, Blood of the Shadow Dragons. Up next, we have a Spanish Xbox clan called Spectrum. Are any of you fans of the kaiju genre? Isn't this incredible? I want to get a closer look, but I also don't want them to actually attack me. I'm sure they won't. They're decorations, right? I'm just convinced. Look at them. All the work that would have had to go into creating this structure from scratch, just starting with the skybox. It is too cool. And one more room. I think any Ghibli fans might recognize something in the background there. We can get a nice vantage point while I read for you what this clan's lead architect had to say. This is our small contribution to the great community of this game. Recent times have been difficult, but we have spent a pleasant time meeting very good people and having fun. Together, we can carry the weight of the world. Big greetings from Chile. Spectrum, we really appreciate the tour of your clan's hard work. Gracias por compartir tu dojo con nosotros, Clan Spectrum. I'll see all of you with more tours after this panel.
Hi, it's Megan again, and I'm back with another friendly reminder to relink your Twitch account to your Warframe account if you have not done so since the launch of Twitch Drops 2.0 back in February 2021. This is very important for receiving drops as well as giving drops as a streamer. A relink must happen if you have not already done so. Go to warframe.com/user and choose to unlink your account and then relink it. It's simple. Hope you're enjoying the show.
I got deals. Come to my sale, come to my sale. Gotta dump this merch or I go to jail. Just kidding, friend. But seriously, I need to sell this stuff quick.
A warrior's world is one of fire. We long to remember the faces of those we loved. But those faces have now changed. Prepare yourself. The day you had hoped would never come is nigh.
I'm all set. How do I look?
Hello everyone! Welcome to the Developer Q&A, and yes, this segment is live. It's happening right now in real time, which does mean that we can see your Twitch comments as they fly by. A lot of them are about our current server situation. We are aware, we are actively working on it on all platforms, so don't worry, we'll take care of everyone. You'll get your Vastalok drop, you'll get your Loki Prime later on. Don't worry, we're working on it and we will update you when we have more information. So just hang out with us. We're here, we're live, we're sweating under these lights. Pablo is looking beautiful in his 4K camera from home. So we're gonna get into our dev Q&A. I am your host, Megan Everett for today, Senior Community Manager. And joining me today, I have 3 incredible developers working on Warframe. So before we get into your submitted questions, we're gonna go into some introductions. I'm gonna start with Elise.
Hi, I'm a senior animator on Warframe.
Very good. El Pablo.
Hello, I'm Pablo. I'm one of the game designers here at Warframe. And you might know me from the nullifiers, you know? my achievement, my crowning achievement.
Eric.
Hello. I'm looking for the camera. It's right there.
Right in the middle.
Eric Vetter, lead concept artist at Digital Extremes.
Beautiful. All right. We have a lot of submitted questions to go through. There are over 400 submitted questions from you, creators, players, everyone out there. We had to, parse through them and pick out some that we could ask our lovely crew here. So we are going to get straight into it. And our first question is for Eric Vetter. And this comes to us from Dem Thighs, though, on PC.
That name is great.
The name is great. And they would like to know, where do you get inspiration when designing a Warframe? What is the process like?
Well, are we going to show images or not yet?
Dean's got it on standby.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'm using images to help here. So I haven't designed necessarily a Warframe, but I definitely have done some deluxe skins. And so this is one of the first ones I did, or second one, yeah. And this was the Vauban Deluxe. And so trying to find inspiration, we based the name off of the French military engineer, I'm going to brutalize this name, Sébastien Le Prestre de Vauban.
Oh, nailed it.
So anyway, so we took that engineering idea and I was like, I want to do like an old knight armor, like a Final Fantasy style, which I love Final Fantasy, and combine it with like locomotive engines. And as you can see here, we started the process and pulling from like all the reference of the helmets and the armor and stuff. And then from the engine, you can see the chest area there. I wanted to have some kind of like pumping and yeah, just maybe steam coming out like a steam engine. So, and I think Dean is the next image. So as this went on, we start to refine. In the previous image, there was notes up top, so I took that and then I applied to this one here, and start refining some of the images. And this starts to get. If you're wondering where I'm pointing at the image. It's not like. Anyway, so. I started refining this drawing based off of what Raymond and Jeff had said, and fine-tuning it some more. And then I think we go to the boom final, just like that, done. No, it took a little while to finalize it, colors, and then a little bit of the back view there. And yeah, I was really happy how it turned out. And it was modeled by Greg Tjen, I believe. And,
our floof master.
Yeah, and he did a great job. And we went back and forth on some of those little details, and I think it looks great. And after that, usually we package it with like weapons or accessories. So I was like, I want to do an axe, a big, heavy axe that animates and kind of pulls from a lot of the same aesthetic and from the armor itself. So I wanted to have it spin. Now, I think it works like this in game, but anyway, it was really fun to work on this. So, and then the final thing was a dangle for the weapon. And again, I just pulled from all the final art, and our camera is covering the final image, and that's cool, but that's what it looks like. So
it was literally train inspired.
Yeah, basically. And like I said, the Knights, Final Fantasy, stuff like that. So love that
Reb
stuff.
would know that game very well. All right, we're going to move on to another question, and this is for Pablo. This question comes to us from Thunder Jimmy on PC. They said, I love the amazing Warframe designs that Dihi has submitted for this game, including my #1 Excalibur Prime, Time-Bending Protea, and now Magical Girl Yoreli. What is the process like to create a Warframe? Pablo, over to you.
Very interesting. It actually changes quite a bit. It's not always the same thing. For example, the very first frame that I made that I was like my full design was Nidus. And then, like, I remember the very first document I wrote, because I generally like put like a quick blurb of what my ideas are in the Word document, and then I leave it, and then I come back to it like a few days later, and I just like, you know what, I don't like this anymore, or I want to tweak this, and I kind of go back and forth for a while to changing them. But that one, for example, I started from the mechanics. I really wanted the idea of pull things in and then hit them. That was a mechanic I wanted to hit, and I didn't really have a theme at the beginning. So I remember my first document was called Energy Frame, so as generic as you could get. And then eventually it started to evolve, and I started to think about it, and it made a lot of sense with the infestation and stuff. So that one, for example, started from a mechanic. But sometimes we have some amazing, like a repository with a whole bunch of different concepts for potential warframes, just like the look without knowing exactly what they would be. And I remember Haro was there, and I saw him, and I saw the little, the Thurible. And I was like, wow, that's so cool. How can I use a Thurible? And that was more like the art inspiring me to then kind of come up with an idea of a kit to do it. So generally is those the three, like I would say the trifecta of how to start is I have an idea for a mechanic that I want to use, or I got an art that I want, or I have a theme. I'll have like just an idea of like a theme for a Warframe that I want to make, and then one of those three will kind of get me started, and then kind of my job is connecting to the other 2 points. It's kind of making that little, I guess, like a pyramid of the triangle of design.
Hey, triangle is the strongest shape. And as you can see, we're all about triangles. Dean knows a triangle very well. And so does our design process. So thank you, Pablo. Our next question is actually for everyone. This comes to us from Soda Papinski on PlayStation, and they've asked, what idea or concept for a Warframe did you reject at some point and why? So obviously we have, we've got game design, animation, art here. So we're gonna start with Eric and your take on this question.
So yes, the only thing I can really talk about when it comes to this for Warframe again is the deluxe skin I worked on, specifically Equinox. And I had some wild ideas that Ray and Jeff had to like kind of rein me in, because so I started with these like, the idea was like a devil ninja for the night version, and then an angel samurai for the day version. So I started kind of with these like wild ninja designs, and I was loving this. I think it's all cool stuff. But as we moved on to the next one, which is the samurai, like these are two models they got to build, and then they get combined. So it was quite a lot of ideas, which I like to start with, just wild stuff. And I love samurais and ninjas. I play those in Final Fantasy, so.
Oh my God.
Yeah, anyway, so as you can see here, it went through a lot of different changes and ideas.
Gosh.
I was like, oh, okay, I tried like 3 different helmets on each of these different designs, and the bottom left started to kind of scale it back a little bit so you can actually build it and make sense of it. And the next image, I was like, trying to throw like all kinds of different materials in and all these things, and that's just not possible.
It's very complex what's happening here.
I was dreaming big, and Jeff and Ray are probably like, what's this guy's deal? But anyway, I was really excited about working on it, so I went through a ton of different ideas here and kind of ended up on this here. And then there's an appropriate weapons that came with it, the day and the night side. So yeah, and then the final one's in game. I didn't post the actual image, but yeah, so that's kind of one of the. I had a lot of rejections on that image, so on this idea.
Hey, more
but it's a lot of
ideas
fun
better.
too. So.
Like,
yeah,
imagine if you only had one idea, and you're like, I don't have any other ones. It's
You're
just
fired.
this one. Yeah.
So.
All right, we'll go to Pablo on that question in terms of concept for Warframe and the rejection aspect of it?
So basically, like how we kind of decide like the warframes we want to do is essentially that whoever is going to sort of lead the warframe decides what they want to do, and there's not a lot of roadblocks along the way. But I do have like, so I have like a little folder with, I don't know, 10, 12 different warframe designs that I made through the years. And I'm just kind of sitting there. Some is not they're rejected, but some I'm sort of postponing. Maybe I'll make them someday. Maybe I won't. It's kind of hard to tell. And so, you know, in case I make them, I don't want to tell you what they are. There is one that I can tell you because I'm like 99.75% sure I'll never make it. I have one for based on the fates. I think they're called the Moirai or something like that. I'm probably mispronouncing it, but they're like a Greek myth of the fates that tread like the thread of life. So there's like three sisters. One of them treads the thread, the other measures the thread, and the last one cuts the thread. And the idea was that it would be like you would play as all three of them, and you could switch which one you control. They would have like different sort of attributes, and then basically the other two would become AI. But I don't think I'll ever make it because now, when I wrote that was so long ago. Now that it's so hard to really have like cohesion with AI at the speed and the speed that we move, that it just doesn't. I just don't think I could get it to ever feel the way I want it to feel, because if they're the three sisters and they're like supposed to be sort of intertwined, I kind of would like them to feel like a cohesive unit, which is kind of impossible when you're just flying all over the place. So that one I definitely won't do. So there you go. That's a dead warframe that shall never exist.
But what you're saying is you have enough ideas for like a year of Pablo warframes, is what you're saying.
So I have all of those, and then I have a document that's just like little, like almost like Twitter snippets of like, oh, this is kind of cool, and they're just whatever ideas, and it's just pages and pages of random thoughts. So you know, there's always something.
2022, year of the Pablo warframes. I'm into it.
Pablo frame.
I can't read that. Sorry? Oh, another reminder, hot off the press from Miss Rebecca Ford. We are continuing to work on the servers. Obviously, this is a live segment, meaning we can see chat. It's flying by about our servers. We are still actively working on it. Obviously, we appreciate everyone being excited. They want to log in. They want to get their drops. We'll have it all taken care of. We are still working on the servers. Hang tight. Hang out. Let's continue our live developer Q&A. We're actually going to go to a video question for Miss Elise, and this is from Jamie Voiceover. So let's play that.
Hi, I'm Jamie Voiceover, and my question is for Elise. So on your Twitter feed, you've posted different works in progress and different references for your animations. I would like to know, how do you make or find these references, and how do you actually end up applying them to the final product? Thanks.
Well, that is actually a brilliant question, because a lot of people think that getting in the industry as an animator is a lot about being a good animator, which obviously that helps. But when you're in games, I find that a lot of it is also coming up with really good ideas, and it's taken a while to kind of find the best way to not only create good animations, but create things that are different and unique and interesting, and finding ways to pull those in. So I'm terrible at drawing, so I play to my strengths, which is generally I'll kind of start with like a brainstorm. I'll look through the documentation or ask Jeff what the kind of core of the character is about, and then I'll use that to think of things adjacent to that I could actually pull from as kind of motion reference. So for example, with Harlequin, with the deluxe for Mirage, we're calling her Harlequin, it was like, okay, what kind of sources could I look at? I could do like juggling, performance, magic, ballet, anything. I wanted it to be kind of like sophisticated but entertainer based. And then so when I kind of have that, I can kind of start looking at different YouTube videos of people doing those activities, and either I will find something I really like of someone professional doing something I couldn't do. Like, fortunately guys, I have to spoil it, the magic trick. I don't know how to do magic tricks. That's Paul's. One of my skills is, you know, I can find some reference to someone else doing something really cool, and I can use that to make something look really cool. So one of my options is to find someone else doing something cool and use that to make something cool. Or another thing I'll do is just find a bunch of cool poses and reference images, and then I'll just stick a camera on and run through a bunch of different things, returning to pose each time, and usually if I just keep going through certain things, some magic will happen, and it's being a good animator is building on that skill building, that idea building process of being able to move your body enough times that you find some magic in there somewhere and identifying it. So for Harlequin, I think most of it was found footage with some of my own stuff. For Wisp, I didn't actually do any reference for. That was mostly done where I just took the character and I think I just spent a day trying to block out as many animations as possible. So I would just do like 6 poses maybe, and I would try and just churn out as many of those as possible with different ideas, and then I just chose the best ones.
Process of elimination.
Yeah, it's definitely a skill. It takes time, but like if you practice it like anything, you can get good at it. And everyone has their own ways of finding inspiration, and I'm sure, Eric, you have tons of ways that you find
not inspiringly.
But I generally find I get my best work from throwing a camera at myself with some very clear idea in mind of what I'm trying to aim for, and something will come up.
Magic.
With cinematics, it's a little bit different because I'm not kind of trying to hit so many like specific poses and attitudes. It's more about figuring out who they are as a person and their character and what their emotional state is, and then I try and get into that emotional state and run through the beats, and then again it's just me in front of a camera going through those beats, and then I play it back and I go through and I delete the worst ones until I'm left with the best one, and if that has some magic in it that makes me excited to work on it, then that's when I press ahead.
Oh, I love that. Speaking of creative processes, our next question for everyone is from Yayuri on PC, and they've asked, what is the creative process from draft to final when creating the story quest for Warframe? What are you looking for when creating a new quest? So from the angle of a new quest, we're going to go to Eric first.
So, yeah, we're not too involved in some of the story quests as far as like the story design and stuff, but like I think for when we get new ideas and new quest ideas coming in, like say the last year the Deimos stuff was awesome, and I think what we usually do, our process is kind of like we get all the information we can out of these guys, and then we start collecting reference and piling that together, and then start creating like some high-level paintings to put under their noses and see if this is going to follow along with what they're saying. So that's kind of where we start, and then it just grows from there. And it can change. It can completely be discarded. So, but yeah, that's as much as far as I get in, as far as getting involved with that stuff. But so yeah.
And Lise, you kind of mentioned mocap in terms of quests.
Right. So with the quests, generally Jeff will give me a scene that's got some like basic idols or mocap already in it, and then he's put it in the scene with a rough camera, so I vaguely know kind of what he's aiming for, and then usually he'll talk me through, okay, he's happy here, and then he's surprised, and then he's going to do this, and then this moment you need to really sell, and then I'll kind of go cool, and I will go away and get in the emotions and acting and go to my Zen place and film a bunch of takes, and then do the first block out, and then Jeff will kind of guide me towards meeting my animation and his direction, and then it just kind of gets edited towards what the goal is.
Final product.
Yeah.
Same with our artwork. It goes through Jeff and
the taste master Jeff.
Creative process is a lot about someone having a clear vision, and then everyone else just kind of editing until we find something that works for everyone.
And in terms of game design, Mr. Pablo, do you have any creative processes from?
I don't get involved a lot with quests. I mean, every now and then I'll have conversations with like Steve when we're starting to like choose where it's gonna go, and he's trying to find like the true line of the quest, like what is it that the quest is sort of about, and then he'll generally ask me like about ideas of how do we make this without actually having to make like a whole new system and stuff like that, and then we end up making one like Urali where it did require a whole new system and a whole bunch of things, but that's kind of our style and our ambition that we just it's hard to resist the pull of keeping adding things. So my involvement is literally just on those is more like every now and then I'll chirp in a few ideas. I'll give some comments, and that's as far as I get on Quest. Fortunately, we have some very, very talented people to handle those, and they're amazing.
They are. And we have a little similar question. This one is for Eric specifically. This is from Kuragi_Kureda on PlayStation. They've asked, approximately how many drafts does it take before finally getting something that you're satisfied with?
Well, you saw my Equinox adventure, so that took quite a long time. It really depends on if you get that first kind of idea figured out, like roughed in, and they're kind of happy with it. It's funny, like it can. The Equinox is a great example of like I was over here and they were over here going no, come over here. So but other times you start right there with them and it goes much quicker. So there is no actual like time that you can lock it down in, but yeah, it's all fun. I still love it.
So whatever Jeff's attitude
whatever
is that
Jeff
day.
feels like, maybe he didn't work out as much, or his protein shakes haven't kicked in, or something. So
the worst days.
Catch him in the morning.
Yeah.
Not a morning person.
After his
that
oatmeal,
Jeff.
it's nicer to talk to.
His protein oatmeal.
Yeah.
They say that art is never finished, but only abandoned, and I think it's very, very true for this. Like it's the sort of thing that I think whenever like we're making anything, any system, any warframe, any whatever, if we had 3 more months to make it, we just eat those 3 more months iterating and trying to make it better. So that's just kind of the nature of trying to make something cool.
Yeah.
An infinite number of drafts.
It never ends.
Elise, I'd love to open this question up to you if you have any draft take on animations.
Usually it goes fairly smoothly. Usually Jeff's very direct about what he wants, and then that usually we're not too far off. All animators seem to generally be on the same pace, and it really helps as well that Jeff's obviously an animator, and so we all kind of speak the same language, which is just nuts. It's like, oh, it's got to go bang and then flex and then whoa, and you're like, oh yeah, I got it, 100%. I'll go get that started right now. And but we get weekly reviews where we kind of show what we're working on, and he can kind of guide us along the way. So generally, it doesn't happen that anyone's too far off the mark, and if it is, it's usually not a huge crazy fix. So we're pretty lucky in that way.
Always going back to that Jeff guy. All right, we're going to go to our next question. This is a question for everyone. This is from Hoover on PC, and they want to know what keeps you going through creative blocks or burnouts. We'll start with Eric.
Beer. No.
But yes.
A little
but
bit.
No.
Or a lot of bit. This happens quite often, I think, to everybody.
Oh, absolutely.
And I think for me, I just try to rethink the approach and try to think of something completely different to jog the ideas loose kind of thing. Or I'll take downtime, walk away, or play other games. So I won't say the other game I like to play. So.
I think I know.
But yeah, that's kind of how I get through it. Or get a lot of reference, look at, old magazines of like fantasy art, sci-fi art and stuff.
Nerd.
So yeah, total nerd stuff.
Total nerd.
Watch some animes.
Ooh.
So
I can get down with that.
Yeah. So that's it, and then you solve it. It's done.
Just
you
like that.
get right out of it. Yep, no problem.
Amazing.
It's not true.
All right, we'll go to Elise for creative blocks.
So early on in my career, I figured whenever I was struggling for inspiration or I couldn't get something done, I just had to kind of work through it and push. And then eventually it would get to the point I would just feel awful and get sick and have to take days off and just like fall over completely. And I was like, okay, this strategy is not
Maybe not.
working. And then over time I've realized that I see it more like a well with like one side that fills up and one side that goes out. And if I open the dam too much and all the water pours out, I'm like, oh god, I've got no water left. And I don't really have like a fast track to filling it back up except for to just pull back, try not to think about stuff after work, try not work late, try not to work weekends, and just try and like chill out basically and have some fun
Recharge.
in life and recharge. I think that I used to try and find there's the one solution. I'm gonna eat healthier, I'm gonna go on a run, I'm gonna do all this stuff, but like really you can't rush. When you're burnt out, you're just in this fog and it feels terrible, and I've realized that I do much better trying not to open the floodgates and then trying to pour things back in as quickly as possible, and to just try and be like, oh, I'm starting to not feel good. I need to pull back before it gets to the burnout point. And obviously that's not always something you can do if there's a big deadline, and I 100% get it, and I think everyone who's in a creative space goes through this at some point, and even probably not creative spaces, you just hit a wall.
Yeah.
And I haven't found a solution to that wall except for to just be like, oh God, there's the wall. I'll stop running right
I
at
acknowledge
it.
the wall.
And then at least when the wall hits, maybe it's small enough I can jump over it, and it's like, instead of like a
face plant.
Yeah.
Mr. Pablo, creative blocks and burnouts.
So for me, it's a little different just because I have a lot of work, I have a lot of jobs. And so, if I'm blocked on a warframe, I just leave it and move on to working on some system stuff. If that's blocked, then I can go and do some UI stuff or do some management stuff. Like this, there's literally I just can kind of jump around until I'm like, okay, well, things kind of get done. Also, my brain is pretty good at boomeranging. If I'm stuck in something, I'll go and do something else, and all of a sudden my brain will be like, hey, I got that solution you needed earlier. And I go, cool. And that's kind of how it works for me. So
To each their own. We love it. All right, we're going to go into a fun and classic question. This is from Dirac Hasaki on Nintendo Switch. The classic question of what is your favorite Warframe? I'm going to start with Pablo.
I always feel guilty answering one of the Warframe side design because just that's kind of a bit egotistic. So I go right in the middle. I choose Nesha because I reworked Nesha, but it was already made before me. So Nesha is my choice.
Love it. Elise. I know what you're going to say, so just say it.
It's Wiz, which seems very selfish, but I actually kind of like the damage and support role, so I love all that. And so it is a bit big-headed, but I love playing Wiz. But I also do play Frost Prime a lot.
Oh, a classic.
Yeah, the whole defense bubble thing, because I'm terrible at most Warframe things, so I'm like, hey, I got a bubble.
Yeah, I can survive. I'm good.
Don't yell at me. Bubble.
Eric Vedder.
Garuda.
Oh, Blood Girl.
I love the blood stuff. So,
great choices all around. Great.
Yeah. We'll make a good team.
Speaking of finding the one move where you're just siphoning all the blood to stay alive, I'm like, I need that.
Yeah.
I'm not good at the game. So.
Yeah. It's
collecting all these enemies and just being like, look at all this blood. It's
you're playing against people with
awesome.
2,000 hours or more, and you're like, I don't have time for that. Bubble.
But I've got a bubble.
I got a bubble.
I'll keep
I can do
everyone
the
alive.
bubble thing.
Plus, it's just so cool. It's one of my favorite Prex cards that I did.
Oh, flexing your Prex card art. Very good.
But I love that character. So
very good. All right, we're going to move on to a video question for Pablo. This comes to us from Lifewater. So let's play the video.
Hello everyone, Lifewater here. My question is for Pablo and the dev team. There have been a lot of great reworks in the past, notable ones being ones such as Zephyr, Ember, Vauban, and Nezha. Is there a plan to continue to rework some of the older frames who have become a bit outdated and outclassed by the newer ones?
Okay. Well, first of all, I take offense that Wukong wasn't mentioned, but I'll let it go. We don't currently have any plans for reworks. Reworks are kind of like a complicated thing sometimes. So, for example, you mentioned Nesha. I remember when I did that one, I checked the usage of Nesha a month before the thing, and then 3 months after the thing, and it changed, but it was So if I go right now and I do a rework on, let's say, Ash, for example, honestly, it's unlikely the usage is going to change a lot unless in the process of reworking him, I break him and make him godlike, which obviously not something that I want to do. So generally, you gotta the way I think about it is when you're doing something, you're also not doing something else. So that's kind of the balance that we have to think. So even though I do think going back and touching some of those older Warframes would make the game better, at the same time, that means that if we're working on that, we're not working on new stuff. So it's a hard balance there. Sometimes I do feel like it's important, we did with Zephyr, for example. We'll see in the future, but at this time, we have no current plans for any other ones.
All right, you heard it first from Pablo at home. All right, we're moving on to a question for Elise. This comes to us from Red Gamer Tiger 4 on Xbox.
and they'd like to know, what is your favorite animation to make for Warframe, and why is it your favorite to create? Elise.
So, it's not out yet,
Oh.
technically, but I have got an update on my newest favorite animation, but it's not. It's coming up later today, so I
Really
can't
cool.
ruin anything. But unfortunately, I'm going to sound like a broken record because the thing is with getting a Warframe that floats is you just have like endless possibilities.
Oh, God, yeah.
So my favorite one was this one for Wisp where she gets to duplicate herself and fly around herself.
And it looks so good on every single Warframe. Like
you.
you cannot go wrong with this one. I love
I
it.
remember like pitching this and everyone was like, how are we gonna get this to work? And I was like, I don't know, I made it look cool.
Yeah.
Figured out.
You figured out, I made
and
it.
they did, and it looks amazing. So
Mhm.
that was my favorite.
Cool.
And why was the question, why was it
And why is
cool?
it your favorite?
Why is
Yeah.
my favorite? I think I've said before, like I love working on anything that's very elegant and flowy. And she's got no feet, so I like it, so I can make her fly and do all kinds of crazy stuff. So the whole set for her was just a joy to work on because there was no holds barred, and also I didn't have to worry about it conflicting with anything else because the only one I had to worry about was Titania, and I knew I wanted to do something very different. So I just got to have a lot of fun with it. It all just came very easily to me because there's a lot of me in those animations, and it was just fun and easy, and
it's so good. Like
Thank you.
I cannot preach enough how amazing that animation is. We're going to move on to a video question for Elise again, and this comes to us from Kirahim, and let's play the video.
Hi, I'm Kirahime, and I was wondering what the design process was like for a Warframe such as Wisp, and if you would ever do a making of series where we could see the concept art all the way to the final product.
yeah, I mean, up for whatever you guys want me to do.
What do you want? What do you want?
What was the design process like? What was
Design
the-
process for Wisp.
Right. I think I've kind of said this already, but so when I got the concept for Wisp, I knew I didn't want to do Titania because we already had her as the floating babe. So my kind of keywords I drew from her concept art were elegant, cheeky, and like ethereal. I kind of wanted it to, flow and be kind of mysterious. So I looked at smoke and how it moved, and it sounds silly. You can draw inspiration from anywhere, but I thought smoke moved in this really cool way, and I thought if I could somehow emulate that kind of ethereal nature, that would be really cool, and also have her be a little bit like cheeky and cute. And that's kind of where I built that from, and the rest was mostly just thinking of interesting things to do and trying poses out and then building off of that. And I just kind of threw a lot of things at the wall and chose the best ones. Yeah.
The design process.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to a question for Mr. Eric Vetter. This is from Mia Mooley on PC, and they are asking, I wonder what elements DE was inspired by when designing the Sentient.
So I can only really speak to the environment side of things, and the Sentient have gone through a ton of iteration.
I thought you were going to say a tough time, and I'm like, oh yeah,
Oh,
that
well,
too.
I mean that too, right? But yeah, like I think everyone on the team has touched it throughout the years. So I think I got some art there that so this is kind of the first stuff that I was playing with. And I was kind of like, when talking about elements, I was thinking about like some kind of claustrophobic environment, like what it'd be like to be inside of a body, like running through the organs and stuff, and like all the other areas would be dark off into no man's land because that's kind of scary and creepy. So you feel the pressure of the claustrophobia and then the darkness in the corners and stuff. So I played with, and even like one of them I've turned on its side there, and so this is some of the more different explorations, but a lot of similar feels. Tried to pull some of the elements from the actual sentient characters and include it into the background. Again, just playing ideas to get their attention. So this final one is more of where it is currently, and a lot of this was handled mostly by like Marco, Mike, Craig, and Rosa. They from the concept side of things, they really took it and shaped it to this look, and I just kind of pulled from what they were doing to explore this final image. So I really think the sentient stuff we ended up with is amazing. So I'm really stoked where it got to. But man, it went through a lot of revisions. So.
And
yeah.
we'll see more about said sentience later on in the day. We're going to move on to a question for everyone. This is from Hooded Link 55 on PC. They've asked, what is your motivation behind making unique characters like the Entrati? We're going to start with Elise from a more animation perspective.
So I have to give credit where credit is due to Daryl Key, who did the vast majority of the Entrati family. I just did the father and like one animation for the mother, which I had to revise because it didn't look great because it was a yawn, and I yawn like this.
Oh, the yawn! Yeah.
Oh my god! Yeah, so I didn't realize that I'd been yawning wrong my whole. Everyone's like, no one yawns like that, and I was like, oh god, I yawn like that.
But
I should yawn like this next time. So. Yeah, they're like, where did they find this reference? I was like, that was me yawning, oh God. But my inspiration for the dad, I mean, they usually, we have a brief of what the core values of the each character has, and then I just build a picture in my head of what they're gonna sit and stand like and how I can connote that, and I just kind of try and get in the body of, what I usually try and pick like maybe 3 keywords of something I'm trying to connect with. And it's been a really long time, so I'm not sure what it was for the father, but I think it was about him being, he's not really the head of the family anymore, so he kind of feels like he needs to fill up a bit more space and look a bit more important than he actually is. So I had this very like, I'm really great, but he's not really that great kind of thing, and he's kind of falling apart and he's a bit achy.
Oh, that animation? It gets me every time.
That was really fun because he's got this like really mangled shoulder, so I got to really get in there. And then it was kind of, you just get in that headspace and have these kind of key things that you're aiming for, and run the camera, do a bunch of stuff for a couple minutes or longer, and then usually magic hits and you just go, I can do something with that, and then I drag that in and figure it out.
Love it.
Cool.
We'll go to Pablo. Any game design takes on the Entrati family?
Well, I think the question was more like, what inspired us to make us like different characters like that, and I think the drive in general is just to try and make something that kind of feels unique and stands on its own, and then when you see it, you're like, wow, that's really cool. Like like the Fortuna people, like all the Solaris or the band kits or stuff, that kind of gives you the sense of a culture, the sense of an economy. Like there's like a sort of like a living arrangement that's a world going on even without the player. Even if you think of something like the Mycona. From certain quests, I probably shouldn't start spoiling quests at random, but even they have like their own culture and stuff like that. And it's kind of similar to like if you think about like a series like Star Trek or something like that, where they would just land on a random planet and they would kind of discover this different culture and stuff like that, and these different types of people and how they work. I think it's kind of it's more interesting if the aliens do feel alien, but also have some sort of thing that you can relate to, like in the case of the family, family grievances. We all know family grievances, even if we don't live in an infested flower. So I think that's kind of the drive that we have to make those sorts of stories.
Amazing. And I know Entrati wasn't your realm.
No.
You said no, thank you.
No, I said so. No, I wasn't involved in any of that. So just the environment stuff.
Just the environment. Working on other things.
Other things.
All right, we're going to go to a Pablo question. This is from Ira Ryu. And they've asked, what was the inspiration behind making the game based on tile sets? So we are going back, way back to OG Warframe. Pablo, what do you got?
Back in the day. There's I mean, I don't know how that this gets addressed directly, but there's a documentary by NoClip about the creation of Warframe, and you'll see on some of the discussions that are done during that part, essentially everyone was telling us what you're trying to do will never work. It's impossible. You're never going to be able to keep up because it's just that the quality of the content that you're trying to make cannot be made at a pace that will be enough to satisfy customers basically in a free-to-play game. Basically, everyone was saying like it cannot be done. So the big impulse behind something like Thousands was exactly that, right? Trying to make it so that by having the Thousands, which are like manually crafted and they're like made by artists, but then they connect in different ways, that gives you enough variety so it doesn't get stale. So it kind of like it reuses the same content and it just makes it a little bigger, so that whenever you make some tiles, it all sort of kind of grows and it doesn't get as hard to maintain. Because obviously we're looking a lot at like, okay, everyone says we're never going to be able to make all this content, so how can we make it a little easier on us? So that's the drive for where that started.
We went from 1 tile set to 3 open zones now, so you could say we've grown a little bit in our 8 years. Our next question is for everyone, but I'm actually going to point it at Elise. This is from Good Guy 68, and they're asking, what is the main inspiration behind the Sisters Hounds in-game, real world, etc.?
So this is a cool story. So I saw that I had to do some dog animations, and we have a couple different modules. So I had to make some different personality animations for each of them. And I, did my thing. Was like, okay, I'll go look for some dog reference, and couldn't really find anything that I was looking for as distinct. And I thought, well, we have like a pets channel at work. I wonder if anyone just has got a bunch of recordings of their pets doing cool stuff that they could share with me, and then I could get our animals in the game. And of course I was flooded with tons and tons of videos, which was brilliant. And so I think the main ones I used were, Dean's French Bulldog Piker had some really great ones, and Fernanda and Cassandra. Those were the main ones I used. It's quite hard to know what you need as an animator from someone else's perspective. It's like, okay, it needs to go back to idle, not move too much, or not move too little, but be something unique, but it's not got eyes or nose or teeth, or, so you're looking for something very specific. So a lot of them didn't work, unfortunately, but quite a few of them made it in the game. And I think it's really cool whenever possible to get, our team and our stuff in the game and be like, hey, that's a part of us. So most of the animations on the module set are from D-Staff Pets, which is really cool.
I love that.
Yeah.
It's so cute. I was going to send you a video of my dog, but all he did at that point was chew things, so I figured that wasn't very helpful, so didn't give you a video, but love that. All right, we're going to go to a question for Pablo. This is from Bloob Bunny on PC. And they have said, this is the first time I ever saw the Dog Days event, and my first thought was, do they have pool noodles as weapons? Do you think you might make pool noodle melee skins in the future? Pablo, you had a hot fire answer for this. I need to know.
So initially I didn't really have a thought on this, because I was like, okay, that's kind of cool. But then for some reason I started thinking, it'd be kind of cool if you could have like a pool noodle, and then the enemies toss at you like water balloons, and if you timed it right, you could bounce them back at them. And I thought it would be like not the same game, but like a separate like mode of the game where you could do that alternate sort of gameplay. I don't know. I like the idea of the timing of batting a water balloon with a pool noodle. I don't know if it would work. Sounds fun.
I'm already like trying to imagine what the actual sound of that would be like a foam pool noodle hitting a water balloon. I like it.
I think it's cool.
Speaking of you thinking it's cool, what do you think?
Well, I think it would be awesome, and I don't see why we can't have themed pool noodles like Grenier and Infested. It'd be dope.
How would you animate a pool noodle?
I don't think we would animate it. I think that the tech team's going to kill me here, but I think that the smartest way to do it would probably be to reuse existing two-handed idols and make it a weapon that has some physics to it, so you could whack something and it go I think that would probably be the best way of doing it.
Well, we're going to send Jeff a message after this, because everyone here has confirmed that pool noodles...
Don't kill me, Chris.
No one will be harmed except for Jeff's taste. All right, we're going to move into a more technical question for Elise. This is from Dynamex4 on PC. Their question is, with traditional animation, cartoons, anime, 3D animation, etc., people usually animate per frame. How does that translate in a video game where I'm able to play at 30 FPS or 144 FPS at the push of a button?
Okay, so here I go making a fool of myself. I'm not a very technical person, but I should be able to explain this. So we animate in 30 frames a second and then export it at 30 frames a second. So my understanding is that we are presenting 30 frames, like a snapshot of a pose on each frame for each second 30 times and giving that to the computer. If you then play it at 144 frames per second, the computer interpolates smoother between each point of data. So it looks like it's going smoother, but it's really the same data. So we usually use 30 for gameplay, which works great for gameplay reasons because we can't go too high with data, otherwise you're going to have performance issues. But with cinematics, I generally think we do 60, just because you have more data points, so it helps obviously smooth things out. But the smoothing factor is done by the computer, not by data, which makes it look like it's smoother, but it's the computer is taking on more of the workload, so it's less expensive.
And you said you weren't a technical person.
Well, I hope I got that right, because if not, I think I get revoked in the animation community. Someone's going to be like, actually, that's not how it works at all. You're an idiot.
It works. That's how it works for us.
That's how it sounds like it works.
Sounds that way.
So we'll go with that until someone tells me otherwise.
All right, our next question is for Pablo. This is a question from Shinivicus on PlayStation. A lot of devs say doors can be the trickiest thing to design and program. Is that the case for Warframe? If not, what is your game's version of a door?
Doors. We did have, for example, doors. Obviously, doors work pretty well in Warframe, but we did have a problem with, well, not a problem. It was the way they were set up. For clients, sometimes you would be like running really fast, and if you had lag, you would just slap your face against the door. And we changed that just like maybe like 2 years ago, something like that. I think is when we changed them to be authoritative on the client side, so that if the client got close, it opened even if they had a lot of lag to the server. So there are issues like that, but we've improved them over the years. If I had to think of one that's like like the vein of our existence, I almost feel bad saying this one because it's so fresh. But finishers have been finishers are the doors of Warframe. No, that doesn't make sense. Finishers have been pretty rough. Like it's very easy to get into issues. Even like I remember back when Ash originally came. Was this Ash? Yeah, I think Ash had this problem at the very beginning where you would teleport to an enemy to do the finisher, and then you would be like a little below the ground, so you would start falling to the world. Things like that have been happening since forever. And every time we fix one and we're like, yes, we're done, then another one crops up, and it's kind of been like that. Actually, very recently, we fixed, well, I say we, the Royal we have a fantastic team. They did like a very, very long digging and, into because obviously in a game this big, the code keeps growing and growing and growing. So they dug through all the spaghetti and they found some of the issues, and they resolved them very recently. So and I've said this before, but now I actually believe that maybe finally we're there.
You're going to jinx it, Pablo. How could you? All right, we have another question for Pablo. It's a video question by Rebel Dusty Pinky. So let's play it.
Hello, my name is Rebel Dusty Pinky. I'm a Warframe creator and avid Warframe player. I want to know more about Scarlet Spear. Scarlet Spear was my favorite event that ever came out so far on Warframe, and I loved the mechanics. I loved working with other teams to complete an objective, and I want to know if there's going to be another event that is going to be like that. So for anybody that can answer that, I would love to know if this event's going to come back, or if those mechanics are going to be implemented into something else. Thank you.
So you say you loved that event. We loved it too once it was working, but the process to get it there, that was a hard one. So yeah, essentially it's more like that. We do obviously want to bring it back because we thought it was great. It's just more that we we don't want to go through the 2 months we went there, like before and after release. That period was brutal, and we don't want to repeat that. So even though a lot of the things we did and fixed at the time would be like applied now, it's not as easy as just turn it on and it works. We definitely would have to do some again, a lot of load testing and stuff like that, and try and figure out just to make sure it doesn't destroy our lives for a month. So we definitely want to bring it back. It's definitely something that's a priority for us. Well, it's definitely something we want to do. I shouldn't say priority, because you'll find out the priority later today. But it is something we want to do.
Awesome. All right, another question for Pablo. These are the more technical questions for designing. It's from Equi111 on PC. Their question is, are there any plans to rework certain types of missions, namely defense and mobile defense, to be less stay and put and more challenging or interesting? Pablo?
I don't. So in general, my tendency is to say there's not a lot of gain from reworking some of those. A basic mission, even if it's something that doesn't require you to be paying attention to a lot of objectives, it's actually very good because it kind of changes the pacing. If you're doing a defense, there's not that much to be worrying about versus if you're doing a disruption, right? So it's good that different missions will require different amounts of attention. It's also very good when you're starting on the game so that you're not like fully overwhelmed, because at that point you're also kind of overwhelmed by so many other things. So I think as a designer, it's much better to think like, okay, let's create the new, I don't know, nuclear defense, or something like make a new game mode that is more elaborate. That's more interesting to me than going and changing the old one, because that's the design part. Then there's also the live service game part, which is if I go and change the defense into something more complicated, a lot of people are going to be angry. A lot of people are going to be happy, a lot of people are going to be angry, some people are not going to care. So why go into the whole getting people angry? Better to make a new one, and it's like, hey, we have new stuff, versus, hey, we took away that other thing you liked, and now we changed it to this other thing, right? So I think it works better to just basically keep adding on top, which, if you look at the history of Warframe, is very much kind of our policy.
We love it. All right, we have 5 minutes left in our Q&A segment, so I'm going to try and fly through these as quick as possible.
Quick answer mode.
But first we're going to do a video question for Pablo. This one is from TVG Karoo. Let's play it.
It's a natural part of any creative process, especially ones that's been going on for years and years. So my question is, would you ever consider retconning any in-game features to try a fresh new approach?
Yeah, I mean, we've done several 2.0s and things like that. It definitely depends on the feature, right? Like for us, like high priority comes from like we call it preserving your investment, right? Like any time that you spent in the game earning a mod or doing something, we want to make sure that you never feel like you're going to lose it, right? So that's kind of our priority. So if we decide to rework, for example, if we decide to rework modding, it would be kind of a nightmare, right? Because we'd have to now figure out, okay, well, there's like, I don't even know how many we have right now, like 1,600, 2,000, I don't even know how many mods we have. But if we had to redo them, then we have to look at, okay, what does every player have? What happens if we remove this mod that maybe some people don't even care that much about? But, if we remove it, we got to compensate that. It's like it's very touchy there. So you got to make sure that if we're doing it, it is for a very good reason. So would we ever consider it? Absolutely. We've done it a bunch of times, but it is something to be taken with caution.
Very much caution. All right, we're going to go to a question for Elise. This is from Otark _Kyrie on PC. Sorry, I butcher everything. They've asked, what would be your personal top 3 antiquated design? Is that how you say that? I think so. Perfect. Or mechanics in your respective departments that need some love?
Well, I'm not going to go over 3 because that sounds like it's going to take a lot of time. But one of the things I had a lot of fun with and thought made a great improvement to the game was adding the flying set for Wisp. And I think it would be really cool to have a couple of move sets we could do, like a normal, a heavy, and a light, so that when you're playing, and we could tie those to specific warframes. So like you'd have like Grendel and Rhino could have a heavier walk and a run, and if you're playing like Volt or someone, then he would have a lighter default walk and a run. And unfortunately, that's a lot of extra animation, a lot of extra performance and code and stuff. So I don't know if it's even feasible, but I think that would be really cool.
I agree. I'm on board. We have a question for everyone. This is from Elmet Neuter on PC. They've asked, can we gather the power of this live panel under the expertise of Elise to produce a motorbike type of vehicle for our warframes? K-drives are cool, but a K-racer would be even cooler. Eric, what do you think?
Yes. Motorbikes would be amazing, I think. From like a big cruiser like a Harley Fat Boy or to like these insane sport bikes. I'm like a Grenier bike or like an Oracle speed bike. That'd be dope. Totally should do that.
Elise,
so
thoughts?
My favorite part of Cyberpunk was riding around on a motorbike. The mechanics in that were beautiful. If we could get anything close to that, I would be down, and I am also available for shooting the reference for that.
I'm also available for the concept of that too.
Okay.
And the animations.
Okay. Pablo, game design, motorbike.
I mean, what I would add for sure is Devil May Cry 5. You're riding your bike, you jump off, and then you start beating people up with your bike. Yeah, that works immediately.
Let's do it. I'm down.
Bike tricks.
Bike tricks. All right, I won't go out of order so Dean doesn't kill me. So we are going to do one more question because we are unfortunately out of time. I apologize. This one is for Eric Vetter, and it is from Queen Miss Rule. And they said, good afternoon, Tenno. My question is for Eric. What is your favorite skateboard trick?
Oh, that's funny. When I used to skateboard, which I got a little bigger, so it's harder to skateboard now, but the kickflip was probably the best one. And then I kind of transitioned that into the no-comply kickflip. So that's kind of my favorite trick.
Everything you just said. I have
awesome.
no idea what it is. All right, unfortunately, we're out of time for this panel. I had a lot more questions, and I appreciate you guys writing and thinking of answers for these, and of course being here. Crazy times these are. We got double vaccinated in the office. Pablo is safe at home. Pablo, thank you so much for joining us remotely. Anything you'd like to say, departing words?
Yes.
A pleasure to join you.
Every day. Oh God, we talked at the same time.
That's all right. At least go ahead.
Thank you so much to my team that inspires me every day. Love you guys.
Pablo, what do you got?
I just want to say a pleasure being here with you, and all the Tenno, be attentive for what's coming later. I'm sure you are. It's very, very exciting.
Eric.
Yeah, this has been awesome. Thanks for having me. I'd love to do this again, and I can't wait for everyone to see what we got lined up the rest of the day. It's going to be great.
We have a very exciting day planned, so don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you online. Bye, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Make sure your Twitch account is linked to your Warframe account so you can receive Twitch drops while watching TennoCon 2021. To link your Twitch account to your Warframe account, go to warframe.com/user and click the sync link to link. Just make sure you're logged into the Warframe account that you want to receive the drops on. This year, for watching throughout the day, you can get a Grenier Gunblade weapon. During Tenno Live, watch for a free Loki Prime. Enjoy TennoCon 2021.
I got deals. Come do my sale. Come do my sale. Gotta dump this merch or I go to jail. Just kidding, friend. But seriously, I need to sell this stuff quick.
Dajia Hao. This next dojo is home to Tenno in Warframe's simplified Chinese community on PC. Introducing White Golf. They made this city from scratch. Let's get a closer look at that Ferris wheel, and we need to appreciate how carefully they used note beacons for all that text and all these light-up decorations. It is beautiful. In this room, I love the effect of having lights as her hands. She looks so grand and powerful. They completely filled this room top to bottom and made it fit for royalty. And I love the way they use the boats. Such cool detailing with the gold. I feel like I'm in the mountains for yet another vacation spot. Excalibur does not want to leave these places, I tell you. Thank you, White Golf Clan. White Golf Shizu, zizi nimen yuwomen fen xiang nimen de dao chang. Now let's take a look at PlayStation Clan Progeny. Shadow art is another one of those aspects of dojo decorating that's become kind of a staple, and they have some beautiful pieces on display here. Aquatic, Jurassic, and peaceful. Decorations need to be placed very carefully to achieve these. There's no preset shadow art decoration in Warframe. It's all player creativity that made these happen. Here we are now in the clan's cyberpunk market. It has a lot of fun little details and stores that they've created. One of my favorites being the sake bar, where they've created more beautiful shadow art to give it some life in this city. Naturally, Parvos's vaults, very well guarded, I'm certain. Thank you for sharing your dojo with us, Progeny. There are just 4 dojos left on our tour, Tenno. I'll catch you in the next one.
Hi, it's Megan again, and I'm back with another friendly reminder to relink your Twitch account to your Warframe account if you have not done so since the launch of Twitch Drops 2.0 back in February 2021. This is very important for receiving drops as well as giving drops as a streamer. A relink must happen if you have not already done so. Go to warframe.com/user and choose to unlink your account and then relink it. It's simple. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Welcome, friends. Buy my merch while it's hot. I'm desperate to sell all this stuff today. For no particular reason. Don't you know there's a sale going on? And that it's incredible?
Welcome, Tenno, to the Art of Warframe, a pre-recorded panel for TennoCon, and another year of talking to our talented panelists. My name is Danielle. I am a community manager. I am joined by Jeff, Keith, and Kaz, 3 members of the Digital Extremes art team, in which there are many, many, many wonderful artists. And why don't we get started with some introductions?
Hi, I'm Jeff. I'm the art director on Warframe. Nice to see you guys again. It's been a while. It feels like it's been a minute since we did this last time.
Hi, I'm Kaz. I'm the weapons team lead.
Hi, I'm Keith Thompson. I'm a concept designer. I've been helping out on Warframe since day one, and it's been about a year since the last TennoCon since I've seen everyone. And hi, Warframe players. It's good to be here.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And this year's art panel is a bit of a trip down memory lane, or as we've been calling it, quest to the new war.
Or see how much Jeff forgets.
Or see how much we all forget. So years and years and years of quests. We will be giving some context around those quests. And of course, I do have to give a spoiler warning, but maybe you want to stick around and watch anyways, see some cool concept art, see what you have in store for you if you are going down the quest line towards the new war. So we'll start with that, and then we will...
So this is is like basically an open discussion on all quests that we've done up to this point.
Yes,
and
Jeff,
everything that it entails.
You've done all of them, right? You've checked all the boxes.
As far as I know. See if there's any surprises in here.
There will be a quiz at the end of the panel, just in case you didn't know. But we will also move into another section to be continued, which for our Codex aficionados out there, that may ring some bells. And then we'll top it all off with some reveals, so maybe a deluxe skin here and there, and I guess we should get started with our quest to the new war, which starts with Nata. So we get to learn a little bit more about the Lotus, or as we learned, she was formerly known as Nata, a sentient mimic that was, ordered to destroy the Tenno back in the old war. But as I understand it, this is really the only early Lotus concept we have.
Yeah, we actually never did like a full concept exploration for the Lotus. It was really just a function of when Warframe first shipped as a co-op looter shooter that we just needed a voice to speak to the players, and we knew we wanted it to be Lotus, and Minky just had some ideas in his head and kind of solidified it around this transmission portrait, and it's been canon ever since.
Yep. And our beloved mother figure to the Tenno.
That's right.
Mom, of course. And in this quest, as we know, the Lotus sends us to check out what's happening on Uranus, where Tilragor is kind of like rummaging around where he shouldn't be. Lo and behold, Tilragor is looking at some old war wreckage, or rather an old war tomb. So we have a concept here of that specific, it might be a familiar looking figure in the depths here.
And speaking of, I honestly forgot that was the progression that we did, that we kind of dropped the seeds, we dropped the breadcrumbs for this stuff through that tile set.
It just so happens that, like you said, the breadcrumbs, Tilragor accidentally ends up waking Hunhao, who we see, who is Nata's father, and he's just a little upset that Nata has not fulfilled her orders of destroying the Tenno. And that's where we move into the second dream, which we see Hunhao here looming over Stalker in the intro cinematic. And I guess a big point to bring up here about the second dream is that this was launched in 2015, and it was our first ever cinematic quest. So a pretty big project, I imagine, at the time.
Yeah, this is still probably one of my favorite memories, working on Warframe, because it was right at that cusp where we were nervous to do this. The game kind of was picking up steam and finding enough of an audience where players were getting genuinely interested in the world and the lore. And we thought we were taking a really big risk. We're like, I don't know, is this what people come to this game for? Let's try and build on the lore. And I still remember the kind of the reaction we got to it, and the connections that were formed in the game were still probably one of the most rewarding feedback, senses of professional feedback we've had from the players.
I mean, Kaz, you were a player, you were a Tenno before you ended up working with us on the DE team. So you were actually, as I understand it, you played through the second dream as a player, right? So you got to kind of live out those moments and those reactions that we had. And we'll get through the couple more slides here where we have those big reveal moments that happen. But how was that for you, kind of experiencing that as a player?
Yeah, so whenever I play quests for Warframe, I always have my headset on, my room is dark, my door is closed, there's no interruptions, I play it at night, everything is set up to enjoy it, because there's so much to enjoy in all of these things, and especially with the second dream. I was crying through most of it, as probably most people do, but I also had that bug where the Warframe is carrying the operator like a gun.
Heartbreaking.
I remember I was in an emotional moment, but then I just had to bust out laughing, and it was the weirdest feeling.
But in hindsight, it's part of Warframe's charm, maybe.
It is.
Yes.
The Tennogen program was started around this time, and right after the quest and my first item was added to the game, it was just the most surreal feeling to have the helmet on a Warframe, walk up to my operator and present my art to myself in another video game.
Yeah, that's amazing.
That's
so
very cool.
But I do want to talk about this, Keith. So in the intro cinematic to the second dream, we do see Hun Hao. He's talking to Stalker. But how did Hun Hao become Hun Hao? Did it start with this fun guy, organic, sentient that I'm seeing here?
There's this whole sort of set of different sentients that I was kind of initially exploring, which are very different from where we went. And a lot of their technology and their ships and their architecture was using this kind of language. And then I started to kind of mix them a little bit. And then I think the technology of them took over, kind of permeated everything else, a bit like a fungus, I guess. And then it kind of evolved from there. So I can't even remember what year this was. This was way back before the sentience existed.
This was definitely even before Second Dream. And I think, I know you and Minky, Mike Brennan, this is just one of a batch. I think there is there's a whole pretty huge evolution of exploration that went into these guys. And I think even this was kind of, pretty close to where Hun Hao settled, when it was starting to feel good with the shape and the proportions.
Yeah, that's you can kind of see that shape familiarity and what ultimately ended up being Hun Hao and kind of the sentient form that we know now. And then I guess we kind of see that also translated in the weaponry. So the war being a very important key weapon in the second dream, it is the melee weapon that Hun Hao gives to Stalker. He equips him with it. He kind of manifests himself in it to give him orders to essentially destroy the Tenno, do his bidding, find the womb in the sky, as he likes to call it. But yeah, this became a very popular melee weapon. Was it the first of its kind in this sentient style and very large broadsword?
I'm pretty sure it was, yeah. And I think the cool thing about it was it was the emotional connection as to the quest, and it was a really cool opportunity to kind of put a weapon as a quest reward that you kind of had the story-based experience with. The full version was the one that that the Stalker was given for his personal weapon and as a conduit for Hun Hao to speak to him. And then the Broken War was, again, kind of a result of what happens at the climax of the second dream.
And Kaz, as a player at the time, were you stoked to get yourself this big sentient weapon? Because I know a lot of players were like, oh my god, this is crazy. We love big swords in Warframe, so this hit the mark for a lot of people.
Yeah, and all the glowies on it too.
Love our glowies, love our
and
energies.
At the hilts, the little tail, the little shrimp tail. That's kind of like a Minky. He really liked to kind of give the sentients that little organic flair at the end. And a lot of them, if you'll notice the little curly tail on them.
Isn't it kind of like a tongue or something?
Yeah.
There's a whole face on the bottom. So you've got the two eyes and the curly tongue there.
And then, as I mentioned, Hun Hao recruits Stalker to find where the Tenno are, and as we go through the quest ourselves, we find where they are. They are in these reservoirs on Lua. Here we have one out of the 3 big reveals that happen in this quest. There's lots of things that happen in this quest, and one of them being the operator exiting the reservoir pod at this moment. So
yeah, this was I remember this was my favorite parts to work on the quest. And when we were kind of thinking about these pods, we wanted to call back to have that Orokin feel to it, and we really wanted the inspiration of how they come out and kind of blossom like a flower to show the connection to the Lotus and what her role was with them. So I think this is really successful in how this kind of manifested in the scene.
Yeah, there is that moment of kind of you're scratching your head a bit wondering what creature just suddenly dropped out of these pods.
Very elegant reveal, then we just spilled them onto the floor.
Yeah. Here you go.
Yeah.
You waited years for this reveal. Here's the operators. And then we have our second big reveal, which ended up being you actually seeing the Lotus. So this occurs, of course, near the end of the quest. And the Lotus scoops us up And she proceeds to take us to her transference chair. So we see some concept here of what her full suit actually was supposed, or what we were planning on what her suit was going to look like.
No, this came about because we needed to show her. Like we needed to have her in the scene, and
right.
she only existed as a portrait. So that's where Minky kind of did this was the first time Minky did the full exploration of what this form of the Lotus would be.
And if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, but the dress form on the left hand side there, was that kind of like a paint over for a cosplayer? I think there was like a cosplay request.
I think you're right. Yeah.
I don't actually think we had art of the Lotus, because at that point, like you said, it was just transmission of just what we saw at the beginning of the panel.
That's
just her
funny.
face.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
and then we couldn't put it into game because it was a bit too restrictive for for the walk cycle at the time. So
she's too much fabric in the way of walking. You don't want to trip while you're holding an operator. It's just they've been through enough already.
Exactly. It's been dumped on the floor a few times.
And as I mentioned, the Lotus, she walks, she drops us off in our transference chair. But this room in particular is now a very important room for our players. It's where the operators reside. It's where you work on your focus schools. And
this room, there was years where you couldn't access it as well. For
right, the doors were locked, and everyone was wondering what's behind the doors, and it was a transference room.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny how we put our character creation, funny in hindsight, 100 hours into the game back then. We've made it quicker now, but weirdly, it's kind of like this recipe that I don't think you could redo it again. We got lucky that. We had this kind of dedicated player base who were already established and just kind of yearning for this kind of lore expansion. That it just worked out. I don't like that it kind of worked out that it was this really long tutorial, and you finally got the reveal. And then we had to create this room to function to that relationship of what the operator is as a pilot and this kind of symbiotic relationship they have with the Warframe.
So the Zariman suit mask gets pulled away, and you get to start customizing your operator. So here's some what I assume are very early works of the operator.
It's hilarious. I remember this. It's really funny that I remember when Steve and I were talking to Minky about the idea of the second dream and the reveal. He was skeptical. He was very skeptical about putting kids in the game, and he's like, I don't know, and he's like, fine, I'll give it he was totally game to try it out, and he convinced us of his skepticism by making a really cool concept design for the kids. It kind of solidified it for us when he did this.
Yeah, and it was one of those things where what was kind of nice about the operators in the Warframe is you sort of start almost as your adult self, and then you almost introduce yourself as a youth. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of interesting, depending on where you are in your life, which you might identify with more or less, and yet it's kind of part of a cohesive link. So it's kind of nice to have that simultaneously existing in the same space and time and within the game world.
And Lotus at the end of the second dream says, and I quote, and I can't quote it properly, Reb, I'm sorry, I can't do the Lotus voice, but she says, now we fight on two fronts, my child, the war without and the war within. So we hop into this next quest where, now that the operators had been revealed in the second dream, we go down a little bit of this rabbit hole of their origins, their backstories, and what makes the Tenno in this quest. Teshin kind of becomes this double agent in this story, not by choice, mind you, but here he is in all of his robed, large hat glory.
So he kind of existed in that realm, and he had a bit of like a backstory for them. The Dax were soldiers for the Orokin, and it was really good when we were kind of going into the new the War Within. For him to be a bit of a conflicting voice to what the Lotus represented to the kids. He wanted to kind of cast some doubt on the past and kind of what the operator's role. And we used him to explore the kind of theme around the War Within was growth for the operators.
He has a bit of a father figure place too, like Lotus's mother, and then he's a bit of the kind of slightly absent father. Kind of.
He shows up again.
But actually, Kaz, I'm curious. We kind of like mentioned that the father figure a little bit here. Were you, as a player, like when you came into this, were you like, "Oh, Teshin, what happened, man? What's going on?" Like, was there a little bit of a disappointment moment in Teshin?
I just remember being so impressed with his voice, I just wanted him to keep talking.
You're like, I don't care what you have to say, if it's going to be disappointing or not, just keep talking.
Yeah. I do remember liking that he was casting doubt on everything, though, because as a player, I was seeing the cracks starting to form in the Lotus's story, and all of that lead up to it kind of prepared me to like want to see something that maybe goes against what Lotus has been doing the whole time.
Yeah, that was definitely a community sentiment. I think this was definitely the quest that kind of like created a little bit of a rift there with our personal relationship with the Lotus. So we do enter this mountain pass where this art is just absolutely gorgeous.
It really comes alive in game too. Like it has so much vitality. It's always tricky to carry through the vitality from the artwork into the final product, but this one just it's almost like it got instilled with it and it increased once it got finished.
Yeah, they did a great job implementing it in game, and I think this was probably one of the first. This is where we were really starting to kind of build on the seeds of the Orokin influence to the past, and yeah, it worked out really well with that little temple that you're pushed into.
But from here, we attempt to use our operator powers on this Iatan, and it doesn't work out so well. Actually, we end up falling into a lovely pile of bones at the bottom of this pit, where we are met with the Golden Maw, or more popularly known in the community as the Ravenous Maw. Why does it have to be ravenous? Yeah, why does it have to be ravenous?
Yeah, so this was a function of we wanted to, like in the context of the quest, this was to kind of put the player through some trials so they could kind of snap some memories back and trigger their powers. And I remember when Minky was exploring these, you notice the four-legged kind of look. A lot of Warframe, because the content moves so fast, we like to share skeleton structures in the animation where we can. So those kind of like quadruped looking ones were him taking, an existing skeleton and kind of seeing how far he could push it. And there's really great stuff, but ultimately I think with the timeline we had, the kind of snake worm version that we ended up with was going to be a bit more achievable in the time we had, like animation and AI behavior.
And I know, Jeff, you mentioned this, the snapping back of memories, which is as we're moving through these trials and we're getting our powers back, we have these snapshots of our time on the Zeramin 10-0 ship and some very dramatic moments of this kind of flashbacks of the incident. And here we actually have a concept of the ship itself.
Yeah, so in that quest, we were using those moments to give the player some insight into what happened on the ship, to the origin of the Tenno and the powers they achieved or they attained from the void. And so at the time, we were doing some explorations for the ship, and this people who've been with us for a long time might even recognize the silhouette from prototypes we did in 2004 with Dark Sector. But yeah, the intention was that the ship was the colony ship, and yeah, it was just some explorations that we were like hoping to manifest, but couldn't squeeze into the quest. I think in hindsight, it was probably more effective to leave it vague, and just have that little kind of bit of insight in the context of the trauma that the operator was going through. So I think it worked out rather like it being kind of suggested rather than like we literally showed you.
Right. And we kind of like we've peppered in Zeramin here and there. Mm-hmm. We've shown it in the Rel web comic when the Chains of Harrow launched. We saw it in the Vitruvian, which we'll get to in the Sacrifice. So definitely just kind of seeing generally what the Zeramin has looked like, just to give players a little taste of it. But here we're actually seeing it in full color or full concept, which is really cool too.
This is some exploration of the event, where it hits the void and things change on the Zeramin.
Yes. Yes, which we actually see in these next slides. So here we have a look at a very small look at the inside of the Zeramin and the classroom. And there's so much to see in this one image, like lots of familiar faces, maybe some
Definitely,
familiar objects. So
Yep.
I think I'm going to let people at home who are watching kind of dissect it for themselves and see what they find. Maybe there's some unfamiliar things that you see there, but and then disaster strikes. So
Yep. Yeah, and if players have played Rel, like if they played the Rel quest, they are kind of familiar with, the state change that happens on the ship. And this was again a bit of an exploration of that.
And so here we are. We did our self-discovery in the War Within, and we find ourselves going back to the reservoirs on Lua, where we dropped out of our pods, and we hear some flashback discussions between Margulis and Ballas in the Apostasy prologue. So we also end up dropping down from the reservoirs into this enclave of sorts, which ultimately I believe is, I guess we could call it like the Lotus's chamber.
Yeah, and the cables were kind of meant to speak to her connections to all the different Tenno out there. She was kind of like the hub.
And then we got kind of like a little bit closer to what we actually see in the quest when her throne comes up, and we have this much more floral arrangement, I guess you could call it.
Yeah, and again, for the purposes of the cinematic, we wanted to have something that can work as a reveal device as well. So this would unfold and reveal the Lotus to you.
And reveal the Lotus. It happens, but not until we are just completely rudely interrupted by Ballas, who has the audacity to reach out his hand to the Lotus and walk out of our lives with her in hand, essentially. And he says, of course, I will not abandon you again, Margulis, before they do so. And this is kind of where we step into the sacrifice. But before we get into that, which, Ballas is a pretty big character in that story. Keith, this is your original concept of Ballas.
Yeah, we had to do this because I think we've shown this concept before. We made the decision to, like, Ballas at the point had only been a voice in some trailers that we had put out, and of course in some voiceover in Second Dream, doing some narration there. And then when we wanted to reveal him, we reached out to Keith, to kind of like help us come up with a physical manifestation for him. And it's funny, he kind of threw us for a loop, because, and I think even some players called us out for it, because Steve had a small paragraph of existing lore describing the Orokin as perfectly balanced, and then he gave us this beautiful take with this frightening arm that just seemed to suit. It was such a cool change and such a new idea for Steve and I, and it spoke to the kind of like evil quality, to the Orokin.
The way I kind of synthesized it, I think, or I attempted to in my own mind, is it was sort of the Orokin are so sort of elaborate and sophisticated and built up that they need this kind of offset built into their culture and their aesthetics. So it's sort of like the beauty mark. It's the spot on like the perfect kind of face and the kind of offset to the perfect body. So in a weird way, they have this principle of their aesthetics, and they like to play against it also as this sort of level of sophistication. The way kind of a beautiful object, you appreciate the way it's worn or cracked, that kind of thing. They almost like built that into themselves as their own unique expressions within this structure that they all share.
The long arm was supposed to be a callback to the ancients, the infested ancients, right? Or no?
I actually think that was just a weird coincidental convergence. I don't think I thought about that. And I've seen people say that maybe there's some connection there. So that's sort of one of those fun organic things that kind of develop where we may build off of that more. I don't know.
Yeah, I totally thought that as a fan. I thought it was supposed to be ancient.
And I mean, the long arm is excellent for Comey playing at long distances, which which we see happen in the quest. So for a little bit of context, essentially what the War Within was for operators, the Sacrifice quest is essentially for Warframes. And in this quest, we're also just kind of wondering where the Lotus went. So where did Ballas take the Lotus? And we speak to the creations of the Warframe specifically through these Vitruvian moments, which, as I understand it, was originally intended to be a device worn by Ballas. I don't think we actually see it in the quest itself, but it's a pretty big storytelling device used throughout the quest.
Yeah, the intention was kind of like, how would Ballas have his like little personal computer on him to keep his little diary of experiments? But the idea of the Vitruvian was, as you said, to give this quest was to give some insight into the Warframes, and we kind of confirmed again what the kind of base ingredient is for a Warframe, I guess.
And as much as Ballas is a main character in the quest, Umbra, the big Umbra reveal, the Umbra obviously something, a Warframe that player has waited for a long time, and we introduced him into the Warframe world through the Sacrifice and his Skiajati, his right-hand sword, or left hand, I don't actually know which way he wields it, but right-hand sword.
Yeah, I think I remember Lucas telling me that he just wanted to see if he could get away with making a stick as a sword.
And he did it.
He got away with it.
He got away with it.
Yeah, that was all Lucas. I love this sword design, actually. It's one of my favorite ones.
Yeah, the black and gold aesthetic really spoke to our edgy players, I think. So this was a well-loved addition with the Sacrifice. And the sword, like I said, it becomes important because, by the time that Umbra, we had gone through his memories, there is a connection that's made between Umbra and our operator. As we've shared these memories with Umbra, we want to seek out our revenge against Ballas for what he had done to Umbra. And there's the scene at the end here where the Skiajati is used to do a little hack and slash to Ballas. And the Lotus returns, but
not quite the Lotus.
But not quite the Lotus. She looks a little different. In fact, she is quite Nata. So, Keith, what's going on here? What happened to her?
It's one of those things where we're slowly kind of revealing more of her true form, but then it's kind of called into question how far you've gone. And then, because we get this interesting thing where the beginning of the Lotus, when we first see her, her eyes are always covered. And I think this is the first time we ever see her eyes. But then at the same time, with that reveal, it's also revealing that the face itself is almost like a mask. So the way I was kind of designing it is this idea that her true sentient form is sort of wearing the human shapes like a carnival mask or like something in a masquerade. So she sort of, pulls it tighter and closer and expands it out depending upon the context and the mood and how she's relating to the player or the other people in the scene.
Interesting. So is she to be trusted?
and even if there's still this question of who she is, it's sort of like once you reveal the mask, do you know what the next thing is? It's sort of part of her nature. She's this mimic. So is she also kind of fronting to the sentience? Because there's that friction there. So.
Right. So we have this moment where, we were already shocked to see the Lotus leave, and we're even more shocked to see her return as Nata in this moment. And this was a moment. This was definitely a moment.
And just to compliment everything Keith said, I think I love this design so much because I think it's just so strong at kind of supporting the themes he was mentioning. And there is something I love about, with the eyes, with the reveal of her eyes, there's something, I kind of love the contrast of getting a bit more of her humanity when you see her as a sentient. It just played to that reveal. It made that reveal, I think, a lot more kind of like have a bit more emotional weight to it, than if she was just, a pure sentient, kind of like Hunhao or anything like that.
I do remember, though, I saw the concept before I saw any work done on the model, and I wasn't sure how to feel about the concept, especially, I saw it uncolored as well, so I was like, But once it was in the game and all lit and part of a narrative and just the whole team bringing it into this really beautiful state. It just really blew me away. So it just goes to show, like, even the weirdest designs that Keith comes up with our team, we end up just all dogpiling on it and making it just beautiful. Like, everyone working together makes everything beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, seeing her in game was definitely shocking, but she has this very, like, she has the sentient style, but also it's very Lotus. It's very Nata.
It
sorry,
speaks
go ahead,
to something that she still keeps the mask, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
She's never become fully sentient to anyone yet.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So there's this sort of thing like, does that mean something? Is that an important gesture? Does it mean something about her, deep down as well as her agency and her character, that she still wants to have that mask on?
Right. So we essentially just have all these questions going around in our heads. A lot happens at the end of the sacrifice. Lotus comes up and swoops up Ballas in his injured state, and she just blasts off into space, Team Rocket style, just see you later. And she says, drifting gaunt beyond the bleak star, mother, I am coming home. And we're like, who's mother? What is happening? Why is she gone again? Where is she taking Ballas? And a lot of those questions are partially answered in the Chimera prologue, which is part 1 of 3 of the new war chapters that you see in your codex. So we end up back on Lua, back to the reservoirs, back to the Lotus Chamber, and we enter the light where Ballas had initially taken Lotus away from us. And as we step into this sort of sentient chamber, we meet Ballas again, but he's looking a little different. Kind of looking a little bit more sentient than normal. So another one of your concepts, Keith, here.
This is sort of one of those ones where it's almost working the opposite way. This is where it's sort of an Orokin, but with the sentient elements being kind of pushed into him without any sympathy for what was originally there. So it's kind of very different from the way that mix that you have with Nata and the merging of the kind of human forms and the sentient forms. This is sort of the opposite direction of it. So he's really been kind of demeaned by it to some extent. And he used to be so proud that it creates this sort of this emotional connection there to him, even if you weren't that sympathetic to him up until this point.
Yeah, I think like you kind of really have like he has such a pathetic quality to him in this. But it was amazing because when we did the acting, when we did the cinematic for it, it was easy, to so good. And I love the extra little like added insult to injury with the dangling leg was just such a good touch.
The sort of thinking behind it was the sentience were sort of like, oh, it doesn't really get in the way, so leave it doesn't matter. It would be cleaner to take it off, but they're almost like not paying attention to that part anymore.
Yeah, and he kind of stumbles around in this chamber, mumbling under his breath while also kind of knowing that we're there.
Yeah, I think this is the first. It's been a long time, and we've done a lot, but I think this is the first tease of being inside the mothership, the Devourer. You were kind of spying on Ballas until you kind of get some insight that he might have summoned you there. And I think. The question I think we're asking here, and is Ballas a prisoner? Is he not? Or maybe he's someone who is opportunistic and was a prisoner and is maybe having some plans of his own.
Well, we kind of wonder that question too, because he's building this weapon and he's kind of like circling around this chamber, and he ends up making the paracesis.
Can we just talk about how good that sheath is, though?
Oh, let's talk about it.
The sword sheath is so good. I think this whole panel to start really has just been leading up to this moment where we can show
just buttering me up.
Show the sheath.
So Lucas made the sword, and I made the sheath for it. I did the 3D version of it, obviously from Keith's concept art. But the players never get to use the sheath, so it never got released anywhere.
It was too good for the game, was the problem. It was too good. We couldn't fit it in.
If I had my way, the players would always just sort of unsheath it and just hurl the sheath off into the distance. And it would just be back when they need it.
Yeah, when you equip it, you just...
Yeah, it was just an unfortunate thing of function. The sword was so big, we couldn't have the warframes sheath it properly.
It is a big sword, and so appropriately named the Sentient Slayer. So I think, given the size and the name, it kind of, lives in harmony. But we end this this first chapter, moving into the second chapter titled Era, and we enter the scene of an old war battle where we meet Era for the first time, who we learn is Nata's brother, and we have a concept of Era, two concepts of him, the lanky lad and his little perched, kind of throne seating.
Originally, this was sort of this idea of something in the mothership, these things called gargoyles, and they were kind of going to be features of potentially either her or her architecture, that kind of thing. And you were always kind of going to be unsure of which one might basically suddenly stretch down from its perch and come at you. And then I guess in the end, it was sort of like, well, I think that's actually a full-on character now.
Yeah,
sort of went from there.
Keith's problem was
nice.
There was so much
a lot of good weird movement.
Yeah, there was such great personality in the design when it came time for us to need an Era. This just kind of seemed to fit the bill for what we wanted to portray with him. And the really cool thing about this concept is we were able to actually do the kind of folded state and have him animate in that one cinematic where he started up in his perch state and kind of fold out of it. The character team was really able to build it off this, and the animation team, it totally worked. We were able to pose him in this exact pose. And it worked out great.
It's one of those tricky things where it kind of looks like a weird mix and mashed up thing there. But I'm always careful not to give anyone too much hard work figuring it out. So I try to always make sure I design something where it can unfurl and move if I'm going to show it doing that.
Yeah, it worked out great.
And we do see, just as speaking of this unfurling in the cinematic, where we jump from that old war flashback where we seemingly see Era get destroyed by the Lotus and her gang of operators, but then we're jumped to the present where Era and Nata are having discussions around, preparations around the war. And as we kind of zoom into this throne scene, you see him debark from his throne, from his little crouched froggy state. So but this is just some concept art of that scene, that moment, this kind of, I guess we would call it like a throne within the ship itself.
Yeah, exactly. And that was, as you said, that was a deliberate decision the Lotus made at the time, was to cast her a lot with the operators and help end the war. And now she's back home.
She's back home, back to mother. And some more, just a kind of a pullback angle when you originally jump into the present, you're kind of, sitting far back.
And this room is part of the tile set expansion. Like I know we've given the players a taste of the sentient tile set, but there is still much more to come, much very cool spaces to come.
And then we are at the third and final kind of, I guess you could say, prologue chapter of the new war. And we recently just titled it The Maker. And we enter this scene of just essentially what I guess is the mothership. Mm-hmm. And this was originally your concept, Keith, of this very large sentient ship.
This is the ones where you got so much room and space, you can just go absolutely fundamental and just throw the view way back. So I had a lot of fun because there was a lot of other development kind of leading up to this, and I think as we sort of explored it, it got bigger and bigger and bigger, and I got happier about that. And this is one of the ones where and it sort of even has the potential there. You can see on the right with the kind of almost the weave work and the framing it's building up, is that I even had plans of if we ever wanted to make it even bigger, guys, we can do that if you want.
Oh my goodness!
Well, it was great. There's
a floor plan there.
And the kind of like the pitch that we gave that Steve and I gave this to Keith, that she was heavily damaged in the war, and kind of left to die. And this is a state of her very long process of rebuilding herself. So the main core kind of body there is what's been kind of more fully rebuilt, and the membranes that are expanding again, because the sentients are living creatures. That's her kind of rebuilding her larger form. So the true form of the mothership is even bigger than what we have here, and that's why I think a lot of the skybox art shows. I believe there was one of of it consuming asteroids and kind of having this gravitational pull where it's just pulling resources into itself that's using to kind of produce and rebuild itself.
And I guess just as you guys were mentioning, as she's rebuilding, we have a concept essentially of this kind of like wasteland of space junk that's been pulled into this mouth, I guess you could call it, in a way.
Well, I think, Keith, you kind of designed it like the mouth of a whale, right? And the way it kind of filters in the
yeah,
krill.
it sort of had these almost baleen that would filter, so
Yeah.
she could kind of select what detritus that she wanted to accept and filter out. You know, she's still picky. She's not just picking up anything.
So we kind of cap off this third and final installment pre the new war. Again, we're back in the ship, and we're hearing just kind of these final conversations between Era and Nata, where Era tells Nata, "Finish the war. It's beginning. Here we go." And this is where we leave off. The codex now says to be continued. If you've completed all the quests, if you've done all these chapters, there's this new addition on the bottom there that says to be continued. And well,
now they're finally like the players are like, oh, finally we're gonna see some new stuff.
Now we're getting to the new stuff. Now we're getting into the what's to come, because that kind of asterisk there of this to be continued has us wondering, well, what is there? What's on the other side? So we're gonna do a little sneak peek here of what is to come, without being too spoilery. So we're going to start with some new enemies that we'll see, starting with this guy.
So again, Keith has been helping out with New War exploration, and we've talked about it that New War is the focus for this year. Hopefully, to the relief of players who've been very patient with us in that regard. Yeah, so we're going to be seeing some new. We have to be a little vague here. I apologize, but these guys do have a very specific function in the New War, and
yeah, I think one of the hints is this isn't how you'd normally see this.
Yeah,
it's doing something a little scary right now.
And then, who is this? Who might we have here?
He looks a little familiar. Yeah, so he's of course our boy is going to play a pretty big role in the war that's coming. And he's trying to get his groove back, I guess. He's kind of embraced to agree. I think he's living a bit of a deceit. I think I love how Keith is trying to work in Ballast, trying to get some of his symmetrical beauty back with the prosthetic leg. But yeah, Ballast is trying to embrace this new form he has and be a presence in the new war.
Sort of interesting because in this case, it's sort of a character in the world, almost designing himself, because it's sort of him figuring out his new style and this new kind of costume and everything. So and that's going to run through a bunch of other stuff. So it's kind of fun because I'm almost designing as though I'm Ballast inside the world.
We've entered Ballas's new groove, essentially, is what I'm hearing. And I feel like the levels of Ballast transformations that have happened are reaching like Dragon Ball Z levels.
Pretty good, yeah.
He's been through a lot of stages. And actually, I kind of want to point something interesting that I've noticed in both the previous enemy and with Ballast, we see this weapon. So the players would have probably put that together, but is this going to be something that players will receive, or?
Ideally, yes. Ideally, that's something we like to do. When you see something in the quest, we try to find a way to make sure it's a reward. But specifically with the current function that this is going down, likely you would get a modified version.
And okay, this next concept, I don't have an introduction for other than wow, and what am I looking at?
Yeah,
this is
so
amazing.
Cool.
So cool. It's so cool.
Yeah, the new war is going to introduce again, like we've already seen a new enemy type, but I would say this is probably a bit more of a sub boss. And this is tied to Era and his role in the new war and the kind of troops he's building. And the body that you're seeing with the attachment on it is a repurposed Prime Warframe. So Era is getting his hands on some Warframes and modifying them to be some of his minions. And Keith had some pretty cool explorations here in the background of that maybe he can expand on. Like, we'll see how far we get with those designs, but I still really love the thought insight into them.
Yeah, there's sort of a mechanical thing, both in the gameplay and the theme of it with those guys, but they're reminiscent, hopefully, of something we're familiar with already, which are the Vomvelists. So these are kind of a tangential entity, similar to the Vomvelists, but with their own unique function, which relates to this character, this design, and they're potentially going to actually be kind of kept in a magazine hopper along the back tail there. So you can actually see there's 4 out right now, and there's four gaps already. So it's one of those things where you'll be able to visually sort of tell how many are left, how many do I have to worry about coming, that kind of thing.
So the Archons are basically just Vomvelist taxis.
Yeah, exactly. That's all they do. Yep.
Vomvelist taxis.
Yep.
Well, one of the interesting things about this I wrestled with was kind of the notes for this was there'd be a sort of a snake theme. And when I was addressing it, one of the things I absolutely love about the Warframe universe is just because we say snake, it's not like snakes like we're familiar to. Snakes are totally different now. So I'm trying to keep it as kind of otherworldly and whatever we might call a snake that far flung into the future.
Yeah. I'm excited to make weapons for it.
I was just about to ask you, Kaz, because I know you have an affinity and a love for like infested weapons, and this is definitely giving me like big sentient arm gun vibes that we showed last year.
Yeah, maybe.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see. So here is our first look at the next Warframe, and as I can kind of tell here, we're adding essentially to our very small roster of sentient Warframes, or sentient kind of like hybrid Warframes or styled Warframes. Of course, Revenant being the Eidolon sentient kind of energy-esque Warframe. So we've entered a new stage, I guess, of Warframe sentient style.
Yeah, and to be totally like upfront about it, like this was actually Keith is amazing at like every once in a while, every time like there's occasionally over the years he'll just say, hey, by the way, here's 20 Warframe ideas, and like you're just like, oh my god, and they're all amazing. And he had done a sentient hybrid a few years ago, and I remembered it because it just seemed really perfect for the theme of the new war, and especially with what we were just talking about with what Era's doing with Warframes. That as a reward, as a quest reward for a blueprint, it would fit the theme really well to execute on this Warframe. So there's probably going to be some adjustments we have to make in the 3D mesh for the skeleton, but yeah, I think it's really great to kind of tie this one in.
I always like the kind of hybrid Warframes too, because it's sort of like, should we really trust this one as much as the other? It's sort of a little bit iffy.
And I'm seeing a very interesting weapon being held, and I'm assuming this is going to be his signature weapon. As we release Warframes, it typically come with their signature weapon. So Kaz, are we going to be exploring a little bit more of this kind of like staff, I guess, style? Is this what we would consider that, a staff?
Maybe a scythe type weapon, but I'm thinking we're going to need to do a few changes to make it work within the bounds of the game. It's just kind of like where it strikes and all that kind of stuff. I think we're going to be making some changes to the head, especially.
Okay, so now we're getting into some cosmetics that we could look forward to, and what I guess we've been calling evolving armor or evolving sentient armor. I guess, Kaz, you could speak more to this.
Yeah, so basically, as part of one of our quests, there's going to be a reward of this armor set, and as you complete a certain goal, you get rewarded with the different forms of it. So in a sense, it's evolving, but you will have each version of this in your arsenal by the time you're done with it. Yeah.
So kind of like a visual representation of your power in the game. And we're getting into some weaponry here, more sentient style. This is just incredible.
Yeah, Monash really blew it out of the park. This is one of his possibly his first concept pieces. There's basically 3 states to it, and one of them is just the initial state where it's like holstered. Then there's the quick draw kind of state where the bow is kind of smaller, but then when you're aiming, the tendrils kind of stretch taller, and the whole thing kind of focuses down together so that you've got that visual representation of that aiming sort of thing going on.
And then we're moving on to a little deluxe segment here. So here we go. Here's a concept of the Volt, kind of, I guess, playing along on that sentient theme again, but a deluxe set we have planned for Volt by Nikita.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he was talking about really wanting to have some like clouds and electricity, so you can see it running through the character's body. But it's also based on some mythological themes as well, and you can kind of feel that throughout the piece.
We're moving on to a deluxe skin for a Warframe that currently does not have a deluxe, and that is Protea. And
oh, you say it with the Reb accent.
Oh, do I? Protea?
The emphasis on the T.
Protea.
She's a tea drinker. I mean,
this is true. Reb likes her tea. And this is just, I mean, it's so ornate and it's gorgeous. This is
very lovely. Yeah. And I'm gonna take a bit of credit on this one too, because I'm pretty sure I poked Reb. I'm like, Reb, because I saw some concepts from this artist. I'm like, Reb, see if they'll do something. Yeah, and again, as usual, just really great process. They gave us really a lot of quick sketches and acted on the feedback really fast, and I think just came up with a really strong look for Protea.
And then again, we're showing one more deluxe from another community fan artist who we worked with before, and we actually showed last year when we were debuting Zaku. But Karu is back with a banger for Baruch, and Baruch being Karu's one of Karu's favorite Warframe, actually. So Karu actually approached us, I believe, and sent me an email and said, "Hey, I love Baruch, and I would love to take a shot at making a deluxe skin." And she had sent us kind of some ideas, and here we have it, the Baruch Deluxe.
Yeah, I'm really glad it got to work out that way. You know, like I'm super happy that, you know, if there's an artist who's inspired to make art for Warframe, and there's an opportunity for them to, and we have a good relationship with them, and there's an opportunity for them to work on their favorite Warframe as well. Yeah, I think it's fantastic, and it worked out perfect because we actually don't have a deluxe yet for Baruch. So,
and okay, here we go. We're at the end of the panel.
More? Is there another one?
Oh no, we're done with the deluxe skins.
Oh, okay,
we're not done with we're not done with our final reveal for our art panel this year.
I already forgot what it is, Daniel.
Did you?
I totally did.
Did you?
This is gonna be seriously, yeah. It's been a long year. It's been a long year.
Well, it has been.
Yeah.
Here's a little reminder. Nidus.
Oh yeah! Oh my god! So good. I'm so happy. I forgot.
I forgot too.
Everyone forgot.
This is so cool too, because it's we kind of went full, like the retrospective. It was so cool. We started with Minky, with Mike Brennan, who helped us start Warframe, and now he's back. He's back doing Nidus Prime rather, for us. Yeah, I poked him. I was just kind of catching up with him, seeing how he's doing, and you know, kind of tossed out a line to see if he would bite. And he said, "Hey, has anyone done Nidus Prime yet, or they started it yet?" And I was like, "Oh my god, no!"
And I do think, if I'm not wrong, Minky was the original design, like concept artist and design artist for Nidus, right?
Absolutely,
so his base form. So this is a lovely full circle moment with some key artists that we've had on the team, and it's really nice to see it kind of all come together again.
Yeah, and I know I've seen players speculate about Nidus Prime coming up, and they've asked about how the lore works, and it's pretty cool. Like this isn't official by any means, but Minky even asked those questions himself. Like just the thought process behind the design. He's like, perhaps this form of Nidus was able to infest Orokin Gold himself. There is some other explorations going on that the writers are kind of teasing out as well. So we'll see. We are going to work out some lore that has this make sense. But yeah, as you can see, we have the concept for the base form and the fully stacked. And I think he has a concept, now that I'm remembering everything, I think he has a concept here for the stages as well that we can
Ta-da!
see.
Yes.
Yeah, perfect. So this is kind of the idea he pitched for how the stack could work and progress. And I think it's just so fantastic. I think it works really great.
Incredible.
So you can kind of see the shape language coming into work. And the one thing too is, if you can't see it here in the image, but when you rotate around it, you get this really amazing sense of depth. There's just these really incredible layers he has going on with the infested bits, with the gold bits kind of working their way through it.
It's phenomenal as a Nidus main next to Saren. Of course, I still love you, Saren. But I'm ecstatic about this, and I have to ask the question for our Nidus players out there, because it's very important, and also for Megan, because she has an affinity towards these little guys. But
She better
maggots.
respect the fashion on, she better treat them right. I don't want the hot pink and neon green. The poor Nidus, he doesn't deserve that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, we might see some white, pink, blue, and lime green maggots running around, which we are priming. We are priming the maggots, as I understand, so they'll have a whole new look too.
Yeah. So so the fun kind of playing the inside baseball playing with Warframe is that he's designed the maggots around Excalibur Prime. So it's a really great callback to the original Prime. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Incredible. Also, we are just showing the helmet model here. Definitely tune in to Tenno Live at the end of our TennoCon day to see the full reveal of Nidus Prime.
My very last project when I was working off-site contract was the Hema and the Hirudo. So both of his signature weapons.
That's right. I remember that. That's right. That's crazy. That's cool.
And speaking of weapons, because of course with our Prime Access, we have the weapons that typically was originally released with the Warframe, which, like Kaz, as you mentioned, was the Hema and the Harudu. But given the infested nature of the weapons, are we planning on doing something different, or curious what we have in store for weaponry that we could see with Nidus Prime?
Yeah, so we're not going to be doing the infested stuff, but instead we're going to be going kind of back to our roots and priming some really old weapons. So I'm sure there's going to be some lore reasons for that.
To be determined, but you'll have to stick around to see Nidus Prime actually release. And Keith, I don't know if you had any comments about the Nidus Prime situation we got going on here, but
it's always fun to see infested stuff come back. It's like you get to work back into another form and kind of give it a good disease. So, especially these days, I guess it's fun to play with that kind of theme.
Yeah, so, it's therapy. It's very therapeutic.
Yeah, that's how we get through it. Yeah.
And here we find ourselves at the end of this year's Art of Warframe panel, and we've gone through a lot. We've been through pretty much Warframe's entire quest line.
Thanks for the trip down memory lane, Danielle.
Thank you guys for making me be able to go down this trip down memory lane and actually get to experience the story. As a Warframe player myself, these moments were really special, and as the quest progressed, we got to learn more and more about who we are, who the Warframes are, about these really key characters in the story. So I'm very excited to see what this next chapter holds for us in the new war. And thank you guys for joining me. It's again, last year we did this. It's just such a pleasure to have you guys on to talk about this stuff. It's so fascinating to hear the works behind the art and making these things come to life. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for organizing it and getting us all together and chatting about it. And of course, thank you to the players for watching and supporting us as usual. It's amazing.
Yeah.
And hopefully they are excited about New War stuff because we're very excited about the stuff going into
Oh
it.
yes, oh yes.
Very excited.
Quick, big thanks to the whole Warframe team. Love what we're making and love working with everyone. And thanks to the players too. And I'm really glad you enjoyed the game and all the work.
I second that.
I third that.
Alrighty, guys. Well, thank you again for tuning in. We hope you enjoy the rest of TennoCon. We will see you next year, I guess. This is going to happen next year.
Well, maybe a little later on for today for me, I guess, right? Today,
yes.
the day we do this.
You'll see Jeff at some point later today. But thanks for watching, guys. Enjoy, like I said, the rest of TennoCon. And let's go on to the next segment.
Thanks so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Make sure your Twitch account is linked to your Warframe account so you can receive Twitch drops while watching TennoCon 2021. To link your Twitch account to your Warframe account, go to warframe.com/user and click the sync link to link. Just make sure you're logged into the Warframe account that you want to receive the drops on. This year, for watching throughout the day, you can get a Grineer Gunblade weapon. During Tenno Live, watch for a free Loki Prime. Enjoy TennoCon 2021.
Welcome, friends. Buy my merch while it's hot. I'm desperate to sell all this stuff today. For no particular reason. Don't you know there's a sale going on? And that it's incredible?
The Nintendo Switch clan we're about to tour has been part of Warframe since we first launched on the platform. Let's take a look at how Clockworks has maintained a theme in their dojo even as they've grown over the years. This clan's use of Orkin decorations throughout the entire dojo maintains an expensive look and quality. The clan's founder explains that they liked how the Orkin decorations remind them of an old, expensive-looking pocket watch, and they used to only use those decorations for that reason, but they've since expanded to using Corpus decorations as well because they like that gear quality too. The clan is called Clockworks after all. The center of the clan's main hub was designed to look like an hourglass, again maintaining their theme throughout. Naturally, a clan called Clockworks wouldn't be complete without a state-of-the-art clock tower. And yes, it has bells. Finally, an ornate courtroom. The layout took inspiration from the courtroom in the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. And that cuckoo clock is another great use of the clan's theme. Oh, and yes, of course there's a bell up there too. It's so cool that you've maintained a theme for your ever-growing clan, Clockworks. The dojo looks gorgeous. Up next, the Spanish PC clan we're going to tour does a beautiful job creating grand buildings. Vamos a verlo. We're now stepping into Umbra Coliseum. Founding warlord Zork says, this zone is special. It was inspired by the Roman Colosseum, a place of important battles. It's also a tribute to our dear Excalibur Umbra, and the warframe that started it all, Excalibur. And our next beautiful structure, Hydroid's Lighthouse. Zork says, another wonder of the ancient world, inspired by the Great Lighthouse of Alexandria. When we built it, we had the idea to add Hydroid's name as a tribute to this special farming warframe. In the water, you can see Hydroid's kraken lurking in the waters to destroy its enemies. You certainly can. What a great effect it has, adding that creature from the depths next to this beautiful building. Finally, we arrive at a grand temple. This temple is an homage to the clan's 4 principles. In founding warlord Zork's own words, those principles are 1. Play for fun. 2. Help and teach. 3. Order and respect. 4. Life and personal growth. These principles are what made our clan active for 5 years. Well, your designs are a testament to a great clan. Gracias por compartir tu dojo con nosotros, Clan of Fuel. Just 2 stops remain on our tour, Tenno, and they're coming up shortly.
Hi, it's Megan again, and I'm back with another friendly reminder to relink your Twitch account to your Warframe account if you have not done so since the launch of Twitch Drops 2.0 back in February 2021. This is very important for receiving drops as well as giving drops as a streamer. A relink must happen if you have not already done so. Go to warframe.com/user and choose to unlink your account and then relink it. It's simple. Hope you're enjoying the show.
I got deals. Come to my sale, come to my sale. Gotta dump this merch or I go to jail. Just kidding, friend. But seriously, I need to sell this stuff quick.
A warrior's world is one of fire. We long to remember the faces of those we loved. But those faces have now changed. Prepare yourself. The day you had hoped would never come is nigh.
So it's into the void, now me girls and me boys, from mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below. Sisters, below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
Ship is for the hard and the quick. We roll our load and go.
There's a living to be made under Zelda Bay when you're sleeping in the cold below.
Sisters, below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
귀신같이 날리는 황금손도 있다네.
傷つけ抱きしめ蹴りつけ慰め暗いそこでこう
Сестры, вот наш совет, мы идем туда, где ветра нет. Мы привязаны к дну и принесу сбру, мы уснем на холоде внизу, внизу, уснем на холоде внизу. Won't you lay me down on the ground of crowns, and I'll be sleeping in the cold below.
Sisters, below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold. Sisters, below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep, and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below, below, sleeping in the cold below.
차가운 금이 바다.
Sleeping in the cold below.
Оставьте на холодном дне. Till we're all sleeping in the cold below.
Hi Tenno, this is a friendly reminder to make sure your Twitch account is linked to your Warframe account so you can receive Twitch drops while watching TennoCon 2021. To link your Twitch account to your Warframe account, go to warframe.com/user and click the sync link to link. Just make sure you're logged into the Warframe account that you want to receive the drops on. This year, for watching throughout the day, you can get a Grineer Gunblade weapon. During Tenno Live, watch for a free Loki Prime. Enjoy TennoCon 2021.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Langer, and I'm the Development Director for Unity Project for Relief of Homelessness in London, Ontario, Canada. Thank you, and enormous thanks to Digital Extremes for hosting this spectacular virtual convention, and thank you for your participation in TennoCon 2021. Unity Project provides emergency shelter and supportive housing for adults and youth of all genders who are struggling to escape and to avoid homelessness. Because housing with supports is the solution to homelessness, and we are thrilled to have this opportunity to engage with you, the players, in finding solutions to the growing crisis of homelessness in London and in cities and towns everywhere. We hope that you enjoy using your skills and your attributes in Warframe here at TennoCon 2021, and then please channel those skills and attributes in the fight against homelessness in your own communities. Thank you.
Hello, Tennos from around the world.
Hey, fellow Tenno.
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
Bună tuturor. Swazdula.
Swazdula, TennoCon.
Olá a todos os Tennos.
Hello, Tenno.
Hello, Tenno. Hello, Tenno.
Bonjour, Tenno.
Hello, fellow Tenno.
Hello, fellow Tenno. Hi, Tenno.
Hello, fellow Tenno.
Hello, TennoCon. Hello.
Greetings from Russia, fellow Tenno comrades.
From Romania.
From Iran.
From Ukraine.
From the west of France.
From India. From Uruguay.
From Turkey.
From Greenville, South Carolina.
From Thailand.
From the UK.
From Indonesia.
From the US.
From Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
From England.
From Brazil, my fellow Tennos. From California, fellow Tenno.
From Thailand.
From Germany to fellow Tenno from all around the world. 오베론 사이코!
I'm so pumped for this year's TennoCon.
It's an honor for me to wish you a good time watching TennoCon 2021.
Let's get ready to go where the winds don't blow this TennoCon.
And thank you, DE, for creating a game that connects us all.
Hi, it's Megan again, and I'm back with another friendly reminder to relink your Twitch account to your Warframe account if you have not done so since the launch of Twitch Drops 2.0 back in February 2021. This is very important for receiving drops as well as giving drops as a streamer. A relink must happen if you have not already done so. Go to warframe.com/user and choose to unlink your account and then relink it. It's simple. Hope you're enjoying the show. TennoCon 2021 Community Art Show and Cosplay Contest. My name is Megan Everett, and I am once again your honorable host for this show. Now, if you're familiar with Primetime, more recently Home Time, you will know that we are absolutely obsessed with everything Warframe art. And of course, because TennoCon 2021 is, again, digital this year, we asked you to submit all of your art, your props, your cosplay, and literally everything in between. And we received over 250 submissions, which I will attempt to show you over the next hour in this segment. It was extremely difficult to narrow down to our featured finalists for each category, and I'm going to try and show you them, all of them, as many as I can, in some way or another. And our featured finalists this year are actually going to receive not only a little digital platinum, but also the award as well, because you are a featured finalist. And following the art show, we're going to go right into the cosplay contest, and this year we had some really awesome cosplay, and new this year is the cosplay contest trophies for all of our finalist winners that you can actually display in-game, in your orbiters, in your dojo, however you see fit, to show off the fact that maybe you got best in show, maybe you got the Ortus Punny. Stay tuned and find out. And of course, each of those winners will also receive a Prime Access. So keep in mind that there were some submissions that we could not include because either it didn't meet the criteria or art that we could. And again, I cannot express my thank you that you did all of this hard work and spent the time on this art. So thank you again for doing that. So without further ado, I'm excited. Let's jump into the community art show, and we're going to start it off with hand-drawn art. First up in the hand-drawn category, in no particular order, this is by Bleached Rainbows. It is a detailed ink drawing of Nidus in his Frike Deluxe skin. And if you caught the art show hosted by Daniel Sokolowski earlier, you will have seen that Nidus Prime is in our future. So I predict a lot more Nidus fan art and Bleached Rainbows. I hope to see a Nidus Prime fan art perhaps in our future. Moving on, we have the always wonderful Mura Casardis doing Gara Prime. Absolutely proud. Our newest Prime shown in Casardis style, and that is a blessing in itself. Next up, we have Arkbird. This is a line art hand-drawn with pen, shading done digitally of the Sherry Glass shard, which honestly, I think is an underrated resource, and Grandmother would be very proud of this artwork. Arkbird, thank you very much. Moving on to Fanfona, this is actually a sticky note drawing that they did for their boyfriend who introduced them to Warframe when he had a bad day, so it would make him smile when he found it. And honestly, who wouldn't smile getting a little kiss from the helmet? This is my kind of art. I'm a sticky art girl. I feel like that's where my talent shines, with sticky notes on my desk when I have a moment to doodle. So Fanfona, you do sticky art proud. Next up from Dina Renee, this is a incredible Mirage Deluxe fan art. It is painted with acrylics on a canvas, and she is a canvas, and this looks amazing. And our last featured finalist in the hand-drawn category is by Golden Shades and Frost. He's looking icy, he's looking great. I always love when people, when they draw their fan art, they put their actual, their armor or their sigil that they wear in-game. He's got his beautiful little purple bow tie, and he is looking dapper and ready to go. And Frost, he looks beautiful. And there you have it, our featured finalists for the hand-drawn art category. All of these featured finalists will be receiving the Art Award as well as some platinum. But let's take a look at some honorable mentions. And now we move into the digital art category. Now this category had an overwhelming amount of submissions that I am extremely grateful for, and I've narrowed them down as difficult as that was. And we are going to start it off strong with this art by Kisane. They are a big fan of the Virian theme, so in their interpretation of their art, they did an amazing Wukong Lavirian card, and it has a little bit of the plains in the background, which I love, and it just looks incredible. Lavirian art is top tier. Next up in the digital art category, this art is by Altered Silicone, illustrating and honoring the 6 main syndicates that you can either ally with or ally against. And of course, I'm a Steel Meridian girl, so I am looking at Cressatel, of course. But all of these are incredible and really shows each of their kind of sassy little personalities that they have. Next we have from Digital Graphicos. This is a painting in tribute of their siblings and their top 2 most played frames, all of them enjoying the sunrise and doing a nighttime mission together. And they look great. I love a good squad art. It always really emphasizes the multiplayer that Warframe has, and they just look ready for action. Next up we have from Evil Arts, and this is Sevagoth calling forth his ominous looking shadow. I was very excited at the amount of Sevagoth art that came through, because Sevagoth being one of our newer Warframes, and Evil Arts has absolutely captured Sevagoth and everything that he is about with letting his shadow out, and it looks incredible. Next up, the always amazing Derica Arts doing their humanized version of Korra Miyabi skin, which is an incredible Tenogen skin, and it had a huge amount of fan art when it came out, and Derica Art, you're just so talented. And the ghost Venari in the background is a chef kiss to the elegance of the Korra Miyabi skin. Next we have from Frevelisk, and they said, his valor and power, protect the weak, be strong, Tenno, your time will come. And if anyone can be the poster boy, it's Excalibur, and Excalibur in the rain, so that's a top tier. Next up we have the iconic Debbie Sheen doing absolute justice to the Ember Deluxe skin, which was actually concepted by Debbie Sheen, to which then was made as a deluxe skin in Warframe. It's available now. Sisters of Parvos is live. You can get this deluxe skin in the market on all platforms. But Debbie Sheen, I mean, she concepted it and she does fan art for it, and I have no words, Debbie. I never have words. Your art is incredible. Next up is an incredible piece by Bug Breach. They said that Warframe has changed so much for them, and they wanted to give back and spent the last month creating this incredible piece, and wanted it to be a reminder of the story of what has already happened and what's to come in Warframe, and they've done exactly that. They really have illustrated, the good, the bad, kind of what's happened within Warframe, and it really is a true depiction of the story so far, and soon we will see what is to come with Warframe. This next piece is from Demi Doodles, and it is, of course, Sevagoth showing off his Shadow Claw, and it is hand-painted in Photoshop, a talent that I don't have, but Demi Doodles does, and the coloring in this is incredible, really showcasing that claw and how epic and large and in charge it is in-game. And this piece is by Nello, again, another Sevagoth piece. I wasn't lying when I said I was very excited to be getting a lot of Sevagoth art. They said that this is Sevagoth invoking the shadow with a sharp comic style. Am I getting a little bit of JoJo? Any JoJo fans out there? Anyway, epic art. You can't not make Sevagoth art epic, because he's just that cool, and the shadow is even cooler. Next up, a familiar face, Grandomonio, aka Mushkin. Originally they wanted to draw some things that were added in the game since the last TennoCon that happened, mechs, deluxe skins. But they got a little bit carried away, and they said the gang is all here, and they truly, literally drew every single character in terms of Warframes, and of course the Necromechs, the Corn Mechs as we like to call them. And there's so much to look at in this. I wish I could stay on this art piece for an hour and just showcase all of them. I personally think one of my favorites is the Mirage Deluxe, like flapping in the air. I don't know why she's flapping, but she looks great. Everyone looks great. Valkyrie's being a little kitty cat on the ground. It's just so good. If you have a chance, definitely linger on this one and check it out. Next we have from Sprinka. This is illustration of Yoreli and also a Prex card-like style. And again, if you have played Sisters of Parvos, you will have maybe perchance gotten the Yoreli Prex card by playing the Wave Rider quest. But this is incredible. She's on her little Merlina SK drive, and she looks so good. She's got her aqua blades ready to slice and dice. Water physics don't match that, but with Yoreli, physics don't matter. Next we have Underground Wub Master. They titled this as Nata fell from the stars. She expected to find an enemy. Instead, she found her new family. Now, if that doesn't just hit you right in the feels, I don't know what will. This art is incredible. They've showcased so many things. We have the focus schools, we have the paracesis, we have some sentience in the corner. So much iconic imagery in this, and of course, the style of Underground Wubwub is always amazing. I'm obsessed with this. This next piece is by Graveyard 8, and it is a very chaotic energy family photo, but if you have as many family members as we do in Warframe, as you can see here, there is no way to take a family photo that is not chaotic. And we have everyone here. We got Grendel, loud and proud, Hildren doing her classic, flexing of the muscles. We got Gar in the corner, Zephyr's flying, Wisp is floating, Titania is tiny, with Oberon on the ground. Ugh. Again, there's so much to unpack in this photo. It's an incredible, incredible art. Next, we have a absolutely incredible Titania piece by Kademel. Here we have her floating in a lovely grove of flowers, just like she would in her forest, because she is an absolute queen. And Kademel, chef kiss to you. This is such beautiful art. The background, little sparkles. It is fairy dust, I guess is what it is. It's amazing. Next, from Miss Freaka, they said, considering how cute Ureli is, I figured she'd not pass up any opportunity to make her companions look cute as well. This poor sweet Kavat is getting the Ureli experience by becoming a kawaii anime girl, and we love it. I love it personally, and Ureli is definitely one to make something look cute. Next up, a very familiar face, TBG Karoo, showcasing off the Baruch Bedouin skin. An incredible skin for Baruch, and the art, the colors of this, the styling of it, the candles in the corner, everything about it. There's just a little bit of everything in here, and Baruch showcased in all his glory. Our next featured art is by Pascal 1026. This is Tempestari Encounters imagined in the 18th century. So we have Vala in her true pirate form. She's got her crazy epic pirate ship, and Sevagoth is about to make his appearance, as she's been hunting that boy for thousands of years and has finally encountered him. Pascal, we have seen many a piece from you in terms of your epic 18th century Vala interpretation, and this is just another one on the list. It's incredible. And the last piece of art in our digital art category is by Shadrad. They said, the glassmaker made me think of old pulp detective novels, so I tried my hand at drawing a book cover for it. This is very Nancy Drew-esque. That's the only detective book that I know. But you've got Nora Knight, sultry in the background. You got Nihil in the corner ready to strike. And of course, a operator depicted here, about to be frozen. But Shadrad, incredible work. Love everything about this. And there you have it, all of our featured finalists in the digital art category. Again, all of our finalists here will be getting platinum as well as the art in-game trophy. Now we're going to show you some honorable mentions. Again, this was an overwhelming category. Thank you again so much to everyone that submitted in this category. And I just wanted to be able to showcase all of them if we could. So check out these honorable mentions. Next up, we have the music category. Our first featured finalist goes to Go Go Light Up, a Cold Blow metal cover. Let's take a look. Next up in the music category is another Cold Below version by Nat Bolt, and they wanted to do a Spanish version. So let's take a listen. And our final finalist in the music category is a Cold Below remix by Sigil, and they said the first time that they heard Sleeping in the Cold Below, they knew that they had to do a remix. So let's take a listen.
There's a man on high with the devil in his eye and a golden hand, I'm told. It can hurt you, it can hold you, he can kick you or console you when you're sleeping in the cold below. Sisters below, below, we're going where the winds don't blow. Yes, we're all bound down to the deep and we'll all be sleeping in the cold below, below. Sleeping in the cold below.
And there you have it, all of our featured finalists in the music category. Again, you will be receiving some platinum as well as an in-game trophy to showcase to your friends. Next up, we have the physical art category. Here we have combined crafts, sculpture, props, all into one category, so we're going to start it off with crafts. Our first featured finalist in the craft category goes to Lady PJ. And they said last year for TennoCon, they created the domestic drone prop out of cardboard, and due to the pandemic, they decided to get back into sewing to make this domestic drone into a floof. Every piece was sewn by hand and took about 9 days to make. And I'm sorry, but all I want to do is hug and squish this little guy. I don't know, I need a banana for scale as I normally do because I can't tell if he's big or small, but he is adorable. And we love a domestic drone. Next up in the craft category is from Kakitaros, and these incredible pieces are actually made out of paper. We see Excalibur, Neja, Mesa, and Loki. This to me looks like some crazy action figure toy not made out of paper, so kudos to you. I don't know how you do it, and these are always so impressive to see. Lastly, in our craft category, this is by Fair Leather Friend. They said, my son was gifted several domestic drones for his orbiter by a friend as a mutual joke. At Tenobomb, I gifted him another to keep the joke alive, and then for Christmas, I made a leather domestic drone to fit an actual Roomba and gave it to him, as well as a real Roomba to put it on. So not only is this hygienic, it's cleaning your floors, it's cleaning your surfaces, it is cute, it is stylish, and I'm gonna need to put in an order right away, Fair Leather Friend. This is incredible. Next, we move into sculptures. Our first featured finalist is by Willow Creative. You may have seen these on Twitter. I know I did. This is the 3D printed golden lucky cavat from our Chinese New Year event that we did in Warframe. and it's designed by them. It fits over an old Lucky Cat figure that they had fixed up, and it has been going non-stop since February on one battery. So it is efficient for the environment, it's cute, and it is just incredible the fact that this is 3D printed. Willow Creative, you do amazing work. Next up in the sculpture category is by Bextus, and this is a curia made of ceramics. Not only did they make this almost identical to the curia in game, but they also hid it in a tree, so it's very fitting for a curia. And lastly, in the sculpture category, this is by ZPM3 Atlantis, and they found the design of the Cetus Wisp and thought it was really cool, and so they created a 3D model, and they actually hung it up in a tree by a lake, very true to form for a wisp, although hard to find. This one looks incredible, and I would absolutely probably steal this if I saw it from you. Moving right along to the props category, this first one is by Magic Thighs. It is a crazy kick gun, and all 6 components are interchangeable. Currently, this is the Tomb Finger, Haymaker, Killstream, Catchmoon, Splat, and Brash finished, and they have plans to build every component seen in the game, so that's a lot of components and a lot of interchangeability, but it is absolutely incredible. I did it all by hand, it's all painted by them, and I can't wait to see more interchangeable ones. I know I have a treasured kit gun of my own, and it'd be very cool to see all of the different variations. And finally, in the props category, this video is by Widescreen John. It is an awesome compilation of all of the Warframe props that they have designed and built so far. I know I have the Vacor Heck in my office. There's some props in this live stream room, and I'm sure other people have some as well. And Widescreen John is just incredible at what he does, and we're always surprised when he posts that he's making something and what he's making, and he loves to ask people what they want to see for him to make, and he does it. So Widescreen John. Archiplasmor next, am I right? And lastly, in the physical art category, we have a category titled Other, and these are a couple of things that didn't quite fit into some other categories, so we just gave them their own. First up, this is by Noxexia. It is a handmade necklace inspired by their favorite faction, Solaris United, and their leading lady, Yutiko. It's got copper wire, zip ties, shackle bolt, all this really awesome stuff that is very Solaris United on brand for them, and I hope you wear this every day because I know I would. And lastly, in our other category, it goes to Pyra. This is their Critters of the Plains, a series of paintings depicting every known and yet to be known creature that exists on the plains of Eidolon. We've got the Murgu, we've got the Yogg-one, and some creatures that we've shown that haven't seen the light of day yet, but I'm just proud to see Norg there right in the middle where he deserves to be because he is the greatest fish of all time. And Pyra, this looks incredible. Your wall is very stylish. And there you have it for our physical art category. We do have some very honorable mentions for each of our categories within physical art. Let's take a look. And we have made it to the cosplay section of our art show. We are going to start with cosplay, and then we'll show you pet cosplay to end the show. So first we have our Best in Show winner out of the cosplays that we received. This is by Rosso Fior, and this is a legit, this is them cosplaying as the Mother Entrati. They said, since the release of the quest, The Heart of Deimos, this character immediately sunk into my soul. It was from that moment that I realized I wanted to do a full-fledged cosplay. I started to buy materials and turn the image into reality. To make this cosplay, I used a variety of materials ranging from polymer clay for making the necklace, and Ava ending with a rope cable to simulate hair. Now, when this was shown to me, when I saw this submission, I thought it was not real. Like, I did not think that this was a real person cosplaying as Mother, and I was absolutely gobsmacked. I was speechless. Everything about, she's done the flower, like everything about this is amazing. Like they said, their hair is rope cables to simulate it, because we know Mother's got some great hair going on in game. and this is just like perfect to a T. So Rosso Fior, congratulations. You have won the Best in Show trophy. Our next cosplay finalist and the winner of the Clem's Choice Award goes to Disfusional. And they said with some reference assistance, I was able to construct a Valaglarius cosplay in just 9 days. This cosplay is a waist-up representation of our solar rail pirate, for she had lots of sitting and railjet grinding to tend to. And the photos you see here show a work in progress from her day 1 debut with the light makeup and the day 2 pirate fun that they had with Lady the Laddie and Lifewater with proper face paint. And as soon as they reached out to us asking for some reference images, I knew that this was going to be amazing, and Disfusional, you never disappoint. Vala, she looks amazing. You look amazing. I feel like we referenced you for this character because you look great, and Vala has been so glamorous. And congratulations on the Clem's Choice Award. Next up, we have the winner of the Solaris Workmanship Award, and it goes to Plexi Cosplay. This is a completely handmade Titania cosplay by them. It's primarily Ava foam with the wings made out of vinyl. The organic shapes pose the biggest challenges for them, and this took them 3 months to build. And I've seen a little bit of the progress that was happening on social media of this, and the final product is incredible. It looks straight out of the game, and I mean, I'm so impressed by this, and I know a lot of people have seen this and are also impressed by it. So congratulations on the Solaris Workmanship Award, because clearly 3 months to build, and a lot of work has went into this, and it looks unreal. And lastly, in our cosplay category, the winner of the Ordis Punny Award goes to Ludius Maximus. And if you have been to any of our physical TennoCons, or even the digital one last year, you might know this familiar face. It's not Scott, it is Scott's doppelganger, and he has won the Ordis Punny Award for this video. Let's take a look.
With the Sisters of Parvos update. So I wouldn't say 100% of the team is working on what we're showing for TennoCon, and obviously shipping sometime after TennoCon. But yeah, that's the primary focus right now.
Great. Anything else come to mind? Any parting words before we do some final prizes and wrap up?
No.
Nothing.
Nothing.
No part.
Can't wait to see you at TennoCon.
And there you have it, the winners of our cosplay contest as well as the awards. Of course, we do have a couple honorable mentions to show. This is Koji Senpai and Dirkalicious52. We have arrived at the last category in our community art show and cosplay contest. This is the pet cosplay, a new addition to the show this year, and it did not disappoint. We're going to start it off strong with the winner of the Master Tissoni Award. This goes to Glitches Are Cool. They said, my partner and I's chickens cosplaying as various chickens. And yes, those are real chickens. Glitches are cool. You teased this on Twitter. I didn't think you were serious. I don't know if I challenged you to actually do this or not, but I mean, you've impressed me and everyone with your chicken cosplay, and I mean, of course you featured Ember, so I'm happy about it. You even showcased the deluxe one, so I love that. Glitches are cool. Incredible. I mean, hands down to you. A chicken cosplay? I never thought that we'd have a chicken cosplay, but we do. Now, when I say judging adorable pet cosplays, to find one winner was difficult, I am absolutely not exaggerating. So here are 2 incredible honorable mentions to Chroma27 and Bowsy the Schnauzy. Before we go, we have a little treat. This is a video by Vulpin Props, and they have made the Verve Redeemer. Let's check it out.
¿Cuál?
You can visit warframe.com to download the free STL design file. And if you have a 3D printer, you can learn to build, paint, and assemble one of your very own using a tutorial video provided by Vulpin Props. The Verve Redeemer skin is just one of the many exclusive Warframe cosmetics you can get with Prime Gaming, so go sign up now. And there you have it. We have reached the end of the TennoCon 2021 Community Art Show and Cosplay Contest. Thank you to everyone who submitted. It was incredibly hard to pick finalists, but it was such a joy to go through all of the art and entries that you submitted. And thank you for watching this segment. I always enjoy being here and looking through art. But stay tuned because Tenno Live 2021 is up next and you do not want to miss it. Bye everyone.
My sale, come to my sale. Gotta dump this merch or I go to jail. Just kidding, friend. But seriously, I need to sell this stuff quick.
A warrior's world is one of fire. We long to remember the faces of those we loved. But those faces have now changed. Prepare yourself. The day you had hoped would never come is nigh.
Hi Tenno, this is a friendly reminder to make sure your Twitch account is linked to your Warframe account so you can receive Twitch drops while watching TennoCon 2021. To link your Twitch account to your Warframe account, go to warframe.com/user and click the sync link to link. Just make sure you're logged into the Warframe account that you want to receive the drops on. This year, for watching throughout the day, you can get a Grineer Gunblade weapon. During Tenno Live, watch for a free Loki Prime. Enjoy TennoCon 2021.
안녕하세요. Hanbab is a Korean PC clan with two very detailed rooms to share with us. This room is meant to be the bridge of a giant Corpus battleship. There are lots of details that tell a story in here, like the Orican door behind a safe behind the captain's chair. The clan's architect points out that there are seats in this battleship for Corpus in many roles, including commander, deputy commander, star chart operations, weapon control, air surveillance, and more. The clan used the room's full capacity to achieve these designs. That's a capacity of 1,600 decorations. This is a giant sentient boss of the clan's design. The clan's lead architect explains, the energy emitted from the back is the power source. When its power cells on both shoulders are destroyed, the boss uses its wings as a shield to restore them. That would not be an easy fight. This boss looks formidable. Thank you for sharing those masterpieces with us. 도전을 보여주셔서 감사합니다, Hanbab. Now, what better way to wrap up our Warframe Dojo tours than with a dojo of Warframes? And more. Let me show you what I mean. Introducing Xbox Clan Sovereign Reign. Lead architect Saskiala has created giant homages to some of her favorite Warframes. For starters, let's take a look at the careful details she included in her Octavia. What a great homage to the Octavia's anthem was. We're walking up to Nova now. Not only has Saskiala gotten the shape of this Warframe just right, but she's designed the room around her to match Nova's antimatter theme and abilities. This room has been designed to make it look like Ivara is floating underwater. Such a great use of moving decorations. And now, we're transported to Fortuna to enjoy a Valkyr recreation. Not only is the detail on that huge Valkyr sculpture amazing, but the detail in her Fortuna recreation is amazing too. Thanks for joining me for the TennoCon 2021 Dojo Showcase. Every dojo that we toured today is up on its platform star chart for the next week. There's so much more to see from each clan, so please go for a tour yourself and let those Tenno know how much we appreciate their designs. Tenno Live is coming up next, so stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it.
Hi, it's Megan again, and I'm back with another friendly reminder to relink your Twitch account to your Warframe account if you have not done so since the launch of Twitch Drops 2.0 back in February 2021. This is very important for receiving drops as well as giving drops as a streamer. A relink must happen if you have not already done so. Go to warframe.com/user and choose to unlink your account and then relink it. It's simple. Hope you're enjoying the show.
Welcome, friends. Buy my merch while it's hot. I'm desperate to sell all this stuff today. For no particular reason. Don't you know there's a sale going on? And that it's incredible?
Very good. Huh?
Whoa, it's happening.
It's live. We're here. Off to a good start. Welcome to TennoCon 2021 at Tenno Live. We are safely double vaccinated on the couch together. My name's yeah.
Sheldon already has her arm around me?
Yeah. Get back to there we go. Back to old times.
Taking advantage of the vaccine.
Now, rest assured, if you're having server issues, our team is on it. We will be on it. There is going to
All day they've been working.
Yes. Yeah. So in the event that there's a couple hiccups, you're not going to be left without the items we've told you you're going to get. We will make sure that everything is squared away throughout the duration of this stream. It's a very busy time for Warframe players. I think they've been looking forward to this to the point where all our projections for all things have kind of
Everything's dwindling.
so that's good. But welcome to TennoCon. Hi guys, how's it going?
It's so good to be back together
I know,
again.
it's great.
This is awesome.
We didn't even do this last year.
No, we didn't do this last year.
We were
It's
here
been a
last year,
very
but it was all spread out.
Yeah, this is great. This is great to be here.
Yeah, we are so excited to be doing our 6th TennoCon.
I'm just going to check on the servers
Yeah,
here a
Steve's
little
going
bit.
to do real-time server updates. I'll tell you all watching, thank you so much for coming to our 6th TennoCon, 2nd digital TennoCon. My name's Rebecca, I'll be running the show. I got Sheldon, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Jeff, are you here to talk about some art and stuff?
A little bit of that.
Yep, and then Steve's our server technician.
I'm not. I'm just watching everyone else work very hard.
And then-
Thanks for tuning in, and it's great to see you all in chat.
And hi, Scott. Did you see the cosplay of you?
I missed it. I was having my pre-stream stream.
Pre-stream,
was.
that's good. We got the
I missed
cheers.
it, so I'm gonna have to find it on Reddit, or someone can tweet me or something.
Yeah, and I understand that you have a bingo card of someone else's that you might want to.
I didn't pull it up though.
A couple of people are playing. You can barely hear me.
Game,
Do I need to talk louder?
Interesting. I'm louder.
All right. Well, hopefully I'm all right. But we have a
I think there was
clipboard of.
PvP in there. There was raids. There was my truck, and
There was a lot of good stuff.
there was a
in
lot
there.
of good stuff in there.
So I-
That should get them started though.
Yeah, there you go. A couple for anyone who made a bingo card of TennoCon. We do have a whole bunch of stuff to get through tonight. You are here because we have invited you to our 2021 event in which we are going to talk about the new war. So throughout this stream, I'll give you a little bit of an agenda of what we're going to do. We're going to start with housekeeping, which is going through all our lovely sponsors, doing some prizes for lucky viewers at home. So the luckiest of the bunch, because I think there's a lot of people wanting. These are probably the worst odds for a giveaway ever, but they're our best prizes ever.
Someone's still gonna win.
Someone's still going to win. We're going to talk, of course, about the charity component here for our TennoCon event. And then we're going to get to the dev build fun. So this is all live.
Yep.
Everything.
We're doing it live today.
Yep. Now,
As usual.
it would be at this time that I do encourage you that, we do have a relay component here, but as the server issues are getting resolved, just know that we will be planning for something like that.
Yeah, we just broke all our concurrency records, so I think the server's having a difficult time, and the team's been working basically since 11 this morning, I think. So bear with us. If that completely continues to crash and burn, you at least get to watch a really cool show. We're going to be showing really cool stuff, and we hope that the relays get back on their feet as soon as possible.
You're looking at me like, are we going to show really cool stuff?
I think we are.
Yeah, don't worry, don't worry, don't worry.
Yeah. We're nervous enough. It must mean it's got to be somewhat cool.
Yes, and
I think Jeff's worried it's not cool. Jeff woke up at 3 a.m. He's like, is it cool enough?
Yeah.
Oh,
I have concerns.
Jeff.
I hope it is. I think it is.
That's just the end.
Yeah, that's the self-doubting
I can't
artist.
wait.
But if you're in the relay, stay in there. If it's going up and down, the team has been working hard today on getting that stabilized for you and maybe spinning up extra capacity. And if it doesn't work, accept our apologies. But we're here for the next hour to show you awesome stuff that the whole team has been working really hard on this year.
Yes. Yeah. It's feels good to be back on the dev stream couch. I was
And
worried.
it's 2019, right?
It's
Is that the year?
2019, Tenno. Don't let the
It's
calendar.
2019, so it's cool.
Yeah, the year is 2019. We are all but time compliant. You know what? There was a.
People are saying the servers are coming back. If you're in an empty relay, that does mean your relay is probably restarting and coming back. Sorry, I'm just reacting. Check, go ahead.
That's fine. It's live. It's proof that it's live.
Yep.
All right, we're going to do some sponsor acknowledgements, of course. Oh, actually,
Whoa.
I'm just jumping right ahead here. The Redeemer. This is Vulpin Props, who are an awesome group. Made this here Verve Redeemer skin, which everyone can actually get in game with their Prime Gaming.
You're color coordinated too.
And I match. Believe it.
I want to see it.
Okay, let me just.
Oh
hand
yeah,
that
let's
to
give
you.
Sheldon the massive toy.
So,
Look at
sorry, I got really excited about that, so we're just going to show that off right away. This is, actually, you can make it at home too. If you have a 3D printer.
It's heavy.
It is heavy. I know. This
If you have
is
a 3D printer and just a little bit of resin, you can.
You don't need too much.
Just a little, bit of
It's not
resin.
bigger than
Look
what
how
you
big
need.
that weapon is.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah, this is coming to Prime Gaming July 20th, so you can get the Redeemer Verve skin, and it is a awesome. If you're a hobbyist 3D printer, or maybe even.
Yeah, not hobbyist.
Not hobbyist, because that's worth it. And they're professionals. So,
Yep, intermediate level.
Intermediate, whatever it may be. We are going to also be doing some prizes, like I mentioned. We have some PCs. We have an Omen giveaway set. And of course, Zydax built some pretty sweet PCs with some AMD gear inside that we're going to give away. And because it's TennoCon, we're doing Power Plat. So someone's going to win 1,000 Platinum, which is
100,000. That's good. 1,000. That's not power.
100,000. 100,000. We're
It's 100 platinum.
Rookie numbers. We're going up.
Pump them up.
And because all things TennoCon this year are toward the new war, we are going to reveal the mystery poster that was on our merch store. This is something that we worked on. Dan Mumford has done the art for the TennoCon 2021, the New War mystery poster here. Dan Mumford is an amazing artist. You can check out all his work online, and you can grab these for yourself. There is a limited run, I believe, so make sure you check out the details on the merch store, and you can take a look at what looks to be a very serious scene.
Well, they're kind of tiling, so you could get both.
You could get
and
both.
kind of set them against each other.
Yeah,
I think that would be cool. I'm leaning, I think, towards regular because I think the purple, I think, is kind of more.
I like the variant.
There you go.
You like the variant?
I like the variant.
You're more with the yellow. Okay, all right, that's cool.
You don't get one, so it doesn't matter.
I can get on the merch store.
You can order right now?
Man, I tried to get a floof.
Oh, you didn't get one though, did you?
You have to take the one home beside you.
Oh yeah.
That's okay.
Congrats, Sheldon.
Perfect.
Someone just said they would cry if they got the 100,000. So let's
make
hope
some
it,
players
let's hope it
cry.
down. I want to make you cry.
We want to make you cry. All right. We also are going to be talking about. Oh, man.
Ooh, so many things.
Well, we're going to do some giveaways. So I'm
Let's
thinking,
give some stuff away.
Yeah,
Can we
we're
give away a
gonna-
computer?
Yeah, we can give away a computer. Let's do it. Give away a computer. This
give away a
is built
computer.
by Zydax. It is an AMD computer. We're going to do a giveaway right now.
They're hard to get.
I know.
Come by
Nice.
these.
Yeah,
Computers are- I
don't
can't-
use this for Bitcoin mining.
This is the standard one. This computer is going to be given away to just a Twitch viewer. All you need to do is be logged in, and we'll see who the winner is. Let me get a computer. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, that's it.
We're giving away Computor. The winner. Oh,
And the winner is. Oh, it's down here. I can see it.
I can see it. Winner built by Zydax. Ultra Player X. Oh, what a fitting name.
Yeah,
Congratulations.
Now you really will be.
You have won our PC provided by AMD, built by Zydax. This is a wonderful PC for you to maybe play Warframe on, you know?
That's awesome.
Could be a game you choose.
We like it.
You need to message us.
We can't send it to you right away because we need it for servers.
Yeah, we need
But
it.
when that's over, you can have it.
Yeah.
Okay, lightly used.
Lightly used.
Very lightly used.
It's fine. There's no worries there. And you do need to message us your account information in a whisper. Send it to us privately, and we'll get your mailing information from that point on. Next up, we're going to do a giveaway as well. We're going to do one of the Omen PC peripheral bundles. So if you find yourself only having a tower and monitor, and you keep like smashing the monitor thinking it's a touch screen,
Or you smash the keyboard
Or
like
you
Rebecca
almost
did
break
during
the
our
keyboard.
dry run today.
broke it.
Yeah, she smashed
hour
the
before
keyboard.
we go live.
And Jeff and I will be handing it to her.
Yeah,
like
an empress. I think
Yes,
that's
yes.
I kind of think you set this up.
I know.
Yes.
I don't know. We are going to do a Omen peripheral bundle right now. Let's
All
see.
right, let's do it. Okay.
Our prize winner is a Sonic 544554. It's almost like 2dev.
Oh, it's almost like
like
two
it.
days.
Yeah, I like it. Lots of numbers in our
A lot of fours and fives. That's awesome.
The winner is Sonic 544554. You've won a Omen PC peripheral gaming bundle. Congratulations. Let's do the next peripheral bundle.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
I'm feeling good.
Everyone's a
Smashing right
winner.
through these.
I'm letting them get the server issues out of the way. We'll,
Yeah,
we'll,
yeah.
you
Oh, I
know?
like it.
You know, I gotta.
Stalling game.
All right,
So
our
we'll just
winner.
start giving away stuff until they fix them.
Our winner is Solitary Geek. Congratulations, Solitary Geek. Solitary Geek, you have won a peripheral game.
Aren't we all?
Sponsored by Omen.
There's
Congratulations.
only one way to geek.
You won.
Solitaire.
You did it. You got to message us again your shipping information. Where would you like the physical items sent? That is very important. And yeah, why don't we take a look at. Oh, high-end PC.
Oh, that's what I thought we were giving. Okay.
That was a
yeah.
regular.
Yeah,
not a high-end.
we did a standard
So-
PC. It's
Sorry about the standard PC. Here comes
You
the
might need
real
a
good
high-end
one.
one, actually.
Okay. Who's getting this?
High-end
let's roll
PC.
it, let's roll it.
This is a killer PC. It's better than my home one, so I hope I win.
Oh.
And AMD and Zydax have put this together.
Hopefully my kids are in the Twitch chat.
Paddy Bot, Padibott,
Nice
you
work.
on Twitch have won the high-end gaming PC. Thanks to our friends at AMD and Zydax for putting this together. You are about to make someone a very happy gamer. They can play games like Warframe on it.
That'd be ideal.
You don't have to, but could be good.
Yep. What's any update
I was gonna
on
say,
this?
how's everything at the
Yeah.
fort, Steve?
Can I kick things off?
There's not a lot of optimism being expressed right now.
Great.
So I think we might just have to keep giving away PCs.
Next PC is my personal PC.
Yeah, I mean, I have one at home.
I
It's
have
a
a
little
PC, you can
slightly
have it.
used.
Don't take
his
keyboard,
Making
or his
Warframe with
mouse.
it for
Yeah, you can have my
couple years.
slightly used personal PC.
Yep.
It's fine. No, but we will, of course, do Power Plat now. That means this is the
100,000.
100,000. This is the biggest Plat
What
prize.
did you buy with 100,000 plat? Everything.
Have
we calculated that yet? No, I don't know, but I think you could do quite a bit.
Yeah.
Wait, who's the winner?
The winner, we're running it,
Oh, I
100,000
saw a
platinum.
graphic.
Give away the Steam. Oh, Steam Decks. I don't even have a Steam Deck.
Oh God, here it comes.
All right, 100,000 platinum.
100,000 platinum.
Slenish.
Slenish.
That's a cool
way
name.
to go, yeah.
Slenish, you won. How did they claim it, Sheldon? This is your moment.
They message us with their in-game name and their address.
No, we don't need a mailing address. It's digital.
Oh, okay. Social insurance? No.
No.
I'm not sure. You just tell us. We'll give it to you.
Oh,
It's
you'll be fine.
Your vaccine passport?
Yeah.
We just need your account platform. So if you play on PlayStation, tell us your alias there, whatever it may be. We just need to know where to send the grand prize. Please let me win a PC. We're actually out of PCs to give away. That was a joke. We got no more. Unless.
And the PCs we gave away are the relay servers.
Yep.
We didn't think that through, did we?
No, we didn't.
Kinda
A
need
big
them right
mistake.
now.
We do need
A big
them.
mistake.
I don't know. It seems like maybe Glenn and Megan have some kind of idea figured out.
Oh, they
I'm
do?
not sure.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
I like good ideas, so that sounds good.
Yep.
But anyway, we are going to now, of course, talk about the charity component to TennoCon. So if you go to no, we're not going to say that. I don't want to send people there. It's just a redirect. It's just a redirect link.
Just
so
keep
it
watching here.
Yeah, keep watching.
Do not
Don't
change
go to
your
our website.
browser to anything.
Don't go to our
Warframe
website.
related, please.
No,
Thank you.
we are always happy to partner with a local charity in Canada, and this year we're partnering with Unity Project, who are right here in London, Ontario, dealing with homelessness for people affected by homelessness of all genders in the community, and we want to make sure that we're able to pay it forward with TennoCon. And this is our 6th TennoCon, and with this
It's one of the best parts.
I
It's
know.
so cool that we get to do
We've
this.
actually broken the grand, as an organization, over 6 years, over $1 million we've been able to donate to local charities.
That's great.
And this year, it made that possible this year with our donation to Unity Project. We're donating $200,000.
That's great.
That's great.
Which, thank you to the Unity Project for everything you do in the community.
Especially this year of all years, too.
Yeah.
So this has been just fundamentally a beautiful thing that they do, the team at Unity Project, and we are so grateful to be able to pay it forward and help out right here in the community. So
It's awesome.
yeah, it is a wonderful thing. So
Great.
yeah, I am very happy. Thank you to everyone there and getting involved. And we get to.
Getting emotional.
I am. It's
That's really great. It's a big deal.
It is a big deal. It's been very, very lovely to be able to do this. And of course, big thanks to everyone at Digital Extremes as well, the dev team.
Oh yeah, thanks everybody for all your hard work to get us here. We can't wait to show everything. I know we've done a little housekeeping, but we're going to get into the show and show all your great work soon.
Yeah. Now, before we get into the show, I just want to check in, see how everything's going.
Yeah. I mean, can you kind of talk for another 3 or 4 hours, and we could and then start the show?
There are so many topics I could talk about for that long.
I think we wanted to have Meg be in the relays to show kind of what everyone's experiencing, but I think we have to do something different for that. So
we have a plan?
So we don't have a plan.
Oh.
We're doing it live.
Yay! Okay.
So
Nice. Okay.
I think we might want to just sort of move on and just kind of continue.
Great.
Yeah.
All right. So the art.
As far as I understand, but I'll be right back actually.
I love it.
This is real.
This is CPR on the hamsters.
Yeah. This is the chaos I thrive in.
Yeah.
Now we.
What are we going to show though? How should we start this?
Well, there's a couple things I think we should talk about. The art panel. You were able to show, Prime Warframe.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty cool actually, and we got to bring back an old family member to help out on it. Long-term players might remember the name Minky or Mike Brennan, who was one of the original dev members when we started Warframe.
Absolutely.
First art director on the project.
Yep.
Super close friend, and just reached out, and it's like, hey Minky, what are you doing? And he's like, actually, I wouldn't mind trying to Nidus Prime, and so yeah.
So he designed it. You spoiled it or showed it on the art panel.
Well, I like to make sure for the art panel. Typically, when we do TennoCon, Sheldon's usually doing.
No,
we're good. It was just
me.
Scott. It was Scott.
It's me.
Yeah,
I was
usually
supposed to
Sheldon's doing like a co-panel at the same time I do an art panel.
That's true.
So I usually try to
steal all the thunder. That's great.
So I think showing up Prime is usually a good way to do that.
So I think we got to see it on the art panel, but of course with Warframe, you want to see the art that we make in. Mike is a legend, absolutely true. You want to see the art we make in game, and I think we can show you Nidus Prime in game in just a second here, because he looks beautiful, and when it comes to his mutation stacks and stuff, people are really going to want to take a look at that. So Dean, not yet, Dean. Let me just. All right, Dean, why don't you come on over? All players who deal with Fashion Frame know that you must have your scanner out to take a look before anything. So this is Nidus Prime in-game. You can go between his mutation stacks here, and you can check it out. So once you build your stacks up, you can have your Nidus Prime looking extra tentacly. It's beautifully animated, beautifully arted. And I can tell I'm boring Sheldon, so unfortunately, Sheldon doesn't seem to be.
Oh, I'm not that engaged in what you're showing right now.
But that's okay. We can.
It's kind of typical.
It is typical. I was
mean,
say,
what are you showing? You're showing like the Plains of Eidolon. I guess like Nidus is cool.
And somehow you've managed to join my squad, Sheldon.
Yeah. Oh, my 2dev account managed to join your account. Would you say?
So you're sitting there, and you've joined my account. Why don't we?
Maybe there's a way I did join your account.
How could you have joined my account?
How could I have done this? How could I have done this? Well, let me tell you. Let me show you.
I want to see.
Let me see if I can pop this up.
Would that?
Here.
Interesting.
Baby. Not sure about my focus.
I'll drink to that.
So not only do we have Warframe, the full experience on mobile, but cross-play as well. So Warframe is running fully.
Let's go see this.
Let's take a look at that teal.
Don't you guys love my color scheme?
I don't know if I love it.
The color scheme.
What do you mean?
Is awful.
This is Mesa Prime in the best possible light.
So you're cross-playing and you're on a phone.
Yeah,
I sure am. Yep.
Oh my god!
Look how beautiful this looks. Look at the work our team has done to put this on mobile. It looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it's stunning.
It's not just mobile to PC crossplay. I'm inviting everyone. I'm inviting DE Megan on her PlayStation account.
Oh, here comes Megan.
Here comes Megan. I am inviting DE Steve on his Switch account. I am here.
I got no drift issues here, baby.
We are here. I see Sheldon's beautiful Mesa Prime.
Beautiful Mesa Prime.
I see Megan's beautiful PlayStation
there's Megan
Ivara.
On PlayStation.
Hello. And
let's get a little wave
it's a beautiful thing. So are you kidding me? People seem really excited.
Wait for me, guys. I'm loading in.
All right. So not only
I'm a very colorful ship.
Get in here.
Yes, you do.
You're missing it.
So we have a incredible. We are so honored to say that our dev team has been working super hard on supporting crossplay.
Oh, there he is.
And everyone's here.
All right. Well, you guys are all there. I'm out.
Yeah. All right. See ya. So I guess Sheldon's leaving our
Full
squad.
Uh-oh.
So we are so happy to bring crossplay. Everyone's here. We have DE Steve here on Switch. We have Megan here on PlayStation. I'm here on PC, and we'll of course get Xbox into the club as well here.
Oh.
But Sheldon seems to be grabbing the controller.
Well, I just grabbed my controller. I just have to turn it on. Just give me a sec here.
Seems to be on.
Let's hope it pairs this time.
Well, isn't this interesting?
Excalibur is going to join the party?
Well, not Excalibur. Let's just wait until I load in.
Yeah.
Oh, and there's that beautiful Mesa.
You just played on this same account.
Yeah, you're right. Here we go.
Now,
here we go, baby.
So does that mean your account went from one platform to another?
It did. This is cross save.
Yeah.
Cross save.
Yeah, cross save. I'll come join you guys. I'll come jump in with you guys as well.
So why don't you join us on the plains of Eidolon with your cross save?
Oh, here comes 2dev 925.
Favorite 2dev.
I played with them the other day.
Yeah. So this is probably the scariest part of the day, and it.
Oh, here we are. Here we are. We're all here.
People react.
Yeah.
And he's back.
Okay, last one of the horns is the worst platform to play Warframe on.
Okay.
I win.
Chaos, pain, and chaos. But we have, this is what our dev team is working on in development is Warframe on mobile, cross-play and cross-save are all I'm being shocked. I'm being attacked.
Stop running our demo.
They're going to run the demo. All right, this is in development. Take a look at this trailer. Okay. Steve, Sheldon, Jeff, Scott, cross-play, cross-save. How's that been going? That's really impressive that the team has been able, and of course, Warframe on mobile. All
That's huge.
You know.
This is something we've wanted for a long time. It's just so great. Everyone's going to get to play together. All our platforms, all our players playing together. It's the dream.
It really is the dream, and it's in development. You can see it here on Tenno Live that we are so happy to be able to trial run it, give it a go, see everyone playing with everyone everywhere, moving accounts. It has really been, I think, the biggest request I've ever received from the community ever. And it's we'll have more information at a later date. We're just showing you the dev stuff is working. We're working on it.
We got it working. Yeah.
But
we took down an Eidolon last night when we
did.
It was really exciting.
Yes. Cool. Yeah. So that's very.
It's very fresh out of the oven, but finally get to show you guys that.
Yeah. Now my brother has no excuse not to play with me.
Yeah.
PlayStation boy. So now. At this point in Tenno Live, a lot of people are going to be looking for information on the new war, and we did, of course, have a couple things planned for the relays, but I don't necessarily want to commit to those right now if we're in a position where we should just, maybe do the demo.
What is the
What do
state
you
of the
think,
relay?
Yeah, I don't know what the state of the relay was.
We got sidetracked.
I wanted to run over and join on my Switch, so I got sidetracked there.
Now, if you didn't get anything, from the drops or the relays or stuff, we will be doing a full review and make sure everything gets handled. There's not going to be a concern in my mind that you won't get what we said you would get. So do not worry at all.
That's right.
We will absolutely take care of you.
Yep.
It's not going to be a scenario where you came here for Loki Prime and didn't get it. You'll get it. We'll take care of everything. So don't you fear. I'm going to be doing some live chat reading now to see how everyone's cross-play, cross-save finally. Very good.
It finally works. The mobile, it feels amazing to play already. It's great. It's like I said, we were taking down an Eidolon. I was on mobile at that time.
Yep.
So
I think you did most of the work, actually.
Who, me? No.
No, you didn't.
That is incorrect.
It was all right.
Oh, I'd taken down the Eidolon, yes.
No.
Taking down the Eidolon, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right, I did. You're right.
That is not true. All right, well.
Someone said these guys drink beer?
Yeah. Well, I think we need to talk about the new war. This is something that, we have been working towards and working on, and then, some circumstances outside our control made 2020 pretty difficult to do this type of development, but it seems that we've, finally got ourselves in a situation where we can talk about it.
Yeah, I think it took us a little while to get our bearings under us and under the remote work, and then finding a safe way to come back into the studio and use the mocap setup. But yeah, we've been. I think what Steve was alluding to, making fun of me for waking up insecure last night. I think I just know the pressure on us to deliver this. There's a lot of player expectations behind the new war. So I really hope it lives up to the expectations that we're about to show. I'm very proud of it. I'm incredibly blown away by what the team put together for this. And this is only a fraction of what we've been working on as well.
So which is to say, we're going to be doing a live gameplay demo of the new war.
Indeed.
And what you see here is, it's the quest.
Yep. It's going to be the real thing. Yep.
Yeah. And
this is a committed single-player quest that kind of finishes it's been a long pause, but it finishes all the setups that we've done in our bar quests.
It's definitely the biggest, most ambitious quest that we have done.
Yep.
Yeah. I think it's kind of expanding on we're kind of leaning into the term war, and we're trying to use it as a way to kind of world build the universe of Warframe a bit more and kind of expand on the impacts of it.
Yeah. And that's, I'm super excited to be doing a live demo of it tonight with the team. And
yeah, all we're doing right now, just so everybody knows, we're just trying to check in on on how the relays are going, because we did kind of have some ideas for how to kind of prep you for this demo by some of the things that we were going to do in the relays, but we're just trying to see if that's possible.
It was almost like a little previously on.
In beta, is that correct?
Pardon? Warframe is in beta?
Yeah.
Yes. It's been 8 years of it.
Yeah, we're still in beta, Steve. Yep.
People want you to come back, Steve, but unless you have good
Is
info.
anything happening right now?
Do you have any good news, Steve?
Well, is anything happening right now that would suggest we're out of beta?
Yeah. This is how betas work, guys. You plan a relay event, but I think all things
People just didn't know that's the actual name.
Yeah. Oh.
Warframe beta.
Yeah, Warframe beta is actually the brand. That's what's trademarked. We have it trademark registered.
Amazing. My God.
Relays are doing good. I don't know if I trust you, Doctor, whatever your alias was.
How are people doing in chat? Are you guys in? You're
relay bugged.
Turn it off and on again. It is good. It is
we
good
have
advice.
turned it on and off, definitely.
It turned itself on and off.
I know, but chat.
I think what we could do is, though, I think we could probably show them the demo, and then maybe if things get up in a good place.
We're close.
So I'm gonna.
We're gonna fill some more time.
Zip my mouth.
Trust them, they're a doctor. I don't think so. But hey, this is a good time to get the bingo card for some of our friends' streams up there. We understand some members of the community that are co-streaming who are probably like, "Oh my God, I can't believe I'm co-streaming stalling right now." But trust us, it's fine.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're
appreciate
close.
Let me see if I can find this.
Everyone's on it right now. We're getting lots of updates.
I'm alone in a relay. All right. But in a relay, there's no one else around. Yeah, so what's happening is there's too many of you. Our game has attracted too many players.
Which we're very grateful for.
We're very grateful
Thank
for
you
all
for
of you,
coming to
but
play.
all things considered,
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to do 1,000 plat for real?
I want to give away this floof.
Okay. Relay crashes is not on their bingo card.
Does anybody want this floof?
Okay. Yeah, it's spoken for. Sorry. 1,000 plat. Let's do it. Been waiting in a relay, not alone at least. You're here.
Hey, Jeff.
Are people saying they're in the relays?
All alone in relay.
They're saying they're alone. Some people are. It sounds like some people are in a relay by themselves. Yep.
All right. The winner of our 1,000 platinum prize is. Oh, I can't read that.
Vertigo 24.
But with a D.
Vertigo.
Things are working.
Oh, and things are working.
Things are working.
Things are working. The relay's starting.
Any news on pets? Pets 2.0?
I won't. We can't.
Megan.
I just did it.
All right.
We just did all the 2.0 bets. Stop.
Did the relay work for
That's
public
just
or
for
test,
bingo,
Meg?
isn't it?
This is for bingo.
It's on test,
Yes.
but it goes to both at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, if we say relay work, the people that are at home are going to think that I was talking to them.
Are we going? Steve is standing here, live footage from the stream room.
Chaos.
Yes.
I think there's a chaos
Everything's-
army that we could enlist ourselves in at this point.
I would agree. Okay, guys, hold on. Just hold.
Oh my God, my relay changed. People are seeing things. Let's do this.
Yes, things are working. What
I'm
are you
alone
seeing?
still.
What are you seeing? Tell us what you see. We can't see, so tell us what you see.
Well, I think we're gonna see what Megan sees.
Megan said, "Don't judge your fashion frame."
Hopefully, she didn't go full toothpaste. Oh, and she
Oh.
did. She went full toothpaste.
Sorry.
All right.
I thought we cleared this, Megan.
Here we go.
This is an emergency.
That is a giant
Nidus Prime.
Yes, it is.
He is
Oh,
coming.
I can't wait to.
Kaiju Nidus. Very good. Very good. All right, so what we're doing is, here's an explanation of what's happening right now. We are actually on our test cluster to show you guys what the relay event is from our point of view, so just treat it like it's a dev stream reveal at this point. So
Yeah, and showing some of those things. So
Yeah, we can rerun this.
Yeah, and we'll
like,
rerun it.
a couple times in low tide.
So what I think is going to happen here, so am I unmuted? You're back? What I think is going to happen here is we've got Meg with, what are those colors she chose?
Right?
Just move along.
We've got Meg in the showrooms. We'll rerun this, I think, maybe next week or the week after, something like that. But in
Maybe
case
a
your
trigger in the relay to go
if your
through.
relay hamster isn't keeping up, you'll at least get to see the little scenes that that we made for you.
Yeah, so this is, of course, Nidus Prime. And
some people are having more, so I think maybe consoles and PCs are probably firing, and that's why they're so direct your attention.
Steve, is your mic okay?
Yeah, your mic is. I'll unmute it. How about that? That'll probably work a lot better
for me.
Yep. PC relays, I think, are swamped. Again, we've broken all our concurrency records, which is awesome, but unfortunately that means that our relays are really unhappy. So we're just going to show you, and then we'll run the thing after the decompression.
And then you can check it out after. So this is, like you said, this is a sneak peek at it as we move you through. So what are we going to do? Move to the first relay?
Absolutely.
To the second relay?
Let's start things off with something that players have never seen before.
Oh. Okay, let's move.
We're going to go to where it all began.
She told me the other day. What would I get to do?
So when we talk about Warframe lore, a lot of players always hinge on the word Zariman. What was the Zariman? Where did it all begin?
Where did the Zariman begin? I suppose it began in
2004.
Wow. Yeah, so the new war, which is the biggest thing we've ever done, is going to kind of look forward, and it's going to look back as well through the history of the story and the characters and the origins of the Tenno. So this is a scene from the Zariman, the colony ship, where the incident began.
And the art team.
It's part of the player story, and that's just kind of expanding on that.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And you've seen players really hinge to certain aspects of the lore of this game, and I think this one has been one of the things that's mentioned, and every serious lorehound player always comes back to this experience. We showed a bit of it in the webcomics with Chains of Hera with Rel. There's been a lot of speculation about what it's all about.
Yep.
And I think we can go up next.
Go to our next relay.
Yep.
PS4 didn't work. Don't worry, guys. We're doing it live. When it comes to the new war, I think there's some characters people would like some closure from. None.
I don't know if they're going to get closure. Can't promise that, but yeah, definitely going to address these characters. These are sort of the primary characters of the story. With Ballas, there he is in his kind of original Orican form, and I suppose you would say this is kind of Nata in her beginning transformation to becoming what is it, eventually the Lotus.
This is where it all began.
Take that in. Wow.
Spaceman, let's go.
It looks like some of our platforms are seeing it, but again, we'll
if you're
figure out
missing it
something
now,
after
we'll
this.
make sure you get to see it.
Absolutely.
Get triggered. Oh, looks really cool.
All right, keep trucking.
Where's our next one? Oh, here we go. Oh.
And this is, I think, if you watch the awesome CG intro that we added to the game a few years ago, this is kind of where, when you first start Warframe, this is kind of your exposure to the story, which is you think you're a Warframe and you don't know about your Star Child, and Teshin speaks in vague terms about how the Lotus might be a bit of a villain in her own right.
That's his interpretation.
That's his interpretation. I don't know if the Daxter are sleeping. They might be.
There's some.
Well, if there was an Equinox there, we could have justified that angle. Just get rid of our
They're just asleep. Yeah, of course.
The nap frames.
Nap frame.
We have a good amount of nap frames.
Good nap frame.
All right.
Cool. Okay.
And what else we got? This is our 3D PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
We're going to talk about synergies soon. Graphic.
Excellent. Yeah, and I think, for people that are in chat saying, oh, what's going on? We have a very busy server right now. Sit tight. If you don't see what you think you're supposed to see, we are going to get you covered here.
And this is kind of, I think, the beginning of when Warframe started to take their storytelling more seriously, and really we began to kind of, well, I think like we're doing today, we're kind of doubling down on some of our storytelling. So I'm excited for everyone to stay tuned for the reveal that we're doing. Ah!
That is a giant.
Scary.
Whoa.
Oh, he is one of the first villains I think players get acquainted with in their Warframe journey.
I always get a little misty-eyed with this theme song as well. Just kills.
Still works.
Just amazing.
This was a big moment for people. You know, that's kind of what I think kicked off all the directions for the quests and the story we wanted to tell when it came to our humble little free-to-play.
I remember, I remember who someone was playing, and they said, "I've played 60 hours of this game, and I think I just unlocked the real character." But yeah, if you're just starting Warframe, there's some mild spoilers here today.
Mild.
Mild. But of course, this is a child from the Zeraman accident that we showed earlier.
Some more sleeping enemies.
Some more sleeping
Just
sentience.
Call back to the Umbra quest and the kind of relationship with the sentience presence coming back.
Yeah, I think it's really important that players realize the sentience and the role they play in, well, of course, the new war.
That's cool. Really like the giant Umbra.
And I think, life imitating art, that we can say that the sentients are the relay servers.
Yes, that is true. Yeah.
And that our Tenno that have been so great in joining us and breaking our concurrency records have killed them like Umbra has killed these sentients, right?
Our servers.
And this, what I like about this is the relationship between the operator and the Warframe and the sort of duality there.
Not the relay servers.
They've been killed. Yes, they've been killed. We will try to revive them if we can.
Yeah, we're gonna need some.
And then what do we got next? Have we got the big red one?
I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Clifford the big red
Which
dog.
was a bummer that players weren't in.
And so.
Oh my God.
Now we point kind of to the reemergence of the sentient threat. Ballas has returned, and he's kind of reclaimed Nata Lotus and brought her back as the kind of queen of the enemy army.
That thing is gargantuan.
If you've been playing the game for a long time, you've been waiting a long time, I think, to kind of see the next chapter, and that's, I think, what we're going to show you now for the rest of the show. We probably won't talk very much. It's a live show off the dev build. We're not going to show any more bullshit teasers. We're just going to get in and play a bit of the quest and show you what you can expect about kind of how the team has upped their game for the gameplay and the storytelling and everything that we're doing for it. So.
Yeah, again, thank you again for tolerating us for getting this quest in the pipes. Again, I really hope you guys like it.
It's demo time.
And it's only 2019, so we got lots of time to finish it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to go play.
I am so glad that it's. I actually need Steve to hand me the controller.
Do you want to hold on to
No,
your
I'm going to keep this up.
What about your
But we're going to do a gameplay demo of the new war. This is what you're here for, and it's time to.
Jeff, you going to be okay?
I just smacked my mic. I felt
Are you going to be okay, bud?
I think Jeff's going to have a.
I'm anxious.
Let's say hypothetically you're having relay server issues. Doesn't even matter because you should be watching the stream right now because we're about to do the gameplay demo.
Yeah, let's zone in on Rebecca's amazing playthrough.
Oh well. Is it just me? Let's find out. We're going to get started, folks. TennoCon 2021 New War gameplay reveal. See you on the other side.
We are seasons. All of us. Growing in the light. Fading in the dark. was the same. Yet, never changed. Don't be afraid.
Brothers, dead. Only call 175.
The worms have swarmed the sector, but we will prevail. Regroup on my beacon. For the Queens. Crash. Call help pilot. Call finish mission. For the Queens. No. Run, maggots. Run! Pilot is dead. What is mission now?
your stations, crews. Our glorious victory is close at hand. Oh, and any remaining techs aboard narrow bend me at once.
Confirming tech aboard. Viso-R at your service. Most gilded director. Most...
Yes, tech prophet. My command overrides aren't working. I need to break fire control from the fleet. Can you fix that, Vico?
It's Viso, most lucrative and sagacious visionary. Yes, I can try. There's a trace conduit nearby. I can bypass it.
Yes, do your thing. There's a nice bonus in it, if you can.
Viso here! Our robotics have gone rogue. The sentients must have latched the grid.
Someone has, yes. I'll pull some meat crews to cover you. Just get me that override.
Viso, sir. I could disengage the safeties on the decoys, maybe hypercharge the batteries.
This unit is proud.
Quickly now.
Glorious destruction. Please instruct.
Go there.
Oh, I love puzzles.
Go!
Can't keep me out.
Present. Off you go.
Initiating customer service. Is important to us.
Here we go.
Off you go.
Everybody watch.
don't stand down fire control soon, we'll all be sucking vacuum. Tico, what's taking so long?
Sir? You want to disengage fire control from the fleet? I don't understand.
Look outside! We're all about to be under new management. Now do your part, or I'll find a more forward-thinking replacement.
Over there! Move!
Service enjoyed.
How may I help? Preparing for extreme stress test.
We are doomed.
Ready?
Ready.
Go!
Listen! That bloated Condrix swats us down like flies! We're grounded! Call stop. Tell the call. Impossible! Even if you could get close to that thing, they'd eat you alive! Eat? Alive? What if food is bomb? Brother Carl! Yes! Find something with a high enough yield! Hurry! For the Queens.
No sé por qué. Y no lo puedo quitar ahorita, no me voy a perder. Ahorita lo descongelo.
Searchers must not see call.
Una arma especial para matar a esos y este güey lo mata así como que como si nada.
Call sneak good. For the queens.
Fields will be scattered.
The Orphex fields will be scattered deep in the ship. Orders can help you triangulate them.
Quiet!
I'm only trying to...
I don't need your help. Switch off.
Please excuse orders. A power field requires a power source. Grenier! Oh my! Ordis wonders what we are getting into.
You shouldn't have come here. You have ruined us both.
Teshin, are you
Losing it.
feeling unwell?
Ordis.
Yes. Would you like me to deface that for you? Swing away, Teshin.
The devil sends their relic to do the deed. But then, we're both relics, aren't we, old man?
Queens.
You are so close! Detonate near enough, and your brothers shall live to fight another day! That's it! Detonate at the base of that bloated contract! For glory! salute you 1 second time. For the queens! For my brothers.
Don't be afraid. I know you. It's time. Summon your devil.
And the live gameplay. My hands are so sweaty.
Oh, I can unclench. It all worked.
All right. All right.
Good work, Megan, on
Good
playing
work, Megan.
Viso.
Nice work,
And
Megan. Yep.
Sheldon on Teshin. Nice work.
Teshin.
A
Colin.
little tense at the end finisher there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I wasn't
Some
sure.
animation clipping.
Oh, he's in a bad spot.
Ooh, once Cal got his Corinth Prime, I felt really comfortable with the
Oh, yeah,
controller.
just
Not if you're God main, but Corinth Prime. it's
That's
good. But
awesome.
This is the gameplay demo of the new war. As you can see,
Mm-hmm.
we have been working very hard. The team at Digital Extremes are absolute legends,
Yep.
bringing everything together.
So many places, so many people working hard on this demo.
That's right, and we've
And
shown
on-
you just a small part of the quest. It is the biggest thing we've ever done by a lot, and this is basically the first mission, and maybe a little bit of the
Sprinklings.
ones to follow. So really looking forward to shipping it to you guys. And
Yeah,
finishing
yeah.
up.
You
Hopefully
guys
that
playing
gets you
it?
guys excited for it.
Yeah.
I know. Genuinely, like, I'm kind of eager to get back to work.
Yep, we've got a lot more to
So,
cover
yeah.
and finish up. But yeah.
Now we will, of course, thank you everyone for watching. We'll have a post up in our forums and social, just recapping all of the offerings that we had made available for this event, just letting you know the status of everything. We're going to check in with our server team, and everything, of course, will be covered in that post. Rest assured, there's no need to panic.
Yeah, I see some Twitch dropped questions in there, so we'll be looking into that
Yeah,
as well.
please do not panic. Don't worry, we got you.
Yeah, we got you, and we'll work out the kinks on the relays. We might have to withhold some of those prizes to put them in the relay farm or something for a while.
No, we will not steal your PC prizes.
Okay, fine.
But thank you to everyone at Digital Extremes. Thank you.
Massive thanks.
Yes.
Yep.
And I think, like, to the Warframe community.
I know this is like I think we said something similar last year, but we were just like Scott said it yesterday too. Like this demo especially would have been so much fun to do to a live audience.
man.
Yeah.
We would have loved
We
it.
do really miss that.
Yeah.
And so hopefully
I'm still sweating, but yeah, it
hopefully
would've
next
been
year we're in a better situation.
We'll be curious who who you thought was the most fun character in those segments, and
cool.
Yeah, there's so much to be discovered here. I think for just being a part of this game and this community since day one, this is the most excited I've ever been, and I hope that whether you're new to Warframe, if you're a veteran that's looking, what are we up to, we're gonna really make this a special year. We are working really hard to do so.
For Warframe.
We appreciate everything the community does for us, from their memes to their feedback to their patience,
Everything,
and we want to make 2021 the best, and I think the new war will do just that. So thank you very much, everyone. We're gonna wrap it up here.
Yeah,
don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid, Tenno. Thank you so much.
See you guys.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks for watching.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye.
Bye.
Dos. Este es. Bueno. Bueno. Si estuve callado todo el rato era porque dejarlos hablar a ellos. Pero bueno. Yo despego 5 horas. 5 orejas. Este ya tiene a Loki. Yo quería hacer Loki Prime, nada más que no. Ya no hay más. La otra vez aquí dieron. No, bueno, no dieron, sino que para el cierre pues cerraron con todo, pero bueno, pues aparentemente no, ya no. Vamos a la nave y bueno, espero que les haya gustado. Me despido. Lo que viene la siguiente temporada está buenísimo. Ya quiero que llegue, ya quiero jugar esas misiones. que estábamos viendo. Ojalá se puedan jugar. Y pues... adiós. Déjame ver quién... ¡Ay! Le tengo que pasar el mando a alguien.